Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reincarnated into the Naruto world in the body of Haku Yuki. The playlist is above, and with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 21, Getting Back Up. Fire. Fire everywhere. Run. Don't stop running. Someone is out for your life and all you can do is to run. Broken walls. Corpses littering the area. Lightning jutsus raining down on her. Why are you still looking at those? Someone is trying to kill you. Run. Run! Dodge the lightning jutsus. Continue running. Chakra reserves running low. Fire release chakra mode can no longer be maintained. Run, he's gaining on you. Laser beams were fired. There was no way out. All she can do is to pain, pain, pain. Her eyes fluttered open in shock, breathing labored. She can feel cold sweat clinging onto her skin as her eyes saw the ceiling of her bedroom. It's dark. It should be dark. It's the middle of the night and the whole compound is asleep. Another nightmare of that day. Hanabi slowly sat up on her bed, tucking her knees close to her chest as she wiped the sweat accumulated on her forehead using the back of her hand. Ever since that day, she has been reliving the horror of getting killed at least once per night every time she goes to sleep. If she's unfortunate enough, sometimes two. Stupid Kumo Jonin with that stupid giant butcher knife. She covered her face with her palms and rested her elbows on her knees. Everybody's busy. Everybody has their own inner demons to fight. Everybody's tired from doing their part in preparing for the next world war that most probably will break out very soon. She cannot trouble them any further. She's already a liability as it is. She's one of the heiresses of the noble Hyuga clan. She's a kunoichi of Konohagakure. She's the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. She's not weak. She can do this. It's just some stupid nightmare of that day and she is still alive. She is Hyuga Hanabi. She can overcome this. But damn, this is easier said than done. Her now immensely powerful chakra hummed beneath her skin, telling her that she's awake and not trapped in a dream. She can feel her own growing chakra and Matatabi's fiery one. The lazy cat is probably asleep. It sleeps for at least 2/3 of the entire day and hates getting woken up for stupid reasons. At least the beast within her is a reasonable and somewhat cooperative one. Naruto and Kushina never stopped ranting about the uncooperative Kyuubi. She forced herself to take deep breaths, breathing in and out through her mouth. In, out, in, out. Breathing exercises taught to her by her cousin always worked wonders. Maybe there is a logic behind her Niji and I's seemingly stupid meditation practices. For the first time in her life, she loathes going back to sleep. Every time she closes her eyes at night, that very same scene will appear before her again. She will be running. No matter how fast she ran or what route she takes, those stupid lasers will find their mark on her again. Holes will be put into her body again. She doesn't want to admit it, but every time she finds herself in that dream again, no matter how brave she tries to be, she's just so scared. Kumo. It's always Kumo. Every single big problem in her life is always because of Kumo. She dragged her fingers through her long hair in frustration. She's so sweaty and sticky that she feels disgusted by her own current state. Stupid nightmares. She quietly opened the bedroom window a little bigger to allow the night breeze to enter. The chilly wind cooled her down somewhat. She weighed the pros and cons of the option of going to take a quick shower right now. She decided against it, because doing so at 2:30 a.m. will be freezing cold. She tightened the sash of her night robe a little and decided to leave her room to breathe in some fresh air. Maybe the sight of the full moon can slowly lull her back to sleep once more. She slipped on her slippers and walked out, her footsteps silent like how she was taught to do so at the age of 5. She subconsciously walked past Haku's room, which is just next to hers. Her right hand is already outstretched, almost touching the wooden frame of his door and about to push it open before her conscious mind held her back. Her subconscious mind whispered to her to talk to him, even sitting by his side will do. She knows it can help her to quickly go back into a dreamless slumber. Her rational thought shut all the suggestions down. Haku has enough problems on his plate to deal with. He doesn't need to add hers onto his mountain of mental problems. She's supposed to be the one supporting him, not weighing him down. The fingers of her right hand curled inwards slightly at that thought as she let out a silent breath, her gaze traveling down slightly to look at her own feet. This is just some stupid nightmare. She closed her eyes to calm herself down. She can deal with this on her own. All she has to do is to walk one round around the small garden outside her bedroom to sort out her thoughts, and she can quickly go back to sleep. Tried and tested method. Another gust of wind blew from behind her back. It was so unexpected and unusually strong that it knocked her off her feet for a moment. Not enough to make her fall, but enough to trip her. Enough for her to accidentally push open the door of his room and go stumbling into it. Shit! She didn't dare to move the moment she regained her balance in the next second. Haku's room is dark, only the area near her is slightly lit up thanks to the moonlight shining in from outside. Haku's bed is on the far side of the room away from the door. She squinted her eyes a little to adjust to the dim lighting of the room and saw that Haku's back was facing her. Her ears told her that his breathing is slow and steady, indicating that he is probably still asleep. Good. Now to quietly, slowly, carefully exit his room without waking. She nearly jumped in her skin when another gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and closed his doors shut with an audible bang, trapping her in his room. Okay, once can be a coincidence, twice is not. Her gaze turned away from the shut doors and locked onto Haku with a scowl on her face. Is he deriving joy from her suffering? She walked up to his bed where he is currently sleeping, back facing her as he lay on his left side. She didn't bother to silence her footsteps this time. In fact, she made sure he heard it loud and clear. This idiot was awake all along and couldn't be bothered to at least tell her earlier. Her hands pushed against his back roughly. Oi, move in. He grunted in annoyance, but moved in to make space for her anyway. She whipped the blanket away from him as she got into his bed before letting the blanket cover them both. Her arms gently wrapped around his waist as she pulled herself closer to him, hugging him from behind as she closed her eyes. She listened to his breathing, smelled his scent, feeling the slightly chilly temperature of his body as compared to her warmer one. Yeah, she can fall asleep like this. Bad dream? Should have known then to keep it from him. Of course he would have somehow sensed that she had a nightmare even when they are a room away from each other. Yeah. Sorry to wake you up. She mumbled as she snuggled herself closer to him even though she is currently getting a face full of his hair. Huh, he's using the shampoo she got for him. She recognized that scent anywhere. Want to talk about it? It's about that day that stupid Darui tried to kill me. It's stupid. I'm not even scared of him, but somehow that moment becomes a bad dream. How long has this been going on? It's fine. I don't think this is fine. She is the one who grunted in annoyance this time, tightening her hold over him as she continues to hug him from behind. He usually wouldn't allow her to do something like this, but he is probably too groggy and sleepy to resist her right now. It's freaking 2:30 a.m. Just shut up and let me hug you to sleep. She heard him huffed, or was it a snort, but the temperature of the room dipped a degree or two, making it pleasantly cool for her. He didn't bother to argue with her logic and she heard his breathing go back to slow and steady, the rise and fall of his chest mimicking the rhythm of his breathing. She didn't bother to hide the smile growing on her face, her eyes still closed. It's not like he can see her goofy grin right now anyway. He doesn't have eyes on the back of his head unlike her. That night, her nightmares never returned again. Training with her newfound power is hard. It's easy, Hanabi-chan. All you have to do is to think real hard and then it goes whoosh. And bam. One-tailed mode. It sucks that Naruto sucks at explaining anything. It doesn't matter if Naruto is the daughter of the Godame Hokage. It's a wonder how she managed to become a shinobi understanding things like that. Yeah. That's the way. Just do it like how Naruto and I told you. Kushina isn't helping things. Whoosh and bam? How? Her chakra levels had mostly stabilized. She managed to retrain her chakra control at a speed that blew everyone off their feet. She's Hyuga Hanabi, the master of chakra control, self-proclaimed. Such a thing won't stump her. But how to go into one-tailed mode did. Calling upon Matatabi's flames like how she did when she marched into the Hokage Tower to find Haku was different. Those flames are but a very tiny portion of Matatabi's power, which came as a shock for her because that was a tiny portion of its power. Just how strong is this one-tailed mode then? According to Kushina, Matatabi's power should be a lot easier to harness and control because it only has 2 tails, unlike the Kyuubi's 9. Controlling 1 tail worth of power is already akin to controlling half its power. However, right now, Hanabi couldn't even manifest the so-called chakra shroud that all Jinchurikis are said to be able to do. Naruto had demonstrated what it is for her, and Hanabi had observed the entire process with her Byakugan. She knows in theory what is going on, but applying it to practice is a whole nother ballgame. The one and only order given to her by her Hokage is to learn how to control her newfound power as soon as possible. Kushina had been very frank with her and told her that it will be very difficult for her. Unlike Naruto, who had her whole life of 12 years thus far to slowly get used to this foreign chakra constantly moving around in her system, Hanabi didn't have this luxury. There is a reason why most people seal the tailed beasts into young children, because it is easier for them to become the perfect Jinchuriki if that was done. She only had been a host for Matatabi for weeks. Ever since her chakra control went back to normal, she found herself spending most of her time every day in a secret training ground hidden behind the Hokage mountain with Kushina and Naruto. Haku is somewhere in the area as well doing his own training. She isn't really privy to what he is doing other than the fact it sometimes leaves him a defenseless and groaning mess whenever he is done with it. Kushina told her that those symptoms are the after effects of the training method that Minato had taught him, but it leaves Haku unable to do anything much the next day. Something about seals and the body needs to catch up with the mind and vice versa. Hanabi let out a frustrated growl when she failed again to pull on Matatabi's chakra in a way that can manifest the chakra shroud. Just what is she doing wrong? It's fine, Hanabi. This thing takes time. Kushina gave her some encouraging words as she patted her on the shoulder. The other end of the training field is filled with Narutos, each doing a different type of training of their own by utilizing the memory transfer properties of the shadow clone technique. Kushina had promised to teach her the shadow clone jutsu when she managed to successfully enter the one-tailed state. I don't have time. Hanabi growled as she kicked a nearby pebble to vent her frustration. It has been days and there is still no progress. She had never been stuck on something for so long before. Why now? Now is a critical period. She needs to master Matatabi's powers as soon as possible. Maybe we could try to loosen the seal a little. Kushina pondered as she scratched her cheek with a finger. Mind letting me see your seal? Hanabi rolled up her shirt, exposing her stomach. With a brief pulse of chakra, the seal appeared. Kushina's experienced eyes scrutinized the seal markings and the frown between her eyes got deeper and deeper until she finally asked a question. Do you have the key? Key? Hanabi asked perplexedly with a look of confusion. What key? Haku never told you? It is now Kushina's turn to be surprised. Huh, weird. Wait a moment while I go get him here. It didn't take Kushina long to reappear with Haku by her side. He had said that he will be doing physical training today instead of whatever super secret yellow flash training method, so it didn't take him long to appear before her when Kushina brought him in. Alright, brat. If the key's not on her, it's on you. Where did you hide the key? I didn't hide it. Haku retorted as the fingers on his right palm lit up with a blue flare of chakra, seal markings appearing on his palm and traveling downwards his wrist until it went hidden from view thanks to the sleeves of his clothes. I split it into 2. Half is with me, the other half is with Hanabi. Precautionary measures. What key? Hanabi asked with her voice slightly higher than normal. Can someone explain to me what is going on? Use your Byakugan and see how my chakra flows in my right hand. Do the same to your left. She immediately did what he told her to and she immediately understood. She stuck out her left hand and called upon her chakra, willing it to flow in the same way his chakra did in his hand. The same weird seal markings appeared. They now have matching wriggly symbols on both their hands. This is actually kind of fun. These are 2 halves of the key to unlock your seal. When the day comes when you want to claim the Nibi's power for your own, you will have to use it to unlock it fully. Right now, what we are doing is to loosen the seal a little. Just a little, okay? Just follow my lead and let me do the tweaking. Don't loosen it any more than I allow you to. She nodded in affirmation. Under Kushina's supervision, she watched as Haku's fingers came into contact with the seal inked on her stomach. She had to suppress her urge to giggle because the sensation of having his fingers on her stomach is a little ticklish. She put her left hand over his right to complete the key, and watched in fascination as the 2 seals merged and completed itself into one. He slowly twisted his right hand as if turning a doorknob, the drawings of the seal changing in response. She can see the transformation from the change in the swirl of the 8 trigram seal, feel the rush of foreign chakra from her abdomen as it spread across her entire body. Hanabi, focus. Control it. Kushina's words snapped her mind back to mission mode, and she tried to mentally command the influx of power from Matatabi, closing her eyes in concentration. A brief scream escaped her mouth when there was a sudden assault of pain from allowing the corrosive chakra to fill her. This is different from the sensation of having Matatabi's flames protecting her. This is something else. This is Matatabi's raw chakra. That's it, Hanabi. You are doing great. The shroud is forming. Control it. Will it to follow your command? Don't let it overpower your mind. It's all about willpower. Kushina's words temporarily cleared the feral haze that was slowly clouding her mind. This experience is painful. Naruto was right, no words can describe it when you are experiencing it for the first time. This chakra is corrosive. But like hell she will let this stop her. She promised him that she will be his power. She has to harness Matatabi's power so that she can help him make this fucked up world a better place. I'm resealing it. No, wait. She's slowly getting it under control. Under control? She's screaming in pain. She's in too much pain to even talk, but she managed to use her right hand to grab onto Haku's wrist, preventing him from tightening the seal. She can do this. Roarf! She felt the built-up chakra exploding outwards as she screamed. She felt her nails elongating and her canines sharpening. She felt her bloodlust skyrocketing and the instinctive call for her to get onto all fours like a cat, but she fought against it and tried to clamp it down. Kushina had told her early on that controlling the power of a tailed beast is all about the battle of willpower. The one with a stronger conviction will win. No way she is losing in a battle of conviction against a sleeping cat. I've awakened the moment you chose to loosen my seal, Naya. Quite bold of you to do so. Ah crap. She felt Haku's hand moved and twisted the seal back into its original position. There was a mental click and the surge of chakra is suddenly gone. Her transformation receded. A sudden wave of exhaustion hit her and she simply fell forward, unable to do anything other than to fall. She barely registered a pair of arms catching her. Hanabi! Hanabi! Fine. She slurred out before Haku started to panic over her. The last thing she needs is for him to summon the winter in Konoha simply because he freaked out. This is normal for a first try. She heard Kushina's voice in the background. I'm actually impressed that she actually got to form a tail the very first time we attempted this, even if it only lasted for a second. Only 1 second? All that tortuous experience and she only managed to maintain the proper one-tailed shroud for only 1 second? Damn it. Nothing's ever easy. That was so cool, Tabeo. Better than when I first tried it. Alright, Naruto. You've seen enough. Go back to your training, the whole lot of you. There was a cacophony of Ka-chan from the horde of Narutos. Hanabi probably wouldn't be able to continue training for the rest of the day. We will just have to continue tomorrow. Let her rest. A few hours of good sleep will do the trick. She's too tired to even acknowledge Kushina's words or even open her eyes. Is this the price to pay in trying to even access Matatabi's powers? How did Yujito survive going full cat mode? Using this power for a few seconds already made her feel like shit. Foo. Not too bad, but you still have a long way to go to earn my acknowledgement, Hanabi-chan. Yes, laugh. Laugh some more. Laugh all you want. Just you wait. I'll beat you someday. When you are an old hag? Sure, Naya. You know, I expected better from you since you were a descendant of Hamura. Among all of his descendants that I've met in recent years, his blood runs thickest in you. Hamura? Come to think about it, Matatabi mentioned this person too in their very first encounter. Who is Hamura? You are asking me who is Hamura? Gosh, I can't believe this, Naya. How can you not know your own ancestor? Blasphemy, Naya. How can you not know who Hamura Aji-san is, Naya? Only one thought ran through her mind when she heard that. Just how old are you for you to have met my ancestor? I'll not answer that question. It's rude to ask a lady her age, Naya. You are a lady? I didn't know tailed beasts have genders. We don't, but I'm a lady at heart, Naya. Wake me up again when you finally have some progress in trying to control my power or have something interesting to share. As of now, you are weaker than a puny mouse. That's it? You are just going to go back to sleep? At least tell me who this Hamura really is, Matatabi? Hey, Matatabi? There was no response. The lazy cat really had gone back to sleep. She opened her eyes again when she felt movement, just in time to see Haku laying her on her bed. Wait, when had she gotten back to her bedroom? Weren't they at the Hokage monument just a moment ago? All she did was to close her eyes for a short moment. You alright? Need me to call a doctor here? She shook her head, still too tired to form a verbal response. He carefully covered her with a blanket and was about to exit her room, but she held onto his sleeve with a hand, not letting him go. She doesn't want to sleep, not when her nightmares from that day are still haunting her whenever she closes her eyes. Hanabi? The plea in her eyes must have been obvious. Either that, or he simply understands her very well. He got back to her side and held her hand in his as he sat by the edge of her bed. I'm going to be here the whole time, okay? You are not going to get any nightmares. Just concentrate on going to sleep and get some rest. With some difficulty thanks to the exhaustion she is currently experiencing, she used her hand to pat the empty spot on her bed beside her. She doesn't want him to just hold her hand. She wants him to be beside her where she can hug him. Only then will the nightmares disappear. Fine, just this once. She mentally did a smug victory sign in her head when he lay down beside her. She wasted no time hugging and snuggling close to him as she closed her eyes and let the exhaustion take her to sleep. Like this, the nightmares cannot appear in her dreams. Like this, she can sleep in peace. Like this, she can at least pretend that they are both alright. Remind me again why I'm stuck with you? Because we can't do anything else, Tabeo. Ka-chan took Haku and I away, so you have to keep me company. Hanabi facepalmed in resignation. Due to their Jinchuriki statuses, she and Naruto are being watched 24/7 and not allowed to go anywhere out of sight of their hidden ANBU guards. She is sure that she can easily spot a few ANBU guards around the area if she turned on her Byakugan right now. Both of them will also not be able to go for missions or even team training during this period because their priority is to control their unique power, which is an extremely time-consuming event by itself. She knows that Sai is now temporarily a part of Team 7 in replacement of Naruto since she and Haku are both not available for regular duty. From the few meetups they have with the artist and what she knows from her sister, what her friends are doing right now are support work. Menial things like deliveries or fixing broken areas from the invasion while doing their own training in their spare time. Their Hokage is still reluctant to send Genins out for war at this period because it will only add to the death toll if war breaks out. Since Haku is one of the rare breeds who is actually proficient in the sealing arts, he was immediately snatched away by Kushina and introduced to the barrier team which she is a part of. Haku is now one of Kumo's high-priority targets, but unlike fellow S-rank threats like their Obito-sensei or Hatake Kakashi, their Hokage feels that he is still too young and inexperienced to deal with constant threats on his life out in the field where the two are currently sent to. This is not even considering his recent mental breakdown yet. In her opinion, it is for the best that Haku doesn't get involved in anything combat-related for now, but she knows it is just a matter of time before he got called upon to go to the front lines. He is simply too powerful and valuable as a shinobi to be stuck in the village. There is tension in the air, but everyone still goes about their daily businesses, trying to act as normal as possible. Her father and uncle are now always busy and she didn't get to see them often. Most of her shinobi clansmen have been drafted into various divisions and teams in preparation for war, leaving the clan compound relatively empty. She could train till she drops to pass the time, but she also knows the importance of doing things in moderation. It's too boring to be all by herself at home, so she decided to find the only other person who, like her, is not busy at the moment. Leaving her with the hyperactive Naruto. This is disgusting. Hanabi had to suppress her urge to puke or spat at her fellow Jinchuriki as she dug through the pile. How long have this been sitting here? Eh. Naruto has the cheek to give her a sheepish and apologetic grin while scratching the back of her head with a hand. About 2 months. And you didn't bother to wash your stuff for 2 months? Hanabi threw the offending backpack at Naruto, who wisely dodged out of the way. Everything in here stinks. Clothes, weapons, tools. Anything in Naruto's backpack stinks so badly because the idiot simply left it at a corner of her bedroom without even thinking about washing it the first thing she returned back from her last long-term mission 2 months ago. I forgot all about it, Tabeo. Forgot? Everything's kept in sealing scrolls so it didn't smell. My bag's also lined with 2 Chan seals to keep the smell from leaking out, so I didn't smell it until you reminded me about it today, and then I remembered that there are things that I forgot to let Ka-chan wash and dash. Alright, fine. I get it. Hanabi cut Naruto off, eyeing the stinky, smelly, sweaty orange clothes with clear disdain. There are various kunais coated with dried blood among other things as well. Gosh. How did Naruto sleep in her own room for so long without doing anything about the backpack right at the corner of her room? It's just right there. Help me wash it? Please? You don't know how to wash your own clothes? Really? Are you kidding me? Even I know how to wash my clothes, and I am supposed to be the spoiled princess. I always did such a bad job at washing the laundry that Ka-chan barred me from even using the washing machine Tabeo. How can anyone be bad at using the washing machine? All you have to do is to press the buttons. What did you do? The last time I touched one, it died. Somehow, Hanabi couldn't find it in herself to doubt Naruto's ridiculous words. Anything is possible with her. You bring your clothes with you. I'm not touching that. Hanabi pointed to the pile of stinky rags. She refused to call them clothes until they smelled like flowers, and promptly walked out of Naruto's bedroom. Her ears may be wrong, but she might have heard some quiet snickering from somewhere during her entire conversation with Naruto. Their ANBU guards are probably laughing at her plight, or maybe at Naruto's inability to do a simple chore like washing clothes. No, we are not dumping it into the washing machine yet. She stopped Naruto before she messed up the entire machine. We are going to hand wash your clothes first before dumping it in. Huh, why? Do you even see how dirty your clothes are? Do you want to clog up the entire machine with all the lumps of mud and dirt still stuck on it? Hanabi had to control her urge to scream at the dense blonde knucklehead. She heard the snickers this time, loud and clear. Their ANBU guards are definitely taking great joy in her suffering. She pointed at the dirty pile of laundry in Naruto's arms. They are covered in all shades of green, black, brown, and who knows what colors that she cannot and don't want to identify. She is trying very hard to not even breathe within its immediate vicinity because God, it smells so damn awful. You are going to scrub out all the dirtiest things out of your clothes first, then we are putting it into the washing machine to get it clean. You with me? They managed to find some empty buckets and promptly filled it up with water. She cannot believe that she actually has to physically demonstrate to Naruto how to hand wash her clothes. She nearly had a heart attack when Naruto nearly dumped the whole container of powder detergent into her bucket until she stopped her in time. She blanched when the clear water in the buckets immediately turned into a murky shade of an unrecognizable color the moment Naruto's clothes were dumped into it. She lost count on the number of times they had to change the water after each wash. She screamed into the sky when Naruto tried to scrub the unspeakables out with her hands faster by using chakra, only to rip her clothes in the process. She heaved a sigh of relief when the color of water in the bucket is clear enough for her to deem okay to finally dump the clothes into the washing machine for the final wash. How did Naruto's house not go up in flames yet? She spent a total of an agonizing 1 hour and 13 minutes, yes, she counted, supervising Naruto and her equally trouble-prone shadow clones. She considered it an achievement when she got them to dump the surviving articles of clothes which are now fit for being properly washed by the washing machine into said machine. She hasn't got to the point where she tries to strangle Naruto yet, so at least something went right. There. Now it's done. Getting Naruto to wash her backpack properly was a lot easier now that Naruto has some experience in hand-washing things. They then ended up spending the rest of the time waiting for the washing machine to be done with the laundry by maintaining Naruto's weapons, sharpening and oiling it. Anything too worn out to be used were placed in a separate pile to be discarded or recycled. It was when Hanabi finally reached the point where they can now hang the laundry out to dry in the sun, just right outside at the backyard of Naruto's house, did she realize that she never felt so mentally exhausted before in trying to teach someone a basic life skill. Woohoo! I finally learned how to do my laundry. Thanks, Hanabi-chan. Don't mention it. She grumbled under her breath. Kushina and Minato better give her an award or something for teaching their daughter something which they failed to teach her for the past 12 years of her life. She can see why Kushina ended up not letting Naruto do any laundry if her experiences with trying to teach Naruto is any indication. Maybe it's a blessing that Naruto does not have the same love for seals as they do. Who knows what Naruto will blow up if that were the case. If you guys are done laughing, you can help us take this pile of scrap metal to be recycled. Hanabi glared at the tree to her right where she knows an ANBU member is hiding. She and Naruto are only allowed to visit certain places of the village right now thanks to their Jinchuriki status and the current state outside the village. They cannot wander off to anywhere they like because the chances of assassinations attempts done on them is now at an all-time high. It is for their own safety. The recycling factory where shinobis dump their discarded ninja tools is not in the designated area where she and Naruto can visit right now. An ANBU with a crow mask shimmered into view in front of them and Hanabi narrowed her eyes. I've seen you somewhere before, haven't I? Oh, it's Itachi and I. Naruto exclaimed. Hi! I will neither confirm nor deny your claims, Naruto-san. The ANBU replied in a monotonous and garbled voice, probably an effect of donning that animal mask. Please call me Crow as per my designated identity instead of saying your speculations out loud in public. Sorry Ida, I mean Crow-san. Naruto replied, still waving her hands happily. Hanabi tried to peer beyond the mask with her Byakugan, only to find that she couldn't. There are seals placed in the mask such that even the Byakugan cannot see through it. As if sensing her inner thoughts, Crow replied as he sealed the discarded ninja tools into a blank scroll. Among many other things. Am I your charge? Or is it Naruto? I'm afraid the ANBU tasked with your protection is Bird's team. Protecting Naruto is the responsibility of my team. Crow replied as he stood back up to his full height after pocketing the scroll. Although I have to admit it makes our jobs easy for both our teams whenever you two spend your time together. That is all I am allowed to divulge. And Haku? Bird's team is also ordered to keep an eye on him, but he does not need any protection. Crow replied dutifully. Haku-san's sensory range is way larger than any ANBU from our teams, so he would sense any threats to his person even before we could. There's no point in trying to protect him. In fact, we agree that you are at your safest if he is around you. Haku has a larger sensory range than any of the ANBU guards that is currently protecting them? Since when? Since when did he become a sensor nin? How did he even do that? It's something about controlling the surrounding water vapor, isn't it? Didn't he admit that he is only passable at that kind of unorthodox sensing during the end of the second stage of the Chunin exams? How did he make such a drastic improvement? Crow faded from view after saying his piece. I need to learn how to do that someday, Tabeo. That is too cool to not learn. Give it up. I'm pretty sure what Crow did was a form of Jinjutsu. You are hopeless at Jinjutsu. Hanabi-chan. And no, I don't know how Crow did that. Don't bother asking. Actually, I was asking if you can teach me how to cook. Kaa-chan never let me cook anything that is not instant ramen. Hanabi can actually feel the blood draining from her face upon hearing that question. The sniggers from around them actually became clearly audible. Damn ANBU guards and their sadistic sense of humor. No. Please dash. No. Then what about teaching me how to sweep the floor and stuff like that? I want to surprise Tu-chan and Ka-chan. Hanabi took a while to ponder about Naruto's request. Sweeping a floor is easy work. It couldn't be too hard even for an idiot like Naruto. Surely she would have learned a thing or two from all the D-rank missions they had been on. Besides, she is currently bored out of her mind since Kushina forced them to take a break from training today. Alright. Why not? Chapter 22, I'm proud of you. And why are we using a 3-point seal for this particular portion of the seal array right here? Because a 3-point seal allows us to add more variety into the seal design so that we can quickly change the formula if we need to. Correct. My godmother affirmed my suspicions as her finger pointed to another part of the huge complicated seal array that we are looking at. And why do we make it so that it can be passed through instead of a tangible one that blocks passage in and out of Konoha? It would be too chakra costly to maintain a tangible barrier at all times. The questions keep coming and I find myself having to answer them as quickly as possible. If I took more than 5 seconds to come up with an answer, I will find a rolled-up piece of paper smacking the top of my head. Ino's father, Yamanaka Inoichi, is now my psychiatrist and he had labeled me as unfit for duty after my recent mental breakdown. I am not to go for any missions or partake in any shinobi work until he has cleared me of my mental health, so now I am stuck in the village along with Hanabi and Naruto and nothing to do. There are a lot of things that I am not allowed to do when he tagged me with such a label, which makes my life pretty dull even if I know he has my best interests in mind. My godmother decided to use this chance to introduce me to Konoha Barrier Team, the ones in charge of maintaining the invisible detection barrier surrounding Konoha. With this arrangement, I can learn something new and interesting while still heeding Inoichi's advice. After we are done here, we will be visiting the TNI next. Kushina is an important member of the barrier team since she is a seal master, charged with the duties of maintaining and updating the complicated seal array left behind by Uzumaki Mito. My time here at the barrier team has been pleasant so far since the types of barrier seals I have encountered here are interesting to understand and learn. I do not have any real specialization in the area of seals just yet, but barrier seals doesn't sound like a bad idea to venture into. Old Per Jiraiya actually invented a jutsu that is a smaller version of the detection barrier we use. Kushina's words caught my attention as she clapped her hands once. The slight fluctuation of chakra from her told me that she had activated the barrier jutsu around her, whatever it is. It is called barrier, canopy method formation. Quite useful if you are trying to seek out an invisible enemy and relatively easy to learn if you have enough knowledge on the sealing arts. If you put in more chakra, the detection range will simply expand, right? Yup. Kushina nodded as I practiced what she just taught me. The sealing array is actually just a very basic detection barrier seal. What is complicated is how the complex detection seal that initially needed an entire team to set up and maintain got simplified into a jutsu that allows it to be feasible enough to be now used by a single person on a smaller scale. It's a stroke of genius on Jiraiya's part, really. All he did was to tweak the sealing designs on a few parts of the seal and it's done. It's something that seems really obvious in hindsight, but you probably will never notice until somebody points it out. The sealing array of canopy method formation is etched and drawn somewhere on an object that you bring around with you and can be easily activated with any kind of command you specified. For my godmother, that command is when certain specific events are met so that she wouldn't activate it by accident. Firstly, she has to clap her hand together once. Secondly, she has to be wearing her gloves where the seals are etched on while doing the first process. Thirdly, she has to let her chakra flow in a very specific way. The 3 specific processes done in quick succession is the trigger to activate it. What if we take out this part of the design instead and change it to? I quickly copied the seal design of the canopy method formation onto a blank scroll and added my own alteration. Damn it, it is taking forever to copy a single seal by hand. Something needs to be done about it, it's too slow and inefficient. Somebody should really go and invent a seal that allows one to quickly copy other seals or lines of text from one scroll to another. Something that works like a photocopier. Things would be so much more efficient that way. Imagine the time you can cut on all the paperwork. Life would be so much simpler. Maybe I should look into the possibility of designing such a seal in my free time. Despite my inner grumbling, I still managed to finish copying the seal design with my own personal touch on it. Like this, instead of increasing the range when more chakra is added, it would make the barrier tangible instead while still keeping its detection properties. I don't know if the canopy method formation would still be feasible for the ordinary shinobi because the amount of chakra now needed will probably be much higher in order to maintain its physical form, but for chakra juggernauts like you or Naruto, that wouldn't be an issue. Not bad. My godmother placed her hand on the top of my hand and ruffled my hair despite the scowl on my face for her doing so. I really hate it when she and my godfather do it to purposely mess my hair up. You pass. I know that you are a combat shinobi, but consider joining the barrier team as a possible career choice, okay? Kakoi, a member of the detection division of the barrier team, said from the side as he inspected my seal work. I've been acquainted with most of the members of the barrier team during my short time here since it's not every day they will meet a possible new colleague joining their team. They are all curious about me. The barrier team isn't very big either. Knowledge in the sealing arts is a compulsory criteria for an applicant to even be considered for a position here, and the job here isn't exactly exciting. Not many shinobis will really want to join the barrier team permanently. Hence, the low application rate. He's good, Kushina-sama. Kotetsu laughed from his table alongside Izumo while completing some paperwork. Guess it makes sense for the Eternal Gate Guards to be a part of the barrier team as well. Been a while since we saw a Jinin taking an interest in us. And this Jinin can still kick your ass on any other day. Izumo jabbed at Kotetsu's ribs with his elbow, who recoiled with an audible oof. Didn't you see how he took out the invading forces with all that ice and snow? Oh yeah, saved my ass back there. The snow fell just in time. Aura, a member from the interception division, chipped in. Pretty yet deadly. I like it. Of course Haku's good. I trained him. My godmother swelled in visible pride as she made her reply. Glad to know that I am the reason she now has something to brag about. Please join us. Uehara, another member of the barrier team, said as he put his palms together in a gesture of prayer. So that there will be someone else that can help us deal with this paperwork hell. Dude, now he's not going to join us with what you just said. Why tell him that? Honesty's a good virtue to have. Uehara said dramatically that earned him a few laughs from his colleagues. Besides, he can already see for himself what we really do here in the detection division. Reports after reports. The only time our reports get interesting is that if there is something that our barriers detected, and that means something really bad is going to happen in the next minute. Everybody conveniently made a point to not mention the recent invasion. The atmosphere outside is bad enough as it is. That's why you join the interception division. Kotetsu emphasized as he said that to me. Our routine jobs are more interesting. Yeah, like guarding the gates. Uehara rolled his eyes. We get to play cards during our free time. The detection division has no free time. Izumo added, ignoring the earlier jab from Uehara. Perks of being an Eternal Gate Guard. You also get to see all the pretty ladies walking in and out of the village without being viewed as a perv. Another good perk. If you are lucky enough, you can feel them while doing a body search. Imagine feeling those boobies dash. Oi, asshats, don't teach my son the wrong things. Kushina admonished her subordinates as she painfully whacked them on the top of their heads. The correct procedure when searching a female in this type of situation is to call for a female shinobi to do the search. Kushina-sama, we can always henge ourselves into dash. The whacking ensued. If you like something more intellectual. Kakoi used this opportunity to sway me to his division while my godmother is busy getting her subordinates in line. If you enjoy dealing with complex seals every day like we do, then the detection division is for you. Leave the physical work to the barbarians from the Interception Division. The Detection Division is where the truly wise will be found. I find this entire affair to be highly amusing. Alright, we have places to be, seals to inspect, and people to meet. Kushina dragged me along with her as we made our exit. Send me a runner if there's an emergency. Otherwise, proceed as normal. You guys know the drill. Yes, Kushina-sama. We went to the TNI next, whose base of operations is shared with the Intelligence Division. Almost every building that houses an important division in Konoha is riddled with seals, but TNI takes it to an even higher level due to the nature of the things they deal with. There are seals to keep people out, but most of them are mainly designed to keep people in. The types of seals used to restrain highly dangerous prisoners are extremely complex too. The easiest way to destroy those seals would be to burn the seals out with a huge amount of chakra, but not everyone has that type of resource at their disposal. Such people are rare to come by. Meeting Team 7 here was a surprise. The Team 7 with Sai in replacement of Naruto. Asuma, Kakashi, Obito, and even Guy had been sent to the front lines. Kurenai is now in charge of coaching the entire Rookie 15, minus me, Hanabi, and Naruto due to our circumstances. We aren't allowed to leave the village and Kurenai-sensei wants us to learn as much as possible right now. It doesn't matter what it is as long as we learn something. Ino's father offered us the chance to come here to learn and practice advanced interrogation methods. Sasuke explained as the four of us sat in the TNI lounge while my godmother went on her routine inspection of the highly complex seals in this building whose seal designs are classified. I don't know what kind of seals those are to be considered even more important than the detection barrier seal, but I know that I don't have the clearance needed to take a look at it due to how important they are to Konoha. Duck Ass's Sharingan is a cheat. Sai accused. He doesn't have to do anything to get people to talk. Ugly's face is also another cheat because she simply scares the information out of anyone who sees her face. Sai ducked just right in time before Sakura's fist soared to where his head once was. I have a feeling this is a regular occurrence for them by now. You just suck at interrogation. Sakura growled when Sai took to hiding behind my back with that fake smile still on his face, forcing Sakura to drop her pursuit if she doesn't want to demolish the entire TNI with her monstrous strength. I'm not bad at interrogation. I followed every single step as stated in the book. And that's why you suck at it. They are merely guidelines, not ironclad rules. You have to make your own adjustments. Sasuke sighed before turning to face me. How did you and Hanabi manage to deal with this social idiot? We don't. I replied. We either let him be or tell him to shut up. Girly-kun, I'm hurt. Shut up, Sai. It's not like you can feel that kind of emotion anyway. Ah, I see that my skills at lying still need some work. How would you go about interrogating someone though? Sakura asked me with a curious look on her face. By freezing them slowly? That is an option. I mused. I have another idea in mind, but I never tried it out before. The most I did was to discuss the possibility of its creation with my godfather once. Seals? Sasuke questioned and I nodded in response. Oh well, might as well get to working the seal array out while we are stuck waiting here. I had planned out the majority of the design of the seal array even before the Chunin exams. Its initial design wasn't meant to be used for torture. The seal array was a personal project simply for the fun of it. I wasn't expecting it to be of any great use until I discussed my idea with my godfather during the training trip. What's left to complete the seal array is smoothing the details, and that wouldn't take me long. I took out the largest blank scroll I have with me right now and rolled it out across the table in front of us, ignoring Team 7 crowding behind me. Sai. Ink and brush, please. Time to get to work. In all his years as an interrogator, Marino Ibiki had never once seen anybody proposing the idea of torturing the information out of anyone using seals. Why not let Haku have a go? It's not like we are running out of prisoners to use as lab rats anytime soon. The recent invasion and all that. Ibiki eyed Kushina before turning his gaze back to the Yuki boy, the one whose deeds are currently shrouded with heated debate and controversy among the shinobi populace for turning the Hyuga girl into a Jinchuriki in his desperate gamble to save her life. Ibiki has his own personal opinions about the entire affair, but he is a professional shinobi first and foremost. His job is not to judge, but to get the facts right. Kumo or Oto? Kumo. The boy answered straight away. His choice is not surprising given what he knew about the boy's history. Ibiki turned around and walked at the front, leading the group of 5 behind him. He stopped by an interrogation chamber that currently houses a captured Kumo shinobi waiting to be interrogated. We will be watching from the observation room. The Yuki boy nodded once in acknowledgement before casually strolling through the door that leads to the interrogation chamber. The last time he saw anybody sporting that kind of look before going in for an interrogation, it was Orochimaru. Should he be worried? He turned up the volume of the speakers in the observation room a little so that he, Team 7, and Kushina can all hear clearly what is going on within the chamber while they watch the interrogation through the one-way tinted glass pane. Right in the interrogation chamber is a Kumo shinobi which they had captured prisoner during the invasion, now chained down onto a chair in the middle of the room. Why the fuck they send a child this time? The old man could not do it himself? If it is Marino-san you are talking about, I believe he is not even in his 30s yet. He's not exactly all that old. The scars on his face can be very misleading. The Yuki boy hummed a happy tune under his breath as he slapped seals of his own design on the Kumo's shinobi forehead, torso, and limbs. Ibiki mentally went through the information he knew about this Kumo shinobi. Prisoner #K052, Idano Kazuko. Special Jonin of Kumo Vicure. Specializes in the lightning release and Kenjutsu. A shinobi of his rank would definitely have information which will be useful to Konoha. They would send a Yamanaka to invade his mind, but manpower is currently short in every division due to preparation for a possible war. TNI doesn't have many Yamanaka clan members right now because of that. There are only so many minds the Yamanakas in the TNI can go through before they exhaust themselves. Most of the interrogations are still done in the traditional way in this trying time. Comfortable? The Yuki boy questioned a little too cheerfully. Fuck you. You won't get anything out of me. The Yuki boy didn't bother answering, but merely pulled over a chair for him to sit on while dragging a table and placed it in front of him. With practiced ease, he rolled open a scroll across the table with an extremely complex seal array inked on it. That seal array is something that Ibiki had never seen before. Kushina-sama. If I may ask, what kind of seal is that? I don't know. Kushina admitted. I can't see too clearly from here, but from first glance I think the base design is based on the basic suppression seal we have in the TNI. With heavy modification. Idano-san, is it? The Yuki boy took a quick look at the clipboard in his hand to double-check the prisoner's identity, the same one that Ibiki gave to the boy earlier. Not like your name matters. You Kumo shinobis are all equally detestable. By the way, have you ever heard of computers? Ibiki frowned a little. The current computers Konoha has are not only highly expensive, they are all big, bulky, and come with too many wires to be efficient. They are also locked up in the most secure vault they have due to its cost, and these complex machines are only taken out to be used when necessary. The Kumo shinobi didn't bother to reply. Don't feel like talking? It's fine. I am also not a big fan of talking. Haku continued to hum his awfully cheery tune as he began the one-sided conversation. Do you know how fascinating it is to control what a computer does simply by pressing a few keys and moving a mouse? Do you know what it means if I say that you are now the computer and right in front of me right now is the keyboard and mouse that controls you? Everyone's gaze zoomed in on the scroll laid out on the table in front of Haku. Let's see. Haku stroked his chin in thought, still humming that cheery tune as he slowly looked over the complex seal array inked on the scroll in front of him as if he is window shopping. If I programmed it right, pressing the array here would mean dash. Erg. Oh, sorry. I'm so very sorry. The Yuki boy said in such a sincere tone that even Ibiki would have taken it as a sincere apology if it wasn't for the scene in front of him. I pressed the wrong one. How about this? Prisoner #K052 visibly relaxed after Haku pressed another area of the ceiling array on the scroll in front of him. Now that Ibiki has a clearer picture of the entire context, he realizes that a big part of the complex seal has some semblance to a computer keyboard. Those must be the buttons that the Yuki boy will be testing out by pressing on them one by one. There are also a lot of those buttons to press. Good luck to the Kumo prisoner. Wow! That's a whole different type of scary. Sakura commented, obviously realizing the same things he did about the scroll's function. Girlikuin is going to be brutal, I just know it. Tobi-sensei would be proud. SHH. Sasuke shushed his teammates up. Just keep quiet and watch. I've never been a fan of physical torture, you know that? Too messy. I hate washing out all the blood and I never liked scars. Haku rolled up the sleeves on his right, revealing the scars littering his arm for the prisoner to see. See this? One of your fellow Kumo shinobi did this to me when I was only 5. Thanks to him, I started to hate scars and blood. You have him to thank because that experience became an inspiration for me to design this torture method. No blood, no wound, no mess. Pretty neat, isn't it? I'm rather proud of my invention. You are fucking sick in the head. Prisoner #K052 spat between heavy breaths, still recovering from whatever made him scream in pain earlier. Not going to deny that. The Yuki boy nodded along. But hey, aren't you curious about what this whole ceiling array can do? It took me years to come up with something workable, you know that? Someone needs to show some appreciation for the amount of effort I put into it. The first button I press gives you pain. The second gives you pleasure and makes you relax. Do you know how you even felt those sensations? Are you curious? Another brief period of silence continued. Don't know? It's fine. I don't mind explaining. I have all the time today to test this out. The Yuki boy's finger idly traced the complex seal array while saying so. Everything a person can feel and experience is determined by the brain. Pain, pleasure, sadness, happiness, etc. If you want to be very technical, everything you know isn't real. Everything you know and feel is simply what your brain interprets for you. Silk feels smooth to the touch because your skin sends a signal to the brain which the brain interprets the sensation as smooth. Hot water scalds your tongue because your tongue sends a signal to the brain and your brain interprets it as hot. Any images we perceive with our eyes is the result of our brain interpreting the refracted light entering our eyes. Do you know that our eyes actually perceive any images as upside down when the light shines on our retina? We only see things upright as they are because our brain inverts it back for us. Do you get what I'm trying to explain? From the slight widening of prisoner #K052's eyes, Ibiki knew he got it. What if my seals can hijack, send, and control such signals? If everything we see, hear, touch, taste, and feel are merely results of what our brain interprets, what if my seals can control what our brain is interpreting? The ice user slowly walked up before leaning down to talk to prisoner #K052 in a mock whisper next to his ear. Your reality will change, Edano-san. With the sealing tags I placed on you and with this seal array in my hands, I can control your reality because I can now control your brain's interpretation of reality. If I say your left is right, it will be right. If I say an hour had passed even if it has only been 10 minutes, you can only take my word for it because you won't be able to tell what is real anymore, because whatever I do to you is now your reality and your brain can no longer distinguish the real from the fake. From this day onwards, you will be continuously living with the thought if what you are perceiving is real after I'm done with you. You would never know when your interrogation had ended, or if it had ever ended at all because even your perception of time can no longer be trusted. None of your 5 senses can be trusted from this very moment. You cannot break out of it like how you did with Jinjutsu because it is not Jinjutsu. You would wish that Marino-san was your interrogator instead. You would wish that you had died the moment your village had the audacity to invade Konoha. You would wish that you had never been born as a Kumo shinobi. You would wish that you never made an enemy out of me. The boy rose back up to his full height and waved a playful finger at prisoner #K052. You think I'm here to interrogate you? No, that's wrong. Just between you and I, keep this a secret from Marino-san, okay? But I'm actually taking advantage of this opportunity to test out my new seal. Interrogation is something I would do only when I'm done with my experiment and collect the results I need. Now, sit back and try to relax, okay? I don't want you to feel too scared about this groundbreaking seal array I invented. I cannot have my valuable test subject ruin this rare chance for me by being too anxious and skewing the results because of that. Oh wait, I can always make your brain convince you that you are happy right now to take away that anxiousness. Silly me. The Yuki boy no, Yuki Haku cheerfully made his way back to his desk. You are a monster. You have your beloved Reikage to thank for that. He created this monster. Haku gave prisoner #K052 a smile that reminded Ibiki too much of the deceased Snake Sannin. A monster. That's what Yuki Haku is right now. Now, let's begin, shall we? Haku. Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be? Haku gave Sakura a look that shows his confusion while passing over the answers of the interrogation that is written on the clipboard over to Ibiki. Everything went well. What Ugly meant is that your villain act was so convincing that we all thought you went bonkers. That seal of yours made me fear Fuinjutsu. Sasuke deadpanned. I'm never going to take any Fuinjutsu user lightly ever again if I see them. Then fear me. Haku scoffed. Ibiki let a sadistic grin show on his face as he skimmed through the answers written on the clipboard. He had already heard most of it from the observation room while Haku was doing the interrogation, but seeing it written down on paper gives him a greater sense of satisfaction. Some parts of the information Haku grilled out of the prisoner may prove to be vital in their war preparation efforts. That complicated sealing array Haku used even had a seal that sensed intent, making it hard for prisoner #K052 to get out of his predicament with a lie. In some ways, that intent seal is even better than the lie detector the TNI uses. At this juncture, there's only one question that he needs to ask Haku. What do I need to do to convince you to give me those seals and that seal array? If your Hokage allows you to use it and after I made some more adjustments. This thing is too dangerous to leave even a single copy lying around. I'm definitely inserting a self-destruct seal on it just in case. I can see that most of your seals are based on other seals as their template. You are only passable in creating seals from scratch, but your skills in modifying existing seals is something else. Good job! Kushina gave her godson a heavy pat on the back that nearly sent him stumbling on his feet. This is a piece of work. How did you even get the idea of modifying a detection seal into one that senses intent? Didn't you say that the Kyuubi has the ability to sense negative intent? I worked on it based on that idea. Haku said as he pocketed his seals into his weapon pouch. Are we done here? Yes, you are. Ibiki replied as he turned to make his leave after bidding the First Lady of Konoha farewell, but not before dropping his final words to Yuki Haku. If you ever decide to pursue a career in TNI, drop me a note and I will personally make sure that you get in. I will even push forward a promotion to get you to Special Jonin as incentive. Ibiki found himself saying as he turned around the corner. He let out a smirk when he heard Haruno Sakura yelling, "Did the Marino Ibiki just try to recruit you?" just 1 second after he disappeared within the bowels of TNI. The rumors about the Ice Boy be damned. Yuki Haku is a born interrogator, alright. Impossible. What's impossible? I asked Kushina in confusion. We had just returned from the TNI and the moment she opened the door to her house, my godmother just kept muttering impossible over and over again. Everything looks fine. Everything is clean and arranged neatly. What's wrong? Naruto! Coming! My self-proclaimed sister bounced down the stairs the moment Kushina hollered for her, with Naruto looking very pleased at herself for some reason. You did the chores. Naruto nodded her head rapidly with her hands behind her back, looking like a child waiting for her mother to praise her for a job well done. You swept the floor. Mopped it too. Spick and span. You dusted the shelves. I made sure to leave the library alone like you said to Bao. Volatile seals and all that. Ask Hanabi-chan if you don't believe me. You did the laundry. That was the first thing I did. No accidents. The washing machine is still usable. I swear. Did you cook? I wanted to so that I can surprise you and Tu-chan, but Hanabi-chan dragged me out of the kitchen whenever I tried to do so. She refused to teach me how to cook anything that is not instant ramen. Thank the sage she did that. Kushina heaved a sigh of relief as she rested the back of her hand on her forehead. What's going on? You guys are finally back. Hanabi made her appearance as she walked down the stairs, looking extremely drained. Babysitting Naruto was a nightmare. Just ask the ANBU guards. Thank you so much. Like an unstoppable whirlwind, Kushina dashed to Hanabi's side before giving her a big hug while rubbing her cheeks against Hanabi's. Minato and I always tried to teach Naruto how to do any kind of chores without blowing the whole house up, but we never succeeded. You just did us a great service. So that's the reason for all the impossible, she was muttering. Just how bad Naruto is when it comes to doing basic chores around the house. I'm never going to do that again. You have no idea how many times I had to stop her and her clones before she destroyed something. Hanabi visibly shivered. What possessed me to teach Naruto how to do chores? Definitely not the cat. You should come here more often in the future. Aha! That's it. I'm kidnapping you away from Hayashi. I'm sure Minato can easily forge an excuse as the Hokage to make you stay in our house permanently, something about better protecting our Jinchurikis if they're both in one place dash. Please, no. Hanabi quickly shut down that train of thought before yelling at me. Haku! Don't just stand there and laugh at me. Get me out of here. Nope. I replied immediately. I know a losing battle when I see one. I'm not going to get involved. Yuki Haku. Hey Haku and I. Teach me how to cook tabeo. It is probably not a very bright idea to agree to Naruto's request, but I'm in a very good mood today after the successful testing of my new seal array. Sure. As long as it is not ramen. Yahoo! Kushina looked extremely worried as she kept looking between her daughter and her kitchen, but relented in the end. Any special requests? I asked the three women in front of me. You are going to make me some fried dumplings. I don't care. Hanabi demanded as she crossed her arms. Can you think of something else that is not dumplings? No. Hanabi shot back. I don't care. I had my fill of Naruto's idiocy today and I need some comfort food. Make me some fried dumplings. Dumpling ramen? Naruto asked hopefully. No ramen. Hanabi and I shot down that idea just as fast. No way we are going to have ramen again. Disregarding the morality issue of using such a seal, it's a brilliant piece of work. That was the first comment that came out of my godfather's mouth after he took some time to inspect my seal array. Hanabi and I are eating dinner with the Uzumaki Namikaze family tonight. Team 8 and Team Guy are being assigned on night patrol around the village for a few days, so Hinata and Niji won't be home. Hayashi and Hizashi are involved in some confidential plans that have them coming back to the compound in the dead of the night every single day. It's been some time since either Hanabi or I had eaten a meal with them. Thus, there was no reason to refuse a dinner invitation from my godmother. Not like we would refuse it anyway. After trying to teach Naruto how to cook, I can see why Hanabi looked so exhausted after trying to teach her how to do basic household chores properly. I can at least get Naruto to cook rice without burning anything, which in itself is an achievement. Tonight's dinner is mainly prepared by me and Hanabi, with Kushina slapping seals around the kitchen just in case a fire breaks out or worse, an explosion. Thankfully, the seals remained unactivated. Nothing went wrong. Kushina sent a shadow clone to get my godfather to come back to eat dinner after we finished cooking. He teleported back into his house soon enough, although he cannot stay for long. He has to get back to work at the Hokage Tower as soon as he can. Kushina had immediately shoved the design of my newest seal array in his face and gave him a quick rundown of what it does when I first tried it out in the TNI. I haven't had the time to look at it yet, but I was wondering why Abiki of all people sent me a request letter this afternoon. So this was the reason. Minato mused as he quickly popped food into his mouth while looking over my seal array with a critical eye. Every single seal you put into the array is based on an existing seal. You did up an entirely new seal array by using existing basic seals as a template, modify them individually, and then combining the different seals together to form this seal array. It was what you were talking to me about during our training trip. This is the result. I admitted. The original intent behind the conception of this complicated array is to allow a person to manually control another from afar, like how the Nidain was able to use the Edo Tensei to control reanimated corpses without exerting any effort while being physically away from the front lines, or like how I heard Sasori of the Red Sands fought behind the safety of his puppets. I added a lot of other unrelated seals along the way when I found that such a thing is not very feasible to use in real combat, but is useful if you want to toy around with someone under your control, so I ended up making it to be used for torture. The whole thing just sounds wrong. Naruto said immediately. Edo Tensei is one thing. This seal just completely robs a person's free will away. Which is why I told Abiki that I'm not giving this seal array over to him until he got your father's permission. I added. Of course I know this whole design is immoral. It was supposed to be just a personal project to push the limitations of seals. The whole point was to try and combine as many different seals as possible to form a complicated seal array. I didn't expect it to actually work. You tested it on a Kumo shinobi? Hanabi asked between mouthfuls of rice. Yes. I told her as I helped myself to another serving of meat and put some in her bowl. And don't speak while you are still chewing. You will choke on your food. Good job. Hanabi nodded in approval, totally ignoring the last part of my sentence. She put some tofu in my bowl in return. Too bad I wasn't there to see it. Both of you are nuts. Naruto stated with her face scrunched up. I get it that you two hate Kumo shinobis, but dash. It's wrong? I completed Naruto's sentence for her. Yeah. It's just wrong. Do we look like we care? Hanabi asked with a raised eyebrow. Trust me, if you landed yourself in the hands of Kumo shinobis, they can be even crueler than Haku. But it's just wrong. And you wouldn't know for sure that's TR dash. I was kidnapped by them, remember? I would know. That shut Naruto up. Come to think about it, Hanabi never mentioned to anyone what she had been through before she met me. Even I don't know about it. I'm allowing the use of this seal for interrogation on high-priority prisoners during wartime. Minato broke the argument up as he handed my seal array back. But I need you to add in some safeguards in case the design falls into enemies' hands. Self-destruct seals are needed, for one, so that we can destroy it when we need to. If you can find a way to add in a seal that allows us to destroy it from afar like how we do with exploding tags, even better. I myself like the idea of the seal within the array that can sense intent. See if you can isolate that part out and make some intent detection seals as a standalone seal. See if you can find a way to add that into our existing detection barrier that surrounds the village. If all goes well, I may even consider letting our shinobis use the intent detection seals on the field to better secure our encampment's perimeter. Got it. I cannot keep the happy tone out of my voice as I made my reply, because I finally have something interesting to do rather than idling my time away because I'm sick. There are a lot of things that I'm not allowed to do ever since Inoichi made his diagnosis on my mental state. At least this project will be interesting. Finally, something to do. Due to the possible impacts this may have on Konoha should your seal designs get stolen, I'm going to assign an ANBU guard to you while you are creating your new seals. Minato said in his Hokage voice, and I know that he is not going to accept any objections on this matter. Bore. An ANBU with auburn-colored hair swiftly entered through the window without a sound, kneeling before my godfather. I don't think I've seen this guy before, but I may be wrong. The kind of chakra he has feels familiar. Haku, meet Boar. He is one of the best censors we have in the village. Boar, your new mission is to protect Haku while he is creating his seals. If any of his seal designs get stolen, it is your job to ensure that it never gets into the enemy's hands. Affirmative, Hokage-sama. You are dismissed. He is a Yamanaka, isn't he? I asked after Boar made his exit. I thought his kind of chakra felt familiar. It's similar to Ino. Since when are you an expert on differentiating people based on their chakra? Hanabi asked in doubt. Pretty sure you suck at that not long before. Since 3 days ago. I call bullshit. With the type of training method that I taught him to use, it's not impossible. My godfather came to my rescue as he quickly finished up his dinner. Am I now allowed to divulge the secrets of the Mindscape training technique to Hanabi? She does know about the existence of the Mindscape since she is now a Jinchuriki. And that is? Hanabi pressed on. Training in the Mindscape. My godfather flashed a slightly smug grin in Hanabi's direction before standing up. He pressed a quick kiss on Kushina's forehead and fondly ruffled Naruto's hair before walking over to me and Hanabi. There are many things that I would like to talk to you about, but we don't have the time considering Konoha's circumstances and the nature of my new job. My godfather ruffled my hair like how he did to Naruto as he said that, a benevolent smile on his face. But whatever it is, just know that I'm proud of you. With that, he is gone in a yellow flash. Dinner carried on as per usual between the four of us after Minato's departure, with Hanabi questioning Kushina what Minato meant by training in the Mindscape. Even then, there's no mistaking the warm feeling in my heart. Just know that I'm proud of you. And I'm happy to be able to make him proud of me too. Chapter 23 Copy Seal. Inserting a self-destruct seal into the seal array isn't hard, it's just troublesome because I have to find a way to insert the seal into the already extremely complex existing seal array without affecting its existing function. That reminds me, I have to name it. What should I name it as? It alters one's perception of reality, but it is also a torture seal. Perception-altering torture seal? Wait. That sounded too much like what my godfather would name his seals, and his naming sense is terrible. Perception seal? The whole thing is based on the idea of altering one's perception and interpretation of reality after all. Let's go with that for now. It's been 2 days since my godfather gave me the go-ahead to continue with my personal project and also the order to complete my seal array. Isolating the intense seal and making it a standalone seal outside of the sealing array wasn't hard. It took me less than an hour to complete it, so that's one job completed. The biggest problem is redrawing the entire perception seal after I'm done testing the self-destruct part, and that's assuming I only needed one try to get it right. If it fails, I have to redraw the whole thing again from scratch, test it, and then repeat the process until it works flawlessly. It is so cumbersome. Redrawing the entire array is going to take a lot of my time. My wish for a photocopy seal had never been greater than before. The photocopier had not been invented in this world yet and I don't know the science behind how it works, but I'm sure Fu and Jutsu can definitely provide an alternative. It's just a matter of whether I can find it. I'm definitely going to invent a photocopy seal somehow because of how much easier my subsequent seal works will be if I have something like that to use. Hanabi had returned from her daily Jinchuriki training with Kushina about 2 hours ago and simply dropped herself on the floor of my room beside where I'm sitting. I would have moved her to her bed next door if it wasn't for the fact that I know she is still afraid of her nightmares coming back to haunt her. Problem is, her head is currently resting on my lap and she is drooling onto my pants. My leg is slowly going numb because her head is resting on it and I don't want to move her for fear of accidentally waking her up. She is still snoring away. Never mind, back to the idea of the photocopy seal. I know that Sai has the ability to make his ink messages transform into an ink beast and rearrange itself back into its original message upon entering a blank scroll. He had shared with me before the principle behind how that technique worked. I could probably apply that same logic here if I want to create a seal that copies texts and images written in ink from one scroll to another. However, firstly, there needs to be ink on the scroll that I want to copy the information to. Let's name that the copy scroll for now until I thought of a better name for it. If I want the process to be quick and efficient with the least amount of mess, it's best if the copy scroll already has ink on it. I definitely need a storage seal. The copy scroll would need to have existing ink on it in the first place, and it can only be stored with a storage seal to ensure that there is no mess. That means the base template behind this new photocopy seal, or screw it, I will just name it the copy seal for short, has to be the storage seal. The copy seal cannot interfere with the contents of the scroll it is copying from, and it cannot trigger a reaction from an existing seal if I want it to work on seals as well. Something must be done about that. This whole idea of a copy seal involves replication of an existing object. Storage seal involves the taking in and out of an object from another space. Can something be done here? Which genius even invented the storage seal in the first place? That guy is a damn genius. Come to think about it, the Edo Tensei perfectly replicates the looks, personality, and abilities of the summoned reanimated corpses. There's no way I'm going to catch a glimpse of the seal array of that forbidden jutsu since my status in the village is shaky enough as it is, but I can make an educated guess on how the seal array works. From what I remembered in Canon, Kabuto mentioned the need to collect DNA samples of the shinobis he wanted to reanimate. I bet that was how the seal array of the Edo Tensei perfectly replicated every single aspect of the reanimated shinobi aside from pulling the soul back from the pure world. If I apply that logic here, if the contents of the original scroll I want to copy from is the DNA, is there a way to transfer it onto a different seal through certain means? Seals have memory. Even something as complex as the seal from the summoning jutsu needs that aspect for it to work. The actual seal design of the summoning jutsu is actually extremely complex, it is just usually compressed into a much simpler design for it to be able to work for combat purposes. However, it is still possible to unravel the compressed version back into its original form and compress it again because seals have memory. They remember the exact way to compress or expand itself even without you telling it to. I like to imagine it as how you can use the computer to compress a folder into a zip file and extract the contents back again to access the files. You can repeat the entire process back and forth indefinitely because seals have memory. If seals have memory, then can I alter the memory of the copy seal such that it can replicate whatever new data I put into it in the form of the content I want the copy seal to copy? That is definitely within the realms of possibility. What I need now is a way to transfer said data from scroll to scroll with the least amount of fuss and time. It must be a process that anybody can do. The process of transferring data is the hardest part of inventing the copy seal. Hanabi squirmed a little before stretching herself with a yawn, almost knocking over my ink bottle in the process. Watch where you are weighting your arms. I complained half-heartedly as I shifted her away from me. Finally, the sense of touch in my leg is returning. What time is it? She asked as she rubbed her bleary eyes with the back of her hand. Been about 2 hours since you slept and drooled on me. Hanabi stood up and peered over my shoulders to see what I'm working on. She gave up trying to understand after looking at it for a total of 1 second. What's that? I'm trying to invent a seal that can copy the text of one scroll to another because copying everything by hand is so tedious. Can you imagine the number of times I have to redraw my new seal array for every failed attempt in testing the self-destruct function? No way I'm going to do that. That seal sounds great. So what's the problem? How to transfer the content from one scroll to another with perfect accuracy. Hanabi rested her head on mine as her long hair cascaded around my face messily. We stared at the scroll in front of us in silence for about a few minutes before she spoke up again. Actually, isn't something like that already done? Just on a smaller scale. Really? What? I'm sure you have been doing it with your eyes when it comes to seals. Just give me a small block of it. I conjured a small cube of ice for Hanabi, who took it with a hand. She raised the index finger of her other hand, lit it up with a small dose of the devilish blue flames before pressing it against the surface of the cube of ice. The area which her finger pressed on melted partially, making an indent. Hanabi then proceeded to poke a few more indents on the same surface with her finger. She then took my brush, messily painted some ink over the surface of the cube that is ridden with holes before pressing it down on a blank piece of paper. The resulting ink image is a perfect square with circles at the exact area which her fingers poked at. Oh! My dear Haku. Ever heard of rubber stamps? Hanabi said in such a sarcastic manner that it made my eye twitch in annoyance. You know, that thing Otasama always uses to quickly ink his signature on all his paperwork when he gets lazy? I thought you carved your seals on your ice. How did you not think of this? I could not think of a witty comeback because Hanabi's right. How did I not think of this? You win this time. I admitted my loss as I adjusted my thought process accordingly to this new insight. If the scroll I want to copy from is the rubber stamp, and the copy scroll acts as the ink pad/paper, then all I need to do is to ensure that I can engrave the ink from the original scroll properly on any other medium. Seals have memory. If I exploit that fact about seals, I could make this work. In this world, most paperwork are written in ink. I could have my copy seal memorize the content of the original scroll to be copied from by tracing the ink patterns on the original, fool the seal work into thinking that is a part of the seal design all along, and then replicate it by exploiting the memory aspect of seals. That's it. That's how I can make this work. I quickly picked up my brush again and redraw an entirely new seal design based on the template of the common storage seal. First, the copy seal needs to be able to store some amount of ink to copy the content. Secondly, I need to tweak the original storage seal design such that the moment it comes into contact with any other ink-based content, it will automatically copy and memorize the exact manner in which the original content was written or drawn in ink. This can be done by fooling the copy seal into thinking that this was a part of its seal design all along by exploiting its memory characteristics. Thirdly, if we are copying the seal designs of other types of ink seals, then it cannot interfere or accidentally trigger the seal the copy seal is copying. I can work with this. I'm going to take a shower and then I'm bringing dinner over to your room. Hanabi told me as she made her way out of my room. I hummed in acknowledgement, my hand still busy in trying to modify the storage seal to my liking. I can totally do this. The slamming of the brush on the table woke her up. Hanabi yawned as she rubbed her eyes, pushing the blanket off her. It's definitely late at night. She remembered not wanting to sleep alone in her room, so she decided to sleep in Haku's room because that workaholic is still working on his copy seal even when it's nearly midnight, so she decided to go and sleep first. What time is it now anyway? The clock hanging on the wall told her it's 6 a.m. in the morning. Wait, what? Haku had been working on his new seal throughout the night? That crazy idiot. She saw the man who she is so crazily in love with glaring at a scroll on his table with so much intensity that she thought he might have awakened some unknown Jutsu without her knowing. Beside his table, a huge bunch of scrolls lay messily on the floor, telling her how many times he had failed to get his idea of a copy seal up and working. However, that's not her main concern right now. Haku. So help me. If you are not going to sleep right now dash. I think I did it. What? I did it. His voice got a little louder as he turned around to face her, the lack of sleep clear in his eyes. I think I just made it work. Show me. She scrambled to her feet and immediately got to his side, ignoring her bed hair and how unsightly she must be looking right now after just waking up from her sleep. She saw a seal drawn on the scroll, which looks a lot like the common storage seal at first glance, but you can easily see the minor differences if you take a closer look at it. Alright, look. Haku took a random book from the bookshelf next to him and flipped to a random page. He pressed the page down on the scroll and with her Byakugan active, Hanabi saw how a very slight push of chakra from Haku into the copy seal immediately activated it. The small amount of chakra from the seal quickly caused the seal to unravel and expand before it traced the ink patterns on the page from the book. Shortly after, more ink spread out from the copy seal on the scroll and rearranged themselves to form the exact same words from the page of the book. It's an exact copy. When Haku removed the book, the final result is a perfect replica of the page from the book now inked on the scroll, the copy seal gone. You actually did it within a night. Hanabi whispered in shock. She knows Haku is brilliant, but this is another thing entirely. She can already imagine just how revolutionary this seal could be if it came into existence. Imagine the amount of time saved from the tedious process of trying to make copies of paperwork by hand. Imagine if it can actually duplicate other types of seals simply by letting them come into contact with the copy seal. The speed in which explosive tags and storage scrolls that Konoha can now produce. She doesn't even want to begin thinking about it. The only thing left to test is to see if it can copy other seals, which I'm not planning to do here just in case everything explodes. If things have to explode, it is not going to be in my room. Come. Let's go to the training ground outside. Hanabi began to drag Haku up on his feet. I don't care if you wake the whole compound up with you. I need to see this. They hastily grabbed whatever Haku needed to do up another copy seal. She is sure that even their assigned ANBU guards are curious about what they are about to do. She waited impatiently for him to redraw another copy seal onto a small blank piece of paper. Once done, she handed him an explosive tag. He gave her a flat look upon seeing that. Seriously? The first thing you want me to test is the explosive tag? Think about it this way. If you can copy the seal design of an explosive tag without anything going wrong, everything else is probably going to turn out fine. Good point. He agreed as he took the explosive tag from her. He made an ice clone and the clone began walking to the center of the field. They both held their breaths when the clone pressed the explosive tag and the paper with the copy seal together. Nothing explosive happened yet. It works. The ice clone spoke as he showed them both pieces of paper, each having the same seal design as any other explosive tag commonly seen being used by shinobis. Test it, she said immediately. Detonate the copy. The ice clone threw the copy onto the ground before leaping away. A second later, an explosion happened at where the copied explosive tag was thrown, creating a small crater in the process. You did it. She began to shake Haku excitedly with her hands on his shoulders. You actually did it. You crazy genius. You did it. Yes, I know. Haku snapped back. Stop shaking me. Quick. Quick. Test the other type of seals. Storage seals, barrier seals. Anything. Hurry. I would if you can stop shaking me around. ANBU Bor, also known as Yamanaka Fu, could not believe his eyes. When his Hokage ordered him to guard Yuki Haku, he had thought that it was an excuse for the Hokage to guard his godson out of his personal bias for the child. Manpower in all divisions is strained enough as it is. Why waste an ANBU of his caliber to guard someone who obviously has the ability to properly defend himself, child or not? But after seeing that display? Nope. He cannot argue against the results. That copy seal is impressive. The boy's seals must absolutely not land in enemies' hands, that's for sure. Someone must keep a watch on those revolutionary seals. A seal that copies anything that is written in ink within seconds? Even other seals? A seal that can copy other seals is definitely a revolutionary seal. He watched in wonder, excitement, and curiosity as the two genin began to test the newly invented copy seal on every single common seal design they could think of. Storage seal, barrier seals, the intent seal, even the complicated as hex seal array the Hokage wanted Haku to complete to be used in the TNI. The one the boy named it as the perception seal. Everything was copied perfectly. On a side note, Haku had also successfully finished the complete version of the perception seal on his first try. He is a fucking genius. He no longer has any doubt in the rumors that the boy single-handedly sealed a tailed beast within the Hyuga girl. Fucking hell, this invention of the copy seal is revolutionary. No more tedious copying of paperwork if someone else asked for a duplicate. The time needed for their logistics department to produce explosive tags and storage scrolls can definitely be cut by more than half. If that can be done, the odds that Konoha can easily win a war against Kumo are so much better now despite the huge hit they took from the recent invasion on their village. Hey, who knows, maybe even the combined might of IWA and Kumo may not be that much of a threat anymore with so many explosive tags on Konoha's side. The side which has good management of their logistics always wins the war. You see that? He used his hands to sign to Bird, whose team is tasked to guard Hanabi. Bird's shift had supposedly ended half an hour ago, but he chose to stay here because he too is curious about the extent of seals in which Haku's new copy seal can actually copy. So far, there are no seals it couldn't copy yet. Yes. He's a genius. I know. I watched him grow up. Oh right. Bird is a Hyuga. Bird's entire team had also secretly flocked to the area where Haku and Hanabi are now testing the new copy seal. More and more Hyuga clan members are also gathering around at the crack of dawn to see what the commotion is all about. The Hyugas know that ANBU members will be present in the compound due to Hanabi's Jinchuriki status, so they weren't alarmed upon spotting all the hidden ANBU guards with their Byakugan. Alright. We just tried your copy seal against every common seal we can think of. Right now, you are going to sleep. You have been awake for close to 24 hours and I'm not going to allow you to continue doing this crazy shit. But Hanabi, Haku. Every man knew that tone. That type of tone that their significant other will use against them when they are displeased about something that they did. If you know what's good for you, you shut up and go along. Fine. Haku relented. But I need to first bring all my seals to Tuchan and explain to him how it works. I'm sure one of the ANBUs watching us can do that. Hanabi cut him off before shouting in Fu's direction. Hey, Boar. Do you mind? Your mission's technically not over until Haku's seals reach the Hokage. The faster you deliver it to him and explain to him how it works, which I'm sure you would know by now since you have been spying on us all this time, the faster your mission ends. Sounds good? She's right. Bird signed to Fu, who mentally rolled his eyes at the remark. Boar made his appearance in the middle of the training field with a shunshin. From the looks of it, only the young children were surprised by his presence. The Hyuga adults, even the civilians, were totally unfazed by his appearance. The ability of the Byakugan really precedes its reputation if even civilians knew he was there all along. There's really nothing that can hide you from those white eyes. How did that Kumo-nin even incited the Hyuga affair so many years ago if that were the case? How had Hanabi been kidnapped from her own home if the Byakugan is this good at allowing the Hyugas to spot intruders in their own territory? Fu is sincerely glad that the Hyuga clan is a part of Konoha. It would be a nightmare if the clan belongs to another village. Hanabi passed the seals over to Fu before going to drag an unwilling Haku along with her back to his room, who is now mumbling something about wanting to further improve on his new seals. Hanabi, I need to fine-tune the dash. You are going to get some sleep and I'm going to make sure you sleep until noon at the very least. If not, I will make you. Everybody wisely shuffled out of Hanabi's way. Fu looked at the seals in his hands. Guess he will be the one doing the demonstration of the new seals to his Hokage. Pretty sure his Hokage will be very impressed by his godson's invention of this brand new copy seal that nobody told him to invent or expected him to do. Why is that boy stuck here in the clan compound? He's good enough to get himself into any division with that kind of skill set. Hell, with the display he put up in repelling the invasion, he is already good enough to be at the front lines right now. Hey Obito, come take a look at this. Obito walked over to the tent where he and his longtime friend made their war plans when Kakashi beckoned him to come over. Their battalion's encampment is set along the borders of the Fire Country facing the direction of Kumo's territory. Tension is running high along the borders, but thankfully, nobody is willing to fire the first shot yet to signal the start of the Fourth World War. Hopefully, this will not escalate any further even if Obito personally wanted to erase a small army of Kumo shinobis or two to vent his anger because his own village had just been invaded. Obito had just got back from checking the teams under his command when Kakashi waved him over. Look what you cute little student invented. Obito squinted his eyes a little at the foreign-looking seal Kakashi held up for him to see. There's no doubt which student of his Kakashi is referring to when it comes to seals. What's this? It's named the copy seal. The message that just came in from Sensei told us that it was invented a week ago by Haku. As long as it is ink-based, it copies almost anything simply through physical contact. That includes volatile seals like the one you see on exploding tags. In fact, there is no ink-based seal that the copy seal cannot copy. If there is, we haven't found it yet. You've got to be pulling my leg, right? Obito blinked his eyes twice and snatched the piece of paper from Kakashi's hand. It looks like a storage seal at first glance, but the similarity ends after giving it a second glance. Do I look like I have nothing better to do? Show me how it works. Obito demanded. He knows his cute little Haku-chan is brilliant with seals, but he needs to see it to believe it. I tried it. It's damn bloody convenient if you want to mass-produce seals at a rapid rate or simply want to make duplicates of your paperwork. Kakashi commented as he took out a rubber stamp from his pocket. See this rubber stamp? Sensei sent me one of these. The other stamp is with Guy's battalion in case we need them on the field for whatever reasons. Kakashi took out a rubber stamp from his pocket, which the mirror image of the copy seal is carved on. Kakashi quickly stamped it on an ink pad a few times before quickly using it to stamp copies of the seal on small blank pieces of paper that they were previously about to create a new batch of explosive tags from. Kakashi then took an ink bottle and poured some ink over each seal. With a push of chakra similar to how they would activate a storage scroll, the ink got sucked into the copy seals. This is the fun part. Kakashi commented with a little too much glee in his voice as he took out an explosive tag from his weapon pouch. Watch. Obito activated his Sharingan and watched as Kakashi pressed the explosive tag against a piece of paper inked with the copy seal. When Kakashi separated the two pieces of paper after 2 seconds, a perfect replica of the explosive seal from the explosive tag was copied onto the previously blank piece of paper. The hell? That worked? That was also my reaction when I first saw it. I had a shadow clone test the copied explosive tag. It fucking worked. You cannot even tell the difference from the original. Minato-sensei sent our battalion double the amount of explosive tags and storage scrolls we asked for because there is now a surplus of those back in the village. All because of a seal your student invented. The copy seal only works if the size of the scroll or paper you are copying to is big enough to cover the original copy, right? Obito pointed out. If the size of the paper is too small, there wouldn't be enough space to copy the entire content. Yeah, but most scrolls and explosive tags come in standard sizes across the elemental nations, so there wouldn't be much of a problem. The copy seal doesn't even necessarily have to be applied on paper, it can work on any surface that ink won't get smudged on, like cloth. Seriously? I'm serious. Kakashi deadpanned. Do you know how much easier infiltration missions are now because of this? We no longer need to steal information. We can now quickly copy written information without leaving any traces behind. I can already foresee Sensei sending you on a mission to copy everything Kumo stores in their damn library without them any wiser. Obito let out a huff as he puffed his chest up. What can I say? I'm a good sensei. PFT. Please, Dobe. You didn't teach Haku a damn thing about sealing. You know what? We might have just won this war even before it started, because we can now afford to dump exploding tags on the entire land of lightning. All we need now is enough paper to ink the copy seals on, and the land of fire has nothing but trees. We are the largest exporter of paper in the elemental nations. Yeah, that's actually a little scary to think about. Kakashi scratched his chin and thought. But hey, if a war does happen, we might actually be able to end it quickly through explosions. Iwa's explosion core has nothing on us now. Imagine the expression on Inoki's wrinkly old face when he sees us with so many exploding tags. Remember what we did to the Canopy Bridge? Obito's lips cannot help but curled up into a wry grin. Oh yeah, that was fun. Kakashi and him both let out a snigger at the memory before Kakashi's voice turned serious once more. The design of the copy seal is a tightly guarded secret for now, but there's no way it can stay hidden forever since we used it on such a big scale like this. The other villages are bound to know about it soon enough and then start stealing the design somehow one way or another, like how the design of exploding and storage seals eventually became prevalent. But Sensei and the War Council wants to see if we can use this invention as some sort of first mover advantage to talk I down from starting another war. If this copy seal alone can dissuade him from firing the first shot, that will be the best. I highly doubt it. Obito scoffed. If I were that bastard, I would simply send an infiltrator to steal the copy seal's design. Yeah, but at least now we have more cards in our hands for the moment. Maybe Minato-sensei can really think of an alternative to avoid another war with this new development. Paperwork is going to be so much easier thanks to Haku. I should have been his sensei. Hey, no stealing my cute little Jinins. You already got your own minions. I can trade Naruto for Haku. Try harder. Naruto and Sasuke for Haku. Those two will be heartbroken if they ever hear that coming from you. They come in a package. And Haku-chan cannot do without Nabi-chan and vice versa, and even if you offer your entire team, it is still not valuable enough for me to make the trade. Obito waved Kakashi off. Too bad. Too sad. Life's like that. Not valuable enough? Kakashi's voice rose a little higher. The heirs of the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and the Haruno clans are not valuable enough? Are you sure your eyesight is alright? They are perfectly fine. Obito countered. By the way, we really should start working on ideas to take advantage of the surplus of explosive tags we just received from the village. I was wondering if we can make use of my Kamui to rain the explosive tags down on any Kumo teams that will try to ambush our camp. Kakashi did a guy-style thumbs up. The most youthful idea I've heard so far. Let's get working. Chapter 24, Stupid Haku. I love this seal so much, Tabeo. It does make the process of writing mission reports a lot easier. Niji admitted. Should we really take advantage of the copy seal like that? Nei-san. There's no need to question how we use the seal. Hanabi pushed a rubber stamp into her twin's hand. Just use it. Every mission report has a certain template and format to follow regardless of the rank of the mission. It usually comes in a blank form that you have to fill in your particulars. Name, rank, shinobi registration number, for example. Filling those things in the report usually takes up a substantial amount of time, and when you are told to submit more than one copy, which is usually the case, filling in mission reports can be very tedious. So if you keep a spare copy of a blank mission report with only your particulars filled in as a template, and using the copy seal to copy it onto a blank piece of paper, the only thing you would need to fill in are the mission details of the most recent mission you've been on. If you need to submit more than one copy, then all you need to do is to simply copy the completed mission report which you've completed onto another piece of paper that has the copy seal. It saves a lot of time this way. Niji and Hinata had just returned back from the night patrol they did with their teams. Night patrol is a boring job with lots of mission reports to be done and handed in right after. If there's nothing to report, then it's simply filling up your particulars while declaring nothing to report in the other blanks. It's a waste of time doing multiple copies of it if it wasn't for the copy seal. I love this. Stop playing with the copy seal. I chided Naruto, who acts more like a baby with a new favorite toy with how she is copying anything she sees as long as it is written or drawn in ink. The last thing I need is for her to accidentally find a seal that ended up with explosive results while being copied by the copy seal. We haven't stumbled across such a seal yet, and I don't think it will ever happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if Naruto of all people would be the one to do so. Yash! This invention is most useful. It saves so much time on my precious youth that it now burns even brighter than before. Lee. Keep quiet. Tintin grumbled as she scribbled her own mission report, wanting to just get this done as soon as possible. Hannah would love to use this in her clinic. It will definitely make handing out copies of prescriptions a lot faster. Kiba commented as Akamaru snuggled in his lap. Mind giving me one of those rubber stamps? I'm afraid that is not possible, Kiba. Why? I heard from Kurenai-sensei that Hokage-sama is strictly regulating the usage and flow of these rubber stamps because they are currently vital to our war efforts. The design of the copy seal cannot be leaked out so soon. Damn it, Shino. Whose side are you on? On our village's side, obviously. When I first invented this seal, it's done with the purpose of making our lives easier. I certainly didn't think of using it for warfare. I huffed as I lay on a hammock that is tied between two trees. But considering the violent state of the world, I shouldn't be surprised. Hanabi raised a hand to pat me on the shoulder, but seeing that she really isn't looking at where her hand is going, she nearly stabbed me in the eye with her finger instead. Shino had kindly invited us to his clan compound so that we can catch up with our lives, seeing that it is rare for us to meet up at any time. We are currently the shade of the trees in his backyard. Shino had pulled out a large table for Team 8 and Team Dai to fill in their mission reports while we chatted away. Right now, Team 7 and Team 10 are somewhere in the village doing some sort of D-rank mission that helps out in the war efforts. What other cool seals do you have? Kiba asked while writing his mission report. Anything useful to keep us alive if a war breaks out? This is just a prototype for now, but if you guys can help me test it on the field, by all means, go ahead. I lazily handed Kiba and gang a number of sealing tags. These are intent seals. Assuming that it works as I intended to be, they sense negative intent towards you in a 50 feet radius with you as the center. If it lights up, then you know someone out there is out for your head. Cool. Thanks. Kiba pocketed the seals while giving out some of these to the rest. We'll let you know the results if we ever get sent out. Wait. Shino paused in his writing as he turned to look at me. Did Hokage-sama approve the usage of those seals? He didn't say no. Besides, Ka-chan and I already applied it to the detection barrier around Konoha and also on the village's gates with his permission. It probably wouldn't take him long to order a field test of the intent seals on the battlefield. I'm suddenly very glad that you are on our side. Tintin chipped in. Copy seals are lifesavers. I'm of the belief that seals can do almost anything. That's a bold claim to make. Niji said as he looked up from writing his mission report. We're going to find something that you cannot solve with seals. Hanabi added. Bring it! I challenged, because I'm bored. I know Inoichi has my best interests in heart when he told everyone that I'm not allowed to do combat missions or train for more than 3 hours per day, but not being able to do anything interesting to pass the time makes me bored. Seals are my only alternative left. Make us fly. Tintin immediately said. Tu-chan can already do that. Naruto interrupted. Flying is already possible with seals. Damn. How about swimming underground? Kiba asked. What do you want that for? Niji questioned. We already have basic Earth release jutsus for it. Try something else. Bring down the moon. Lee, that's too far. Hanabi shook her head in disapproval. And the moon's pretty. I'd rather it remain up there. Huh, I might really do that someday. I pondered out loud as I looked into the sky. Without the moon, the infinite Tsukuyomi cannot be used, right? I mean, sure, somebody could probably Chibaku Tensei another moon up there in replacement, but forming something as huge as a moon would definitely take a while. All I have to do is to take it down faster than somebody trying to put it up in the sky. Haku, I know what you are thinking, please don't. Hanabi immediately swatted her hand right at my face, which I barely managed to dodge. But Hanabi, I think Lee's idea is most youthful. Yash! Haku-san, let's be eternal rivals. The first one to dash. When I say youthful, I don't mean that part. Are you sure, Hokage-sama? Minato crossed his fingers as he rested his elbows on the table while leaning forward. He and the War Council had been discussing the best way to deal with the ongoing tension between them and Kumo for a while now. Their ANBU had found out that I is trying to convince Inoki into joining their side as well, but the fence-sitter is still deliberating on the issue. Knowing Inoki, he probably is waiting for Konoha and Kumo to fight it out and only enter the picture when both villages have suffered heavy losses in order to reap the maximum benefits. That's just his style. In any case, the moment IWA gets involved too, it definitely will be the start of a world war. Something needs to be done about their conflict with Kumo as soon as possible. Konoha is not afraid of war, but considering their current circumstances, it is best if they do not get themselves involved in one. If they do, they have to end it in the shortest time possible. Kizashi used his life as the price to protect Konoha and left it to him. It's now his job as the Godame Hokage to protect the village. The whole topic of discussion today is about Haku's newly invented copy seal and how to use it to their advantage. Everyone here can see how revolutionary this invention is. The production speed of their explosive tags and storage scrolls had skyrocketed to ridiculous levels, and not even 2 weeks had passed since it was first introduced. Minato cannot help but be proud of Haku. That's his boy. Let's be realistic. Minato spoke up. There's no way the seal design of the copy seal is going to stay confidential for much longer, given how we had decided to use it on such a large scale to increase our supply of explosive tags and storage scrolls. If we want to make full use of our current advantage, it is now. If I make a move, I'm sure I would too. He knows that in his village, nothing short of B or him can stop me. Wherever I go, he will have to be there. Can stop me. Wherever I go, he will have to be there. You want our side to take the initiative, Shikaku stated. That is definitely better than being reactive. I'm planning to take a hostage and force him to sign a peace treaty agreement. Minato's statement earned him many looks of surprise from his war council. That's the quickest way I can think of to stop this from escalating into a real war. I can take Ai in a head-on fight. I had cut off his left arm after all. We have shinobis like Obito, Fugaku, Kushina, Yamato, and even Haku to deal with B. And even then, we have other S-rank shinobis like Kakashi, Dan, Tsunade, Shursui, and Itachi to deal with other possible threats. We can win this if we play our cards right. The only reason why I decided to propose this idea now is because our village needed some time to recover from our losses in the invasion. Konoha had recovered enough for us to make a move, so now is a good time as any. The war council grew silent as everybody took some time to think over their Hokage's words. Such a bold move is risky. One wrong action on their part can possibly result in another world war, something that nobody here is keen on participating. Unexpectedly, Danzo was the one who broke the silence. I agree with Hokage-sama. The aged shinobi stood up from his seat. While Konoha cannot afford to be involved in another world war right now, we shouldn't be afraid of it. Like Hokage-sama said, the resource surplus advantage that the copy seal brings us can only last so long until the other villages steal the design somehow. We need to strike while the iron's hot. I guess sometimes we have to fight if we want our precious peace back, huh? Sum said with a feral grin. I'm in. Hokage-sama. I don't like the risk associated with this bold move. Shikaku stated his thoughts outright. But if you are sure this is the best way out, then I'm with you. The Inoshika-cho are always together. Count us in. Choza said in his booming voice. Soon, each and every person in the room began to voice their agreement. Minato cannot help but let a small smile rest on his face. Did you see this, Kizashi? Your idea of peace through unity. This is it. Thank you. Minato thanked his shinobis from the bottom of his heart. I already have a brief idea of how we are going to do this. The element of surprise is a crucial factor if we want to stop the war even before it happens. Time is of the essence. We will bring the battle to Kumo, but we have to end it even before the week is over if we want to avoid needless bloodshed. Minato's eyes turned cold and sharp as he let his yellow flash persona take over. I want everyone to listen carefully, and if there's anything you think I had missed out in the plan, I want you to voice your opinions. This is important. The peace of our home is at stake. Yes, Hokage-sama. Everyone is going to war? Yes. Hayashi nodded solemnly. The Hyuga clan is currently in an emergency clan meeting with Hayashi briefing us with what we need to know. Everyone that can be present is all gathered here right now. Including me? I asked, because I'm not sure if Inoichi's orders still stand in this scenario. Everyone, especially you. You've been given a very important role due to your expertise in suppressing tailed beasts. Then what about me? Hanabi asked in concern. I'm going out there too, right? I'm now an S-rank dash. No, you are staying here together with Naruto. What? Hanabi exclaimed. Why? I'm better than most shinobis out there dash. Because you are a high-priority target of Kumo and we don't need our Jinchurikis to win us this battle. We cannot lose any of you. Hayashi said in a firm voice. I know you don't like this arrangement. Neither do I. During this period, Kato Dan will act as interim Hokage. You and Naruto will be staying with him for your protection. You will follow his orders and you will not give him any trouble. Am I clear? Oto-sama, I dash. Hanabi. Please. Hanabi looked more than ready to light herself on fire, but she conceded in the end. I understand. Thank you. Hayashi pulled her close to him in a brief hug. We will all come back alive, I promise, so don't worry too much. If you want to join us in the future, then master the abilities of the demon cat within you as soon as possible. I'll try. Hanabi mumbled. Time is of the essence. Hayashi looked back at the clan members gathered in front of him. The advance party will be moving out tonight, followed by the other teams. Get the team assignment list from Hizashi and pack your gear. Bring everything you think you need. The meeting carried on with Hayashi quickly assigning roles and responsibilities to those who will be staying behind in the village to ensure that the clan can still run by itself even with him and Hizashi gone. The meeting didn't last long because we were running on a tight schedule. You are in the advance party. Hanabi told me after we were all dismissed. She handed me a copy of the list and sure enough, my name is listed as a member of the advance party. In fact, I'm the only shinobi in the clan whose name is in the advance party. Niji and Hinata are in the main army who will move out at dawn tomorrow morning. We'll be fine. I've prepared for this possibility. Oda-sama said that you are most likely going to fight B. Hanabi said in worry as she followed me back into my room. This is different from facing Yujito. He has 4 times the number of tails dash. I'm not planning to die. Not anytime soon. If it's B we are talking about, I'm sure my godmother and Obito-sensei will be there with me as well. They are well suited for the job. I cut her off as I began to check my gear and pack anything that I wanted to add at the last minute. Storage seals are the best. I can bring my whole room along to the front lines if I want to. But I won't be there with you. Hanabi raised her voice to nearly a shout. Who knows what kind of stupid things you will end up doing if I'm not there to supervise your stupid ass. I don't have much time left before I meet the advance party at the meeting point. Are you sure you want to spend this last moment with me by engaging in a shouting match? I asked without looking at her, still busy trying to check and pack my gear. While we are moving out tonight, I have to meet the rest of the advance party a few hours in advance so that we can prepare and familiarize ourselves with our mission. I have only about slightly more than an hour left before I have to go. Don't say it like you are not going to return. I'll hate you for life if you don't come back to me. You won't have a chance to hate me. I said as I closed my backpack shut and adjusted the straps accordingly. I told you, I'm not planning to die. I don't like it. I don't like this. Hanabi hissed as she stomped her foot on the floor in frustration. Why am I stuck here while everybody is out there fighting? I don't want to be the one waiting and powerless to do anything to help. I dash. So grow strong. I stopped Hanabi by flicking my finger on her forehead before her thoughts spiraled down to somewhere unreachable. You promised me that you will be SSS rank strong, so that you would never die again. I'm holding you up to that. Hanabi let out a breath and sat down listlessly on the edge of my bed, her head hanging low. I don't like to see her acting like this, but if my godfather deemed that going into battle right now is the best possible choice to make, then I choose to place my trust in him. Even if it means Hanabi doesn't like it. I never like seeing her sad. She deserves to be happy after the kind of shit she has been through in her life. There's nothing much I can do right now, but I can give her something to look forward to while I'm gone. I removed the most precious object I have from my neck and dangled it in front of her eyes. Here. I don't want to accidentally damage it on the battlefield, so hold on to it for me until I get back. Hanabi blinked her eyes. No way. Why is he giving her that? Haku! That's your mother's dash. Precisely why I want you to hold on to it for me. Haku interrupted her before she could go on. The last thing I need is for B to accidentally destroy it when we fight it out. I'm not taking this. Hanabi pushed the pendant away from her. I know how much this means to Dash. Just take it. No! The two of them ended up tussling on his bed, with him trying to forcefully wear it around her neck and her trying to not let him succeed. Unfortunately, she failed. Haku! She shouted at him when she found the pendant worn around her neck. Accepting this pendant from him just gives her a very bad feeling in her gut, like he's not planning to return. Take it back right now. You keep having nightmares whenever I'm not around. At least this way, I'm kind of still with you. Think of it as a good luck charm that wards away nightmares. Haku shrugged without a care in the world. Hanabi cannot find anything to argue back because, well, it's true. She let out an audible sigh of frustration and resignation as she covered her face with her hands. Why is she so useless? She's of no help to anyone right now. Don't eat too many fried dumplings when I'm away. Why would I? Only yours tastes nice and it's not like you will be here to make some for me. Remember to not sleep with your hair wet. Yuki Haku. You are very naggy, you know that? If you know how to take care of yourself, I don't need to be naggy. Haku gave her a pointed look and she stuck her tongue out at him in return. Sheesh, who's taking care of who most of the time? She's not the one who willingly forgoes sleep just to invent a crazy seal to copy things. Her left hand idly fiddled with the pendant around her neck, the one with the Yuki clan symbol etched on it. She doesn't know if she has anything that she can give him while she's not by his side. But, maybe, just maybe, she can give him a fond memory to remember her by. Haku had never been good at dealing with his own emotions. It will take freaking forever if she waits for him to realize his own feelings for her. Hey. What? He asked as he went through his weapon pouch as he sat on the floor, his back facing her. I'm kind of busy right now. Close your eyes. In case you couldn't tell, I really need my eyes open to check if I have enough weapons in my pouch. Close your eyes. She growled as she walked up to face him and wrenched the stupid pouch away from his hands. This is hard enough for her as it is. Fine. He relented and closed his eyes without question. She took a second to look at his face, take in his every features, and did her best to ignore her rising heartbeat and the growing blush on her face. Without further hesitation, she moved forward and pressed her lips to his. His lips felt cool to the touch. It's surprisingly soft. There's a slight salty taste to it and she found herself loving this sensation. She pulled away about 2 seconds later, her cheeks feeling extremely hot. Haku's eyes were wide open in surprise and it looked like he had simply froze in place. That idiot. He should have demanded more. She wouldn't say no to him. She quickly stood back up on her feet and slowly walked backwards away from him towards the door. I'll wait for you. Oh, by the sage, she doesn't even know what she is saying anymore. Her mind's even more scrambled than scrambled egg right now. I don't need an answer from you. I already know what it is. Just don't die. If you do, I will bring you right back and then kick your ass. And don't do anything stupid while I'm not there with you. If you do anything stupid out there, I will kick your ass too. But if YUC can give me interbathetamatage back ARRGH. What am I even saying? Whatever. Just come back or you are going to get hell from me. Bye! She quickly turned around and fled from his room before quickly taking refuge in hers, slamming the door shut behind her. She slid down with her back against the door, curling up upon herself and covering her face with her hands. Her cheeks felt so hot that she wouldn't be surprised if it can cook eggs. Stupid Haku. Stupid, 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 stupid. What possessed her to do that? Arg! She can't even face him when she sees him again. She activated her Byakugan and spotted him still sitting at the same spot in the same position as she left him in. Did he really get frozen? Was that too much for him? His right hand slowly went up to touch his lips. Okay, he's not brain dead yet. That's good. What does this make them now anyway? She knows she loves him and she knows that he loves her, but that idiot somehow doesn't realize it. He is so scared of receiving love for fear of losing it that he long since lost the ability to recognize the emotion of love. If this kiss isn't a big enough clue slamming down on him with the force of a Rasengan, she doesn't know what else she can do anymore. Damn it. That was too embarrassing. She's never going to do something like that again. She remained at her position on the floor, Byakugan still active as she watched him through the walls of their rooms. He left when the time was up, but not before giving a brief look in the direction of her room before disappearing using his ice mirrors. That idiot. At least come over to say goodbye. She almost tore her hair out in frustration and embarrassment as she deactivated her Byakugan. Ugh, she just screwed everything up. What if Haku decided to not talk to her anymore? What if? She fell on her back when the door to her room that she was leaning on suddenly opened. Her sister's face came into view from above, a sly knowing smirk on her face. "Nei-san," she greeted with an audible gulp. She really doesn't like the look on her twin's face right now. It couldn't be, right? We saw everything. You saw nothing. Hanabi stressed. Why on earth is her twin spying on her at the wrong time? Does nobody ever respect the no using their Jutsu rule within their clan compound anymore? Oh wait, she just flouted that rule too. We saw everything. Her cousin poked his head out from behind her sister's shoulder and Hanabi gave an audible groan while covering her face in embarrassment. This is it. Everything's ruined. Of all times her siblings have to spy on her with their clan's dojutsu, it has to be during this time. Please don't tell anyone, especially Oda Dash. By we, Hinata and Niji means us too. She really wanted to just shrivel up and die right now when she heard her father's voice. She could also hear her uncle's chuckles from outside her room. Hanabi Dash. Don't say a word. Please don't say anything. Hanabi curled up on the floor to make herself as small as possible while trying to hide her face from view, stopping her father from saying anything to her. I don't want to hear it. Please go away. Just let me die in embarrassment here. Stupid Haku. She muttered the last two words to herself under her breath. This is all his fault. Stupid Haku. I was about to ask if you would like me to officially put you two in an arranged marriage when he gets back, but I guess it's off the table now. Her father said dryly, earning laughs from the rest of her family. Hanabi can feel her face flushing up again as she curled up even more. Please don't talk about it. We are still too young for marriage. At least Hanabi is not denying any prospects of marriage with Haku and I. Nei-san. Physically, the two of you are of age to be making BA dash. She promptly vacuumed palmed her cousin out of her room even without looking. Don't say anything. I'm going to set the arranged marriage such that the both of you are automatically considered married to each other when you turn 15. Consider yourself now engaged to him. You are joking. She sat up in shock upon hearing her father's words. He wouldn't. Haku will kill her. Of course, if any of you wants to back out, I'm not going to refuse, but I don't think the both of you would do anything like that. Otu-sama. You are joking, right? Her father simply pretended not to hear her as he looked at the ceiling and hummed a merry tune under his breath. He has to be joking. Her father never hums a tune. Yeah, he's just joking. Haku and I wouldn't be against it. He loves Hanabi too much. Hinata nodded along with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Is no one on her side? You think we don't know that the two of you are already sleeping in the same room every night? Her uncle laughed out loud. The entire clan knew about it a long time ago. Go away. Hanabi groaned as she buried her face in her hands. She should have known. There's no way anyone actually adhered to the clan's rules on using their dojutsu in the compound. There's no privacy here. Damn it, she really needs to get Haku on drawing up some privacy seals when he gets back. Surely he can invent something like that. Wait, didn't Crow's ANBU mask have such a seal to prevent the Byakugan from seeing through it? Would he give her a copy of the seal if she asked him the next time she sees him? Nope. We are all going to make full use of this chance to tease you for as long as we can because Haku and I is no fun at all. Hinata poked at her with a finger, that sly smirk still on her face. Damn it, why is her twin so damn perceptive when it comes to her? Don't you guys have packing or preparation to do? Shoo! Get out. Already done that. We are planning to spend some family time together until we have to gather for deployment. Niji answered smoothly. Never thought we would stumble across that scene. Erf. Hanabi made another noise of frustration at the reminder as she threw pillows at them. Fine. Do whatever you like. Laugh all you want. Arg! Damn it! Her family's laughter only grew even louder. Stupid Haku. Chapter 25, Calm Before the Storm. There's about half an hour more to the time set where the advance party is supposed to meet up here in his office. He had done all he could to prepare Konoha for the next big war. Minato sighed as he took a break from reading through the scrolls spread out on his desk. There are still far too many uncertain elements in his plan for anyone to be comfortable, but that's war for you. Nothing is certain. Still, he has confidence that this is the best plan that he and his fellow shinobis had come up with so far. Now, all that is left is to execute it. He let a smile rest on his face as he felt a familiar chakra signature quickly closing in on his location. Even without looking, he used his right hand to slide open the window behind his Hokage desk. A second later, an ice mirror appeared in front of his desk. In it is the reflection of his godson. He slowly stepped out of it, the ice mirror disappearing into thin air as he did so. You are here early. Minato commented with a smile on his face. There's still half an hour left. I figured that since the meeting point stated was in your office and I felt no other chakra signatures in here other than yours, I should come over and talk to you for a bit before setting off. Haku stated as he slid his backpack off his shoulders and placed it on the floor. Who knows when the next time where we can talk again will be. Actually, I'm part of the advance party too. Minato revealed. So is Kushina. As if right on cue, the door to his office opened. Minato! I thought I felt Haku. Kushina exclaimed in delight as she entered his office, already dressed in her shinobi gear. I knew I wasn't imagining things when I felt your chakra here. Both of you are in the advance party? Yup. Kushina said with a large grin. This is going to be fun, Tebane. I beg to differ. Don't be such a spoilsport. Kushina half-whined as she strong-armed Haku and tried to give him a noogie, only for him to shunshin himself away from her and place himself behind the chair Minato is sitting on. Haku! What kind of seal array is that? It's very complicated. Haku quickly diverted the topic as he pointed to the scroll that Minato was reading just half a minute ago. The Edo Tensei. Minato replied truthfully as he sent a smirk at Haku, pretending to not notice his attempt in escaping Kushina's clutches. Interested? You are using it on the field? Haku exclaimed in shock. It's just a possibility. Minato admitted. Every single thing you see here is what my ANBU found when they ransacked Orochimaru's known hideouts in Oto immediately after the invasion. Seeing Haku's slightly confused expression, Minato began to explain. Oto may have nothing much of value to offer, but Orochimaru is Konoha's missing nin. He had stolen and hoarded numerous Konoha forbidden techniques that we absolutely cannot let fall into enemies' hands. After Kazashi killed him, Oto is no longer that much of a threat, but the value of his hoarded jutsus and research data is something any village will want to get their hands on. One of the first things we did right after the invasion was to send a team of ANBU to retrieve or destroy what they can from Orochimaru's hideouts after Kazashi had killed him. And considering Oto is relatively nearer to Kumo, geographically wise, it seems a wise decision to clear Orochimaru's hideouts of his research data and recorded jutsus before Kumo was reminded about what Orochimaru could have hidden in his den. Haku caught on quickly. If Kumo happened to get their hands on Edo Tensei by stealing it from one of Orochimaru's hideouts, things will go very bad for us. Kushina stated factually with her hands on her hips. So, want to have a look? Minato mischievously dangled the scroll detailing Orochimaru's improved version of the Edo Tensei in front of Haku. Can I? Are you doubting the words of your Hokage? Do I hold such little authority as the village's leader in your eyes? Haku rolled his eyes and promptly took the scroll offered. His eyes immediately quickly read through what was on the scroll. Thoughts? Minato asked like how he usually did when he taught Haku during their lessons. Haku is a bright child. He may not be as capable as him or Kushina when it comes to inventing a whole new seal from scratch, but he does have a knack for modifying existing seals to serve a whole new purpose. That copy seal of his says it all. Theory-wise, the seal work involved is not that hard to understand, even if the part on souls and the pure world still eludes me. Haku admitted. But what fascinates me more is the control seal used to control the resurrected soul. It allows the user to control the resurrected shinobi simply by implanting the seal in their brain. Imagine if we could do it to live people instead of zombies. That just got dark all of a sudden. Kushina remarked with a look of surprise. Haku, you alright? This whole jutsu is morbid in the first place. Haku retorted as he waved the scroll in his hand at them. But seriously, think about it, the application of this controlled seal the Nine-Aim invented. Part of why the Edo Tensei is so scary is because the user can opt to gain full control of the resurrected soul whenever he wishes. There's no backlash because of the seal, the user doesn't need to worry about the souls betraying him. I admit the Nine-Aim's findings on souls and the pure world are groundbreaking, but seals-wise, the control seal he invented is the revolutionary one. Why do you suggest using the control seal on live people? Minato asked in curiosity. And if so, how would you apply it? The seals can be implanted into the brain of the resurrected souls because their physical bodies are technically made of dust and ash, but it's different for living people. You would kill them even before you can implant it into them. I'm saying this because Konoha is now at a clear disadvantage in this international conflict with Kumo. Even the children on the streets can see that. Haku got straight to the point. Yes, we have the most number of S-rank shinobis among the big five, but troops-wise, Kumo has the clear numerical advantage. And what if IWA joins in? I'm very sure IWA still holds immense hatred for Konoha due to the Third War. Our two Jinchurikis are not ready. If IWA and Kumo join forces, we will be facing 3 of those chakra monsters. We need a way to boost our numbers, fast. And using it on living people will help because... I mean we can use it on whatever Kumo or Oto shinobis that are unlucky enough to be caught by us. Haku said in a flat voice. To win a fight as fast as possible, the key is to take away the enemy's will to fight as quickly as you can. Turning their own allies against them will do that. Imagine if your enemies become your puppets, imagine a puppet army made up of living humans. Your enemies cannot cut them down easily, because the people they are facing are their loved ones who are still alive. If we can capitalize on Dash. Haku. Minato said in a warning tone. That's a dangerous territory you are treading on there. There are limits that we few Jutsu users should never venture to. Then explain this. Haku held up the Edo Tensei scroll for the two of them to see. I don't see anybody giving Senju Tobarama shit for inventing this piece of genius crap despite the immorality of it. Why? Is it because he is a Senju? Need I remind everyone that this Jutsu, his very own creation, was the one that very recently took the life of our third Hokage? Trust me, the Night Aim got a lot of criticism from the village itself for inventing the Edo Tensei. The only reason people accepted it back then was because at that time, Konoha was just founded and we had many enemies. We were too weak and unstable back then, which was why the village needed a Jutsu like that. Once our crisis was resolved, the Night Aim sealed the Edo Tensei and it was never seen or heard again until Orochimaru stole it. Minato explained as he tried his best to dissuade his godson from modifying the existing Edo Tensei. He is sure that somehow, given enough time, Haku will be able to find some way to turn his vision of using the control seal to control living people if he is motivated enough to do so. However, that is not something he wishes to see him do. If Haku can really control living people as easily as how Orochimaru controlled their deceased first and second Hokage, then not just the whole world will fear him, even Konoha's populace will fear him. That will not bode well for him considering his already shaky position in the village. Nobody would want to be someone else's helpless puppet the moment a seal is slapped onto him with no way to remove it. The whole world will be really against Haku if he really made his idea a reality. There's no way he can protect his son like that, even if he is now Hokage. If I recall correctly, your Flying Thunder God was also invented by the second Hokage. Yes. You used it to massacre at least 1,000 shinobis from IWA in the Third War, bringing the war to a close. Your deed was one of the deciding factors to push Inoki to accept the peace treaty Konoha offered. That is true. Is the Flying Thunder God not as deadly as the Edo Tensei? Which jutsu killed more, Edo Tensei or the Flying Thunder God? Haku questioned. I don't see a damn difference in the circumstances from when the Night Aim first used the Edo Tensei to protect the village, to when you used the Flying Thunder God to massacre Iwa's force, and our current situation. Face it. We are currently in war, Tuchan, and of all times you are telling me to steer away from exploring the limits of seals because of morality issues, it is now? Are you even hearing yourself? If the person doing the Edo Tensei, or controlling living people through seals like what you proposed, is you, then I will not allow it. Minato put his foot down sternly. Firstly, this will garner you unnecessary international attention simply because of the potential chaos your idea may present to the world. Secondly, your position in the village is already shaky as it is. For your sake and everyone else's, it's best that we don't make it worse. Do I look like I care about the 99% of the village's population that I don't know or don't care about? But we do! Minato snapped back. People do irrational and stupid things when they are in fear. We don't want them to be in fear of you. We don't want you to get yourself harmed by our own comrades, simply because they fear what you can do. Look at Orochimaru. He's a byproduct of that fear, and it was what encouraged him to drive himself out of the village and become one of our worst criminals. You blew everyone's expectations away when you grew too strong, too fast. While we are proud of your achievements as a fellow shinobi of Konoha, many others don't see it the same way because they don't know you. All they know about you is a genin who risked the safety of the village to save one girl by unleashing a tailed beast into the village. Just help me help you to protect you, damn it. Minato dragged a tired palm across his face. He instantly regretted that outburst the moment the words left his mouth. The accumulated stress of suddenly finding himself becoming Hokage, the war, and his family must be taking his toll on him. Alright, I'm cutting this argument off right here. Kushina stepped in with a firm voice. Haku, leading your idea of using the control seal of the Edo Tensei on living people aside, it is hard for Minato to even convince the dissenters of letting you remain as a shinobi of Konoha. If it wasn't for your powers and the current circumstances, the village is and you wouldn't be let off so easily. Also, like Minato said, there are areas which we seal practitioners should never venture. Grandma Mito was very unhappy about the Night Aim's Edo Tensei, that much I know. She gave him a lot of flack for it. Sorry. Haku apologized. But I really don't want to see anybody that I care about die in front of me. If by damning our enemies means a higher chance of us all returning back alive, I would do it in a heartbeat. I apologize too, Minato said sincerely. I shouldn't have snapped at you, but my point still stands. Then all is well. Kushina clapped her hands happily before forcefully ruffling his hair. Don't worry too much, Haku. Minato and I are both S-rank shinobis, it takes a lot to put us down. And if anybody dares to hurt you, they have to face me first, Tebane. It's a mother's job to protect her children no matter what. Please don't say no matter what. I don't want to hear that. I rather you live. Haku muttered darkly, the temperature in the room dipping a little as he said that. Let's not talk about those bad things that might not even happen. Minato tried to lighten the mood as he tossed a book at Haku, which he caught on reflex. This is Orochimaru's journal. Minato supplied helpfully. It is riddled with seals after seals though. Konoha is in no rush to find out what is written in it because, well, we have more urgent things to do right now and the seals on it will give even me and Kushina a very hard time. I decided that I might as well leave it up to you to crack it in your spare time. Consider it as a test to see how far you had really gone in the sealing arts. I see, this ought to be fun. Minato smiled when he saw that faint twinkle of interest in his son's eyes. Haku had always loved challenges like these. What's your view on this upcoming war? Minato asked his son as the family of three, excluding Naruto for the moment because she isn't here. His son always does have some great insight in things that people tend to miss. He could go far as a shinobi. His strength and mind is something that can possibly make him a Kage one day, if he does want to be one. If only he could get accepted by the village. From what I'm allowed to know and what I overheard in the clan compound, Kumo supposedly bullied the smaller countries around it, like the Land of Frost and the Land of Hot Springs, to play a part in this war as well, yes? Upon hearing his son's question, Minato nodded. Haku continued talking after seeing his response. Those two smaller countries don't have much of an army in the first place, they probably are playing an active role in this conflict. Most likely, I use Kumo's status as a Big Five to force them to give his troops entry so that Kumo can cross their borders to reach the Land of Fire. Maybe he would bully them to provide Kumo's troop supplies as well, that I'm not too sure, but it won't come as a surprise to me. I checked around while I was cooped up at home, and after some digging, I feel that I is making such a big effort to fuel this conflict because this is the best way for Kumo to flourish. It is in Kumo's best interests to spark the fear of the bigger nations among the smaller ones. Take Frost and Hot Springs for example. If a wave breaks out, they have to find support from Kumo because they are neighbors. If not Kumo, then who? Kumo benefits from this if those two keep relying on Kumo to protect them. It is in Kumo's best interests to keep this conflict going because their economy runs a lot more smoothly if everybody keeps fighting without rest. I told you before, Tuchan, this world is wrong if it is run by spilling the blood of others. Shinobis are always the one who ruin everything. This economy is not sustainable. This is why we will never have peace. Minato sighed. It is a splendid observation on Haku's part, but his son's animosity towards shinobis is still something he wishes he can help reduce or eliminate. Then again, this insight alone tells him enough that given time, Haku might have what it takes to be a leader on the level of a Kage. He has an eye for things, for cause and effect. Naruto wants to be Hokage, and while he has no doubts that his daughter can achieve her dreams someday, she cannot do it alone. She needs people by her side, like how he was by Kazashi's side. He knows Haku will sooner leave the village than to be Hokage, but he feels that Haku will make a great advisor to Naruto. His practicality and pessimism will balance out Naruto's idealism and optimism. Dark and light. It's a little like how Danzo and Hiruzen used to work together. It's a perfect balance. Now all he has to do for his son is to get him to be truly accepted by Konoha. This war is not something he likes, but it may be an opportunity for Haku to redeem himself in the eyes of the populace. A person's will and worth is forged through fire, through blood, sweat, and tears. It is something every S-rank shinobi will have to go through to get there. He cannot explain why he felt this way, but he just knows that this war is Haku's trial by fire. Minato let out a mental sigh. He knows casualties are inevitable in this coming conflict, but hopefully, this time, the only people who has to pay any form of price is Kumo. He already lost his best friend. He doesn't know what he will do if he loses someone else close to him again. The advance party is really advanced. Thank you for being on time. My godfather addressed us as we kneeled in front of him. Like us, he is also in the advance party. I don't know if we are here to act as his guards or if the mission assigned to the advance party is so important that the Hokage himself has to be here. Given what I know in this world and about Canon, I recognized every single shinobi gathered here. All of them are powerful in their own right. Yamanaka Fu, who is definitely ANBU board given that they both exude identical chakra. Aburan Torian, also another canon character, and like Fu, weren't they both from Root? Is Root still a thing here? I see Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku. I see my godmother and Rin. I also spotted Yamato. I'm definitely the youngest in the group. The 9 of us make up the advance party. We are a team of shinobis who are at least A or S rank in strength. This lineup is probably one of the strongest and most balanced lineups Konoha can currently muster. Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju. Combined with my skill set, it's not hard to imagine what our mission will be. I'm very sure that we will be the ones to face B. Per protocol, we quickly checked through our gear one last time as a team. After that, my godfather quickly briefed us about our mission. Our intelligence division had purposely leaked news of our Hokage personally going to war and the location which he is going to be at. Given what they know of Ice personality, there's a high chance that he too will move to intercept my godfather. Our objective is to end the tension between Konoha and Kumo within a week at the longest. The way we are going about it is to capture I. If we can do that, the probability of a world war happening will lessen drastically because Konoha would have proved that the invasion had not weakened it in the slightest. The status quo between the villages is still the same. Hence, picking a fight with us through a war will not result in favorable consequences for anyone. If we meet this objective, we would win ourselves a deterrence through a display of strength. War can then be possibly averted. For this mission, me, my godmother, Yamato, and the Uchiha duo are in charge of putting B down. Obito will be there to assist us as well. My godfather, Rin, and the Root duo will fight the Raikage. The 3 of them are his guards. We will make our move by bombing the largest Kumo troops stationed nearest to force I to come out. Our Hokage will personally make a show out of it. If I is already there at the border, then all the better. We will simply capture him to end this conflict immediately. I don't know if this means the start of a 4th Shinobi World War, but it's not my place to question. My godfather is planning to swiftly end the war even before it starts by catching I prisoner, thereby forcing his troops to retreat and then forcing him to sign a peace treaty. If we take out another significant portion of his forces while we are at it, that's fine too. They have invaded Konoha, so we will do something similar in kind to send the world a message that Konoha is not to be trifled with. Anyone who wants to hurt us will have to be prepared to get hurt in return. Suna had pledged their support, but frankly, nobody is expecting anything out of them. Everyone is simply going to assume that we are on our own. IWA didn't make any official stand on their position, but another battalion where Guy and Asuma are currently stationed is watching them. If things go south, they are our backup. Our main army will move out from the village at dawn tomorrow and they will separate themselves into 2 groups. A portion will join Guy's battalion, a larger one will move to Obito's battalion. Already, all existing troops that were near Obito's battalion had convened at his location to form a division. All of this is purposely made clear for the world to see so that the news will reach I's ears. The more convinced I is that Minato is going to personally launch a full-scale attack on Kumo and is going to the front lines, which is the border of the fire country, the higher the probability of I appearing on the battlefield as well. In short, Minato is making himself the bait to lure I out. News of the copy seal allowing Konoha to drastically increase production of their explosive tags and sealing scrolls had also been purposely leaked out little by little to give I a sense of urgency that if he wants to win a fight against Konoha, he can do only two things. The first is to stop us before we accumulate too much war resources in the form of exploding tags and sealing scrolls, all thanks to the invention of my copy seal. That means that I will have to fire the first shot. That means that he will also have to go to the front lines. The second is to wait it out until his village manages to steal the seal design of the copy seal somehow, which in my opinion is just a matter of time, but given Ai's character, he probably won't give Konoha any more time to prepare. In my godfather's opinion, I will definitely choose to act first the moment he heard about the copy seal. And if news of Konoha's yellow flash suddenly choosing to head to the front lines reached Ai's ears, I will make a move. And if I makes a move, I'm sure Darui will be there. Darui better pray that he will never meet me on the battlefield. I made damn sure to prepare against his slew of lightning techniques given what I know about his abilities. In another life, I might have liked him as a character. Here, I won't hesitate to murder him in the most painful way possible. Reaching the battlefield was easy. Minato teleported us into a tent where Obito and Kakashi were waiting for us. Obito gave my godfather a rundown on what happened here so far, which is nothing much since nobody fired the first shot yet. We were soon dismissed so that we could take a short break to prepare for the big battle ahead. My obnoxious sensei wasted no time in trying to annoy me the moment we were dismissed. My dear Haku-chan. Miss your dear sensei? No. Come on. Don't be so cold. Rin let out a laugh as she joined us. My godparents are discussing something within the tent, so we left to give them some privacy. We soon joined the Uchiha father-son pair at a corner of the encampment, sitting ourselves around a campfire. I don't know where the rude duo and Yamato had disappeared to. Night had fallen and the sun had just set, but that doesn't mean we can relax. Nighttime is always the most dangerous period out in the field. Fugaku-sama, you here too? Yo, Tachikun. How's Shursui and Izumi? So those two Uchihas do exist. They are well, thank you for asking. Itachi replied in a monotonous tone while Fugaku simply replied with the Uchiha grunt. I heard you and Rin-san are. Yep. Obito gave a large grin that stretched from ear to ear. Rin's face flushed a mild red as she shyly held his hand. Wait a minute. Why are they acting like that? They look like. Are they really going to? Oh, they totally are. Sensei. You didn't bother to inform any of us about this? I kind of forget. Don't expect any gifts from us then. Hey. It's an honest mistake. Honest mistake, I swear. I gave my sensei the flattest look I have while munching on my fruit bar. Fugaku actually deigned us worthy of a snort. Miracle. When is it? I asked Rin instead, choosing to ignore Obito entirely. After the war. Rin smiled back at me. We are planning to get married after the war. Congratulations. I congratulated them sincerely. But considering it's sensei you are marrying to, you still have some time to back out from this if you have any doubts. Are you sure you want to marry a man-child? Haku-chan. Don't sabotage your dear sensei. Sasuke told me that you invented a seal that can alter one's perception of reality. Itachi saved Obito when he interrupted the conversation. Come to think of it, the perception seal's capabilities sound a lot like what the Tsukuyomi can do. No wonder he's interested. But if Shursui is still alive, did this Itachi unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan? Maybe he doesn't even have it. Does he? To be more precise, it's a seal array. But yes, I call it the perception seal because it can hijack and control how your target's mind interprets reality. I answered Itachi's question after some thought. Sitting right before me here is Kishimoto's interpretation of the perfect shinobi. Itachi is the embodiment of what Kishimoto thinks being a shinobi is all about, to give his all to the village from the shadows without asking anything in return. Despite Canon Itachi's poor choices when it comes to Canon Sasuke, I can respect the dedication he has to the village. Like a Jinjutsu. Fugaku commented. Some of our clansmen who are masters of the Sharingan can do something similar through visual Jinjutsu. You did it with seals. It's not feasible for combat. I downplayed the abilities of my perception seal in case the prideful Uchihas felt threatened by my perception seal for whatever stupid reasons. Clan politics are a headache and a half, and I really don't want to get involved. It's not like my perception seal has anything on their precious Tsukuyomi or Kotoema Tsukumi. It's not at that level even if it sounds like it. The perception seal only works if the target cannot remove the seals you stick on them, and even then, you have to control them using a complex seal array. That's why I only tested it out for interrogation purposes in the TNI. You don't have the luxury of time in using it on the battlefield. It's too cumbersome. You did what now, Haku-chan? Obito-sensei ruffled my hair roughly, which earned him a glare from me. What kind of crazy things were you up to when poor old me got posted to this wasteland? Did you and Nabi-chan do any hanky-panky WOH? I sent spikes of ice after him as per usual, cutting him off. I don't want to think about what she last did to me right now. I'm not ready to deal with it yet. Did I hit a nail on the head? Obito gasped exaggeratedly. Wait, ASEC, did you and Nabi-chan dash? The surrounding temperature dropped drastically, prompting my sensei to keep his mouth shut. Finally, Kushina appeared from within the tent. She looked at Obito, who had climbed up a nearby tree to escape my wrath, then at the surrounding frost around us. She decided to ignore it. Wise choice. I will be leading the Hachibi suppression squad. Where's Yamato? On cue, a figure emerged from within a tree near us. Sorry, Kushina-sama. Kakashi-senpai called me over to help him with a few things. It's fine. Build us something to sleep in, Yamato. I will go through our plans to deal with BU while we are at it. Obito, stop being a child and get down here. A wooden hut big enough for the 6 of us to fit in comfortably sprang up from the ground. Rin had excused herself since she is not part of the suppression squad. Now that we have Obito with us, things are going to be different. Kushina got straight into the heart of the topic as we gathered around her. She had stuck a light seal above her to act as a light source so we can all see each other in the dark. When Obito and I fought against B during the invasion, we realized that while Jinjutsus are a good way to make him take a brief pause, it never really worked. The Hachibi within B simply breaks him out of any Jinjutsu. In any case, Jinjutsus are still a must because no matter how short, it still takes time for B to release himself from a high-level Jinjutsu. Fugaku, Itachi, I leave the Jinjutsu part to both of you. Kushina then turned to Yamato and I. In his fully transformed state, B's tails are extremely dangerous. Yamato and I are going to focus on restraining his tails with my chains and his wood. Haku, I need you to fully explain the snow thing you did during the invasion. I don't think you have told me about it yet, and I want to be absolutely clear about your current abilities before I can draft up a complete plan. Ice Release Forbidden Art, Haiten Hayakaso. That is the name of the technique. I promptly explained my forbidden jutsu as my godmother asked. Anybody who I deem an enemy and who comes into contact with my snow will have ice flowers blooming on their body. These flowers grow by absorbing their chakra. Think of it as a very chakra-hungry leech. It will only stop growing when there is no more chakra to feed on. If my chakra reserves get low, I can always reabsorb the ice formed by this jutsu to replenish any chakra lost. Crazy jutsu you have there, but I like it. It's perfect against chakra monsters like B. Kushina grinned. Alright, you are in charge of making sure your snow keeps falling on him and Kumo's troops. It will wear them out way faster. Obito, you are in charge of making sure B's annoying-tailed beast ball never hits anything. Of course, the best situation will be that we can suppress B even before he can transform, but I doubt B will give us that chance. I heard he's a skilled Kenjutsu user, Itachi stated. He is. Kushina nodded in affirmation. He's very scarily good with those pointy things. Avoid going close if possible. None of us are that good at close combat as compared to him. If it comes down to it, I have a jutsu called the Amaterasu. It summons eternal black flames that will not stop burning until the target is destroyed. It cannot be extinguished and it doesn't differentiate friends from foe, so refrain from touching it. Fugaku spoke up. It also puts a heavy strain on my eyes, so I would like to leave it as a last resort, but it is always an option. If push comes to shove, I have the Susanoo. Obito added. But yeah, it does place a very heavy strain on the eyes and my body too. If Susanoo fails, I'm very much a liability. Susanoo? Yamato asked curiously. Some sort of fire release? No. Susanoo summons a giant chakra avatar to fight for you. It's a secret Uchiha jutsu that only a few in our clan's history ever managed to use its full form, let alone master it. Fugaku shook his head as he explained. The price to use it is the user's gradual descent to blindness, although Obito had circumvented it to a certain extent. Still, that kind of jutsu is really a last resort. It is not something to be used casually. If you need anything big, I have a jutsu called the Kakujo Tenjin Nyo. It allows me to create a giant warrior made of ice. It's chakra costly, but at least there's no other side effects. I cannot do anything as impressive with the wood release, but I should be able to create a few wood golems if you guys need anything big. Yamato offered. Then there we have it. Kushina wrapped up the meeting. Remember, the whole point of this hubbub is to capture I. We don't really need to defeat B, we just have to hold him long enough for Minato to capture I and force him to agree to withdraw his troops and to end this stupid standoff. IWA probably won't want to get involved with this mess, and even Shikaka thinks that the odds of them joining are low, so don't worry too much. The 6 of us are more than capable of bringing B down. Kushina stood up and dusted her hands. Alright, that's it for today. Catch some rest, we will be sieging the Kumonins in 3 hours. Until then, get some sleep. We will all need it. After we acknowledged her words, my godmother walked out of the wooden hut, presumably to talk to my godfather. Each of the members of the suppression squad began to find a spot to lay down and rest for the night. I picked a corner and lay on the floor as I closed my eyes. I'll wait for you. No. Not now. I have no idea what to think about it and how to reply to her. I don't need an answer from you. I already know what it is. Stupid brain of mine. Just don't die. I won't. But if YUC can give me an answer back dash. Didn't she say that she already knows what my answer is? My right hand reached out to the empty spot where my mother's pendant used to hang around my neck. It's with her now. That's my answer. Chapter 26 Moments Before Chaos. Haku-chan, wakey wakey. Can you not wake me up using such a disgusting tone? I grumbled as I slapped away Obito's offending finger in his attempt to poke my cheek. I sat upright and briefly estimated the time of day by looking at the color of the sky. It's still dark. How long have I slept? Slightly over 2 hours. Obito replied cheerfully. Thought you would like to wake up earlier to warm up before heading in for the big fight. Ain't I a thoughtful sensei? Yes, whatever you say. I replied as I stood up and gave a brief glance in the wooden hut. Seems like I'm the last one to wake up. Nobody else is here. Is there anything I need to help out with? Well, not necessarily, but I was on my way to help Sensei deliver a secret written order to the logistics department. Obito hummed as he took out a scroll from his pouch. Why? Interested? It's better than sitting around and doing nothing, and I do want to get the sleepiness out of my body. Might as well familiarize myself with the layout of the camp while we are at it. I said as I took the scroll from my sensei's hands and put it in my pouch instead. My Haku-chan has become such a dependable shinobi, you grow up too fast. My annoying sensei began to mock weep as he began to wipe away the non-existent tears that are supposed to stream down his cheeks. I simply ignored him as I walked out of the wooden hut. Now, which tent belongs to the logistics department? It's you. A boy my age looked at me with disdain. I recognized him after a few seconds of thought. Wasn't he in my year at the academy? Like me, he's one of those who graduated with the rookie 15. What was his name again? Raisho. I greeted him. Ah, that's his name. I remember now, he used to be one of Tai's lackeys. That explains the animosity. Humph, don't act all chummy with me. Raisho scoffed as he got back to work and moved boxes of supplies in the large tent he was in. What are you here for? Kunais? Shurikens? What? I'm here to deliver an order from command to whoever is in charge here. I responded as I took out the scroll that I offered to help deliver. Just point me in his or her direction and I'll be on my way. Junichi-san isn't here right now, but he usually isn't gone for long. Raisho replied in a gruff voice. Heard you became some big shot during the invasion. Took on Suna's Jinchuriki in the third stage of the exams, fought the fucking flaming cat and sealed it in the Hyuga. How much of it is true? I don't know what you heard, but yes, I did what you just mentioned. I said as I made myself comfortable by sitting on the top of one of the wooden boxes that he is not moving. I don't know who Junichi is, but I should at least wait until he returns. The order that I am supposed to deliver to him is probably important and it is best to deliver to him personally. Fuck you then. Because of you, my sister and I no longer have our apartment. Got destroyed when the cat went ballistic when you tried to do your shit on it. Oh, that happened? Sorry. I didn't really mean it because I couldn't be bothered. Still, I should at least apologize out of basic courtesy. I don't give a rat's ass about your apology, outsider. Raisho sneered. I have no fucking clue how the fuck the village didn't execute you for your traitorous behavior, but I'm willing to bet that broken bloodline of yours is the reason. Fucking hell, who on earth thought that an outsider will actually care about Konoha and fight for our will of fire? Look what happened, he fucking released a tailed beast into Konoha. I didn't bother to make a reply, but Raisho seemed to take this as a cue to continue his rant. Our oh so very precious ice release, the one and only in Konoha. If somebody like me were to do what you did, I would have been off by the village for threatening her well-being a long time ago. Why? Because orphans like me are disposable. Look at me now, a genin doing grunt work. Logistics department. The place where cannon fodders gather. Technically speaking, he's not wrong. This is the harsh truth of a shinobi village. You're lucky we are at war now. The village needs every kind of power she needs and you happen to be one of them. That's the only reason why you are kept alive. And you know what is going to happen to you once this war is over, assuming you are still alive? The village will whore you out, pimp you with a fuck ton of women to build a Yuki clan in Konoha. That Hyuga is on your team, isn't she? She's definitely the first person the village will whore to you dash. I froze him into an iceberg, only leaving his head untouched so that he could breathe. I don't have the patience for this and I will not stand anyone insulting her. You can throw insults at me all day long and I won't even care, but direct that to her and I won't hesitate to kill you. See? This just proves my damn point, outsider. Raisho wheezed with a deranged grin. No matter what you do, Konoha just won't kill you, because you are lucky enough to have a unique Kekkei Jinkai. But you know what? The moment the whores they send you start popping little Yukis left and right, you will no longer be as important to the village. Just wait for it, outsider. When the day comes where you are no longer the only one in the village to have the ice release, they will find a convenient excuse to remove you. Nobody wants an unstable and unloyal shinobi in their ranks, outsider. Your little Yukis will be true Konoha shinobis, but never you. You never belonged here, Kiri scum. I'll never acknowledge an outsider like you. Nobody will. Good thing I don't need your acknowledgement then. Don't need my acknowledgement? Raisho gritted his teeth before shouting at me. Who do you think you are, Kiri scum? You think you are some big fuck because you can create fucking ice cubes? You are only as valuable as the rarity of your stupid ice release. Konoha doesn't need shit stains like you who jeopardize the safety of the village for shit and giggles. Do you know how close my sister was to dying when you released the fucking cat in the village? Do you? She lost a leg to escape from your stupid move. A damn leg, Yuki. You give her leg back. Give it back. Shit's like you should be executed for treason. Whore you out like a freaking prize stallion so that we can mold little Yukis who will have absolute loyalty to the village. Konoha doesn't need inconsiderate bastards like you. I hope you go and die in our war against Kumo, bastard. Hurry up and die already. Is that it? I asked when Raisho paused to catch his breath. Oh hell no. I'm not done with you yet, you fucking ice bastard. You destroyed my damn house that I worked so hard to get for my sister and I. Do you know how shitty it is to sleep without a roof over our heads, huh? Do you know how hard I worked to get ourselves a damn house? Of course you don't. You live comfortably with the Hyugas in the fucking big mansion. What do you know about poverty? You don't know a damn thing we have to go through. The kind of shitty life we have to go through because we're not lucky enough to be born into a rich family or possess a stupid Kekkei Genkai. So get out of my damn sight, outsider. You bring nothing but bad luck to the village. You think I'm the only one who thinks this way? Go out and ask around. Find out for yourself how many of our people you nearly killed for that stupid stunt. Who is more important, your sister or the village? I asked, trying my best not to kill him straight away. Huh? Don't you dare dodge my question, Yuki bastard. You better pray that I would never get stronger than you, or the first thing I'll do dash. Your sister or the village, which is more important to you? Fuck dash. Answer. I let out a little of my killing intent to give him some pressure. If your sister is dying right now and the only way to save her is to sacrifice the villagers, who would you choose to save? Your sister, or the villagers? I'll find a fucking way to do both. Alas, reality is often disappointing. Even someone as strong as Hatake Sakumo did have to make a choice, didn't he? He chose his comrades over the village. I chose Hanabi over the village. So what about you? You are a loyal shinobi of Kanadakur, aren't you? So you would choose the village over your sister? There's no way I'm gonna sacrifice my sister. I fucking told you, I'll find a way to do both. And yet here you are, a lowly Jinin who I can kill at any moment with just a thought. Are you sure you can live up to your claim? If your sister is dying by my feet right now, I'm pretty sure you would not be as loud. Shall I test it out the moment we return back to Konoha? For a moment, Reisho's facial expression is one of fear. Listen, Kiri scum. If you dare touch her dash. But the village won't execute me no matter what I do, that's what you told me. What does it matter if I kill a nameless civilian? As long as I work for the village, I'm sure they are more than willing to turn a few blind eyes towards some of my traitorous behavior. I did get away for releasing a tailed beast into Konoha. You dash. So, what is it? I pressed on. Come on, don't bore me. At this rate, I might really go and find out for myself who your little sister really is and do whatever. Yuki-san. I suggest you release him. Our eyes shifted to where that voice sounded from. Uchiha Itachi entered the tent, Sharingan already activated. When he saw that I did nothing that suggested I would release Raisho from my ice anytime soon, he called my name once more. Yuki-san. Recognizing a way out when I see one, I reluctantly let Raisho go. Why are you here, Itachi-san? I got word that you are here to find Junichi-san, who is currently at the opposite end of the camp. I'm simply here to redirect you to him. I see. Thank you. I replied as I made my way to exit this stupid place. Like hell, Itachi will come all the way here to inform me that the Junichi guy isn't here. Someone of his rank and status has no need to do such a thing. Whatever, I will take a way out when offered one. I don't want to go back and forth with the idiot that is Raisho. I was about to take my leave when I turned back to face Raisho. Trust is a two-way street, so is understanding and pain. It's true that I will never understand what you and your sister went through because I didn't experience what you did, but don't presume that you understand my pain as well, because you never went through what I've experienced. When the day comes when you are forced to make a choice, you will realize that your words now don't matter. Right now, you already know what you would do if such a dilemma were to present itself. You just don't want to face it and acknowledge it, the harsh and dark truth that is buried in your heart. Don't be so naive as to think that your loyalty to the village will be appreciated by Konoha. We are merely shinobis, tools to the village. Our individual well-being is meaningless. Your sister's well-being is meaningless in the big picture. You said it yourself, you are nothing but cannon fodder. I turned around and exited the tent. I heard the Uchiha heir following behind me. Is there anything else, Itachi-san? I asked without looking back, my walking pace neither fast nor slow. May I ask why you think so lowly about the village and about village loyalty? I paused in my tracks, feeling my lips curl into a bitter smile. Huh, the great Uchiha Itachi asking me about village and loyalty? What am I, a saint with all the answers in the world? I'm just another human being like them. Just another human being with the cursed luck of being born with a powerful bloodline and a little foreknowledge of what might happen in the future. Foreknowledge that had been rendered useless a long time ago. That is the limit of everything special about me. Raisho said it all. There's nothing the village sees me as but the last wielder of the ice release. I'm nothing but an outsider that has something they want from me that they don't. I'm not blind nor am I dumb, Itachi-san. I am human just like everyone else, a human with feelings. Why should I place the village first when they never truly considered me as one of them? Will of fire? Huh. So incredibly stupid and naive. That ideology is nothing but a method to brainwash and control the masses to fight and die for the village. If you truly want to control the masses, there's nothing more effective than having them believe in a shared ideology. If Konoha populace doesn't see it, then they're either idiots who cannot recognize the will of fire for what it really is, or they choose not to see it, foolishly believing that they are fighting for a greater cause when in fact their lives or deaths are meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Madara was right to leave the village. He's a wise man. Outsiders are never accepted in Konoha, or anywhere else in the world. The nail that sticks out always gets hammered down. Just take a look at Orochimaru. If what he told me was to be believed, he had once genuinely viewed this village as his home and worked hard to build it up. But his views and ways did not get accepted by Konoha, and what resulted out of that? This bloody stupid war. I turned back to face the Uchiha prodigy. You want to know why? Here, you have it. I no longer care if Konoha views me as one of their own anymore. I had tried to see myself as a Konoha shinobi, but hardly anyone tried to accept me, so why should I try? I barely knew them. I no longer crave their recognition. There's only a few people that I truly care about here, and they are all that matters to me. This village can go burn in hell for all I care. I walked off, not bothering to see his reaction. Raisho really did say it all. No matter what I do, to Konoha, I'll be nothing but an outsider. Makes me wonder why I'm even in this world in the first place if there is no physical place that can accept me for who I am. The only place where I will be accepted with open arms is with her, and of all places she had swore allegiance to, it was to Konoha. That is a fact that I will have to accept because she means so much to me. Sometimes, I really do hate my life. Oh, Haku-chan. You are back. Wait, why the gloomy face? Happened to meet an acquaintance from my academy days. Had a little spat. Found out that I am the reason that his sister now has a missing leg during the invasion. Haku droned on as he sat himself down beside him in the tent. Obito raised his eyebrows in response. Do I need to help you hide any bodies? I do know a few good earth-release jutsus. Itachi stopped me when I was contemplating on muting that acquaintance for good, so you have him to thank for. I know Tachi-chan was good for something. Obito sighed exaggeratedly. Nope, still no reaction from his cute little minion. Maybe if he bugged him more there will be a response? Haku-chan. Sensei. His cute little minion replied back in a flat tone. Aren't you supposed to be doing your rounds? I sent my other minions to do the job. Don't slack around and be lazy. Aren't you someone who aims to be Hokage, huh? Set a good example and go do what you are supposed to do. Haku-chan. That doesn't work on me, and stop acting cute. Look at your age, it's disgusting. Yes, I mean that pout you are doing right now. In Kakashi-sensei's own words, not cute at all. Hey! I'm always cute. Try that on Rin, not me. By the way, any updates on the situation that I should know? Same old. Obito shrugged. We wait for the stipulated time before we enact our plans, which is, in about half an hour's time. What do the old folks like to say to describe this period of time? Ah, that's it. The calm before the storm. Freaking hate this stupid war. Human greed really is an ugly thing. Ah, cheer up, Haku-chan. Obito tried his best to cheer his moody student up as he gave him a loud pat on the back, earning him a scowl instead. Why don't you accompany your dear soon-to-be Hokage-sensei on his rounds instead of moping around here? If we want to set a good example, we do it together? Some sensei-student bonding time? You will be remembered not as the first Uchiha Hokage, but the first man-child Hokage. Haku clicked his tongue in annoyance, but stood up to leave with him without complaints. Obito can't help but grin. His student at least still respects him quite a fair bit after all the shit he's been through. It's a little heartwarming to be honest. Ah, you never doubted your dear sensei a second that he can be Hokage. How sweet! Shut up. You are reading too much into my words. Are you sure I am? Really sure? Very. The two of them walked about the camp they are in, with Obito greeting people along the way. He knows a lot of people and their forces due to his extensive networking. As usual, his cute little Haku-chan couldn't be bothered to greet a single soul unless he knew them personally. See that row of trees and stones? That marks the official border of the Fire Country. Countless wars have been fought there since the start of time. He pointed to the scenery ahead of them that had been ravaged by war for decades, even before the founding of the shinobi villages. Stupid thing to do if you ask me. Haku remarked as he watched where Obito was pointing it from where they are at the edge of the camp after walking around the area. Obito watched as Haku let out a long sigh as he closed his eyes tiredly. Say, sensei? Yeah? This is just a what if. But if, let's say, if there is a way for everybody else to feel everybody else's pain, do you think humans can understand each other? Like if person A hurts person B, person A can feel the hurt they inflict on person B? Do you think that wars will still happen if that is the case? People will definitely at least think twice before trying to hurt someone, that's for sure. Obito gave a slight nod of his head while giving a thoughtful hum. But what about if person C pays person A to hurt person B? Person C wouldn't get hurt. Then I will find a way to make sure person C will. Obito did a double take when he heard the amount of determination in Haku's voice. He's hell-bent on something, and even when he is Haku's sensei, he has no idea what the hell it is. Haku-chan? You okay? Never been better. Just had another wild idea that might or might not work. You know, the usual. Maybe only gods could save this world, if there is even one. Maybe this is something that really only the gods could do. Maybe the only way humans can learn to grow is really through shared pain. Okay, you know what? You are going to go back, get rid of all the negative thoughts, and then prepare for the big battle. You obviously don't sound okay. Obito said worriedly as Haku's expression got darker and darker. This is worrying. Since when are any of us okay? Haku said with a scoff. We are shinobis. We are never okay. Who on earth even tried telling everyone else that shinobis are protectors? We are nothing but tools of destruction. My views on shinobis still stays the same, we are the ones who bring about all the pain. I'm really starting to hate the sage for spreading chakra like that, allowing it the chance to be weaponized without checks in place. I'm starting to hate the Shodai for giving tailed beasts out like that. Which part of giving tailed beasts out like candies sounds like a good idea, huh? Did he even think through it? Checks and balances are necessary, yes, I know, but tailed beasts aren't the answer. Tailed beasts weren't the checks and balances back then, and it still isn't even till now. Hashirama's presence was the check, there weren't any balances, and that's why his presence became a deterrent. That's why there was a brief period of peace when he was still around. And the moment he died? Bam! First Shinobi World War. He checked and balanced the wrong thing entirely. The equation didn't even compute because he put in the wrong variables in the first place. God of Shinobi my ass. Hey, it's fine if it's just between the two of us, but don't go saying that in front of everybody else. This is the Shodai you are insulting. I will talk about him however I like. People already hate me anyway, what's the difference if the hate increases a little more? Haku said as he rolled his eyes, his voice dripping with venom. And don't get me started on the night aim and his Edo Tensei. Brilliant piece of work from a scholar's standpoint, no doubt, but still a stupid move to invent such a technique and then not seeing to its destruction after his death. What makes him think playing with the cycle of life and death is a good idea? And then what was Konoha's first reaction when they learned about the Edo Tensei? Applaud his genius for being able to play God. Nobody sees how wrong the Jutsu is until it is used against them. Irony at its finest when the night aim was summoned by Orochimaru using the Edo Tensei. He deserves it. Haku dash. Can you imagine what would happen if someone better than Orochimaru got their hands on the Edo Tensei? If there is someone capable of summoning an army of undead? Someone better than Orochimaru, and instead of just 2 Hokages, he or she summoned an entire army of previous Kages and S-rank shinobis from times long past? Say, summon Uchiha Madara? Summon the Sage of Six Paths himself? Let me tell you, Sensei, the world will be doomed if that is the case. With enough preparation, that person alone can fight against the world. That's how stupid the invention of the Edo Tensei is. Don't invent something that can be easily turned against you. It's common sense. For someone so smart, Tobirama can be pretty dumb. You don't seem to like the Hokages very much. You know I hate everything and everyone in general. What's new? While we are talking about the night aim, you invented the copy seal. You don't really have a right to talk considering the impacts it will have on this war. Unlike him, my seal wasn't meant to be used for war. It's meant to be used for reducing time when I'm doing my seal work on the perception seal and maybe help out with some paperwork. You guys decided to weaponize it without my consent. What does it say about shinobis? I'm right, aren't I? We just go about spreading all the pain like the messiahs of the god of pain or something like that. This world is so royally fucked that I am starting to believe that it cannot be saved. At this rate, I will just escape to the moon and live my life there alone. You guys can continue to kill yourselves down here on Earth. See if I care. Did something happen? You are usually not this aggressive. Many things happened. Which ones are you referring to? When everything first started out, when my dad killed my mom and then I killed everyone in the house and returned that day? I still don't know why the hell he did that. And let's think about this rationally. How the hell did Hanabi even end up in Kiri in the first place? Yeah, sure, she was kidnapped by Kumo, but let's look at the damn map. Kumo is way north of the Land of Fire. Okay, northeast if you want to be very technical. Kiri's way east, and it is a freaking separate landmass on its own. It doesn't make any fucking sense for that Kumo shinobi to go to Kiri because it takes a long while to go to Kumo through Kiri. Did nobody ever think about this abnormality, or is it just me? We did. Obito deadpanned. But we don't have answers beyond that's the only route he thought he could take. I mean, I was involved when the Hyuga affair got blown up. We really locked our borders real tight. It was extremely difficult for anyone to sneak out of the Land of Fire, and especially towards Kumo if they really wanted to. What bothered me was how the Kumo shinobi even got his hands on Hanabi. I know better than anyone what the Byakugan is capable of after living with the Hyugas for so long. There's no way that Kumo Shinobi could have possibly done it if even I managed to kill him at the age of 5, even if I got extremely lucky due to the element of surprise. I didn't have shinobi training back then, so I couldn't tell, but now I do. I now know enough that he's not that good to have infiltrated the compound by himself without getting caught. Obito's eyes narrowed dangerously at the thought. You mean a traitor among the Hyugas? Someone gave Nabi-chan to them or let them in somehow. That's my worst fear, Haku admitted. But I don't have anything to follow up on, it's been too long. I only just thought about this problem recently when I had too much time on my hands to think about almost everything. Thankfully Hanabi will be living with Dan during this period, so she's safe. Even then, she has the cat with her. The cat will keep her safe. Does Hayashi know? I made sure he did. He shares the same view, but like I said, there is nothing for us to follow up on, so we can only leave it as it is. This is just between us for now. I don't want to spread needless fear in case it turns out to be wrong and I'm overthinking on things. Haku huffed before giving a groan as he facepalmed. Ugh. This is giving me such a headache. Obito can only give a comforting pat on his student's shoulder. I don't have answers for you, Haku-chan. Our experiences shape who we are. You think shinobis are tools of destruction because of what you've been through. I think shinobis are protectors because of what I've been through. You are not wrong in your thinking, but I don't think I'm wrong either. If I know a way to stop all the fighting for good, I would have done so in a heartbeat, trust me. Nobody likes war, but there are some who think it is necessary. They think it is necessary because they are not the ones fighting the war themselves. Look at our daimyos. What have they really done for their people? All they ever think about is their own safety and riches. They could care less who else lived or died. If I were God, they would be the first people I would kill, no questions asked. They are a waste of space. Obito sighed. He really has no answer to his students' rants because they are not unfounded. Not only that, his words alone are enough to charge him with treason. The shinobi villages are loyal to their country's daimyos first and foremost. That was the condition given and agreed upon even before a shinobi village could be built in the country. It's the same everywhere. Feel better now that you've gotten everything out? He asked his student, who merely scoffed. Not really, but I guess it does help a little. Then let's head back, okay? Rin would worry if I'm not back in time. It's a weak excuse, but Haku listened to him nonetheless. Fine. Let's go. We need to prepare for the fight that is happening soon anyway. The Hyuga compound is so uncharacteristically quiet now. Sure, the Hyuga clan isn't very lively or noisy to begin with, but the silence right now is a lot more deafening. Whoever is left here in Konoha are largely the civilian clan members and a few shinobi clansmen who are mostly from the main house to help her father run things while he and her uncle are away. With a bag full of storage scrolls slung across her shoulders, Hanabi gave her room one last look before exiting it and closing the door behind her. She has her orders. She is to report to Kato Dan, the interim Hokage in Minato's absence, and stay with him until this whole conflict is over. Naruto will be there as well, so at least it won't be awkward or lonely for her. Most of her time will be mostly occupied with training, be it to improve her skills as a shinobi or practicing how to properly harness Matatabi's powers. Either way, she has to get stronger as soon as possible. If not for herself, then for Haku. She cannot rely on him to bail herself out of difficult situations every single time. She was about to step out of the Hyuga compound when she met the person who she really doesn't want to see right now. What do you want, Yoshida? Being one of the few Hyuga clansmen from the main house who is around her age, she knows Yoshida very well. His father, Hyuga Kita, was also a candidate for the position of Hyuga clan head alongside her father back in the days. The two adults never saw eye to eye on many things when it comes to clan affairs, but it does not change the fact that Hyuga Kita is indeed the most capable person to manage the clan affairs while her father is out and away. So, regrettably, the Hyuga clan is currently left in the care of Hyuga Kita during this period of time. Hanabi never liked Yoshida and his father. Not only because Hyuga kept trying to undermine her father's power as clan head, not only because they both have archaic views when it comes to managing the clan, not only because they despise clan members who are from the branch house, but also because they are both misogynists. Yoshida has a weird obsession with trying to put others down to make himself feel better. More specifically, he loves trying to put her down out of all the Hyugas in the clan for some weird reason. He even had the audacity to try to form an arranged marriage between the both of them through his father when he is worth less than the dirt stuck in her nails. She does not need to possess Shikamaru's level of intellect to know what her fate will be should she get herself bound to Yoshida in an arranged marriage. That misogynist scum will definitely do everything within his power to make her life hell and force her to wait on him hand and foot. Just thinking about it makes her livid. Why? Not even going to report to my father that you are leaving the clan compound before walking out of it? Yoshida said in a sneer. As the clan head, he has the right to know when our Jinchuriki goes in and out of here. Interim clan head. Hanabi corrected Yoshida with a scowl. Careful, Yoshida, what you just said can be held against you for treason. If you are here for this sole reason, then buzz off. Your father already knows about this arrangement and what time I am supposed to report to Kato-san. You are going to cause me to be late. She walked past him without sparing him a glance, only to feel Yoshida's hand grabbing her by her shoulder. Without hesitating, she grabbed hold of his wrist and flipped him around, disgusted that someone like him actually touched her. Yoshida's fingers lashed out with chakra flaring right at his fingertips. She easily dodged it as they both activated their dojutsu at the same time. In the next instant, they both exchanged a series of quick blows before she nailed a palm strike right at the underside of Yoshida's chin, causing him to sail in the air for a short distance before landing on the ground on his back. Know your place, scum. Hanabi said coldly as she glared at Yoshida in disdain, the Byakugan still active, and dusted her hands. I may be a Jinchuriki, but I am also one of the heiresses of the Hyuga clan. For someone who prides themselves for being from the main house, your mastery of the gentle fist is pathetically low. Niji Nizan is miles ahead of you when it comes to using the gentle fist. Fuck you. Yoshida spat as he stood up once more while rubbing the underside of his chin with a hand. There had never been a woman who had led the clan, and there never will be one. A woman like you and Hinata has no business competing for the position of clan head. I am the one who will succeed the position of clan head, and once I do, the first thing I'll do is to get rid of your boy toy from the Urk. Careful, Yoshida. Hanabi growled as she lifted Yoshida up into the air by the neck using only a single hand. Yoshida can do nothing but flail helplessly because she had already sealed his Tenketsu points earlier. Insulting me is one thing, insulting my family and Haku is another. I don't care about your pathetic pride, and I sure could care less about your position in the clan, but sear this into that pathetic brain of yours. I will, and I can kill you should I feel like it, because I am a Jinchuriki. I can get away with many things simply because I can. To emphasize her point, a shroud of blue flames started to manifest around her as her eyes started to change color. Her right eye is now a bright yellow while her left eye is now a dark green, just like Matatabi's. Never. Ever. Test my patience. With that final warning, she dropped a shivering Yoshida back onto the ground and walked off, only to quickly turn around to block a strike aimed at her neck as she got back into a combative stance. She clicked her tongue in annoyance when she saw who it was. Hyuga. Yoshida's father may be a scum, but unlike his useless son, that man is a truly skilled practitioner of the clan's gentle fist style. This is going to be difficult. I'm sure Hayashi-sama had taught you how to respect your elders, Hanabi. Hyuga said in an unhurried tone as he stood in between her and Yoshida, his voice betraying nothing. If he had failed to instill some manners into you, then I'm afraid I will have to do it in his stead. Apologize to Yoshida, now, and I may let this slide. Both of you aren't fit. She spat in defiance. If anything, it seems that your father failed to educate you on how to respect your betters. Is this how you greet the heiress of the clan? In that case, I'm afraid that I will have to instill some manners into you in your father's stead. The edge of Hanabi's lips curved upwards ever so slightly when she saw Hyuga Kita activating his Byakugan in silent anger. The tension in the air grew thicker and thicker, and she mentally apologized to her father because it is very likely that she might blow a hole or two in the walls of the clan compound if she and Hyuga Kita were to come to blows. Thankfully, the confrontation was put to an end when an ANBU appeared between the two of them in a flicker. Hyuga-san, Kato-sama is expecting Hanabi. With that, the dense chakra emitting from both Hyugas dissipated as they both got the silent cue to drop it. Hanabi gave the distasteful father-son pair one last glare before turning around on her heels and walked out of the Hyuga compound. Matatabi's flames vanished as she wilted away and her eyes returned to their original color. She felt the ANBU guard catching up to her as he accompanied her by her side, walking around with her in plain view. "Thanks for earlier," she said in a volume that could only be heard between the two of them as they made their way towards the Hokage Tower. The ANBU that Hanabi had never seen before until today waved it off with a casual gesture of his hand. "Don't sweat it, I'm just doing my job. Though I have to say, I did enjoy seeing you putting that brat in his place. Never liked him. I still wonder why Ota-sama made his father the interim clan head in this crucial period." The ANBU hummed in acknowledgement as he chose not to give an answer. Hanabi could not help but wonder just who this ANBU is. Even at a glance it is not hard to tell that this ANBU is skilled, especially skilled. Why would the village spare a shinobu of this caliber just for the sole purpose of guarding her when more than half of their forces are outside fighting a war right now? She quickly put that thought at the back of her mind. It's not like she will get an answer even if she asked. If she has so much energy to ponder over such things, she might as well put it to good use by growing stronger. That way, she can fight by his side the next time a war were to occur again. He had always been her strength. This time, it's her turn to be his strength. Chapter 27 Downturn. This offensive relies very heavily on the element of surprise and the fact that we know that I is still recovering from his wounds. We will be launching a full frontal assault in a few minutes' time. We have no idea if ANBU are truly present in the large Kumo encampment ahead, but we will be prepared for them if they are. The Hachibi suppression squad will be there to deal with B, while our Hokage will deal with I personally. Loosen up, Haku. Getting all tense isn't going to make things easier. My godmother's words and her hand giving my shoulder a slight squeeze helped ease my nerves a little. I have taken part in conflicts, I have killed countless people, I have experienced an invasion, but this is truly the first time where I have to take part in a war. Unlike the invasion at Konoha, there's no home ground advantage here and we will be going up against multiple S-rank threats. I can't believe that all we're doing is to simply wait. The main force will be more than enough to level the Kumo camp. If B is there, we will need to be at full strength to deal with him. If he isn't, good for us too, it will free us to be able to assist in pushing Kumo away from our borders. A win for us no matter the situation. I acknowledged with a nod of my head. Konoha's main forces will be arriving around today evening at the earliest and by tomorrow early morning at the latest. Even if this offensive somehow goes sideways, all we have to do is to last until our main forces arrive to assist us. We could have waited until they arrived before launching this offensive, but no doubt Kumo already has scouts with eyes on our main forces. It's too hard to hide the movements of an army that big, and they will be expecting an assault the moment they arrive. What we are doing now is doing the unexpected, to take them off guard so that we can deal a crippling blow even before the fight begins. I could actually feel the air getting thicker with tension. I could hear how the forests gradually grew silent. The birds and insects that had been singing had all disappeared, the telltale signs of an incoming disaster. All of that was broken when I spotted a kunai being thrown into the air. It reached the apex of its flight before curving downwards, sailing straight towards the Kumo encampment. Countless other kunais followed just a split second later, each of them attached with an exploding tag. The war had started. Explosions bathed the unprepared Kumo encampment as screams filled the air. The very ground shook as battle cries were yelled and Konoha shinobis flooded out of the trees and charged right at our enemies. The first line of defense for the Kumo troops responded just as quickly, and the two opposing forces eventually met in a clash of steel and chakra. Jutsus were thrown around, and the landscape was immediately reshaped. Bodies fell within the first few seconds of war, the smell of ash and blood starting to taint the air. So this is war. I had once thought that the only way this world could find peace is through war, by becoming a force so powerful that nobody could stop the change being brought about, like how Pain and Madara had become. If that is the path taken, then war is inevitable, but after seeing this, suddenly, I'm starting to have doubts. Anybody spotted I or B? My godmother asked. None so far. Could they be biding their time? Obito replied, his eyes already a crimson red and observing the battlefield with intense focus. Doubt it. I is not the type to sit still and watch things unfold, so is B. Kushina commented with a thoughtful frown on her face. The Hachibi suppression squad is currently concealed at the edge of the battlefield. Our orders are to observe the battle and to intervene only if B makes his appearance. If B isn't here, then we will only intervene if Kushina deems that things had gotten too dire for our forces and additional firepower is needed to reduce our losses to a minimum. I spread my sensory range outwards as best as I could, trying to help pinpoint if I and B are indeed around. However, the fight out there is too chaotic and there are simply too many people. Everyone's chakra are flicking around wildly, flaring and sputtering every single second, and it is insanely difficult to pick out who you are looking for unless you are very familiar with their chakra signature. We all spotted a flash of yellow and we knew that our Hokage had joined the battle. Konoha's morale rose to an all-time high when Kumo's forces were mowed down in seconds. If I were indeed watching everything and decided to not take any action yet, he will have no choice but to do it now. We were not disappointed. A large surge of lightning could be seen from the Kumo's encampment before it shot outwards to meet our Hokage in battle. It seems that I is indeed on the front lines. I had lost a hand, and no matter how the Kumo Nins will try to argue otherwise, that is still a crippling blow for any shinobi, S rank or not. Minato will have the upper hand in this battle, and if he does manage to capture I to force Kumo to back off from this war entirely because of it, then it is good news. I had arrived, but where was B? Is he even here? Maybe he really had gone back to Kumo? I tried my best to focus my sensory abilities to detect any chakra anomalies, especially large surges in chakra or anyone who could have chakra reserves too large by normal standards. B is arguably Kumo's most powerful weapon, and if we can render it useless, or better still, remove it entirely, then Konoha will have definitely won the war. At first glance, Konoha seems to be winning, but I cannot help but feel uneasy. I have no idea why. It may be just my nerves getting to me, maybe my sixth sense is trying to tell me something, but I have a feeling that this cannot be all. Kumo is a superpower in the elemental nations for a very good reason. People call them Konoha's next best contender for the title of the strongest hidden village, and this is not without reasons. Kumo's military might is nothing to scoff at despite the scarcity of bloodline limits within their lands. While they may not have as many S-rank shinobis as Konoha, they are known for producing quality shinobis en masse. The skill level of an average Kumo nin is usually above those of other hidden villages, including the rest of the Big Five. Not only that, Kumo is probably the hidden village with the most advanced technological developments. A simple example would be how the invention of the camera in the elemental nations originated from Kumo. Don't push yourself too hard, Haku. Trying to sense a select few individuals in a battlefield is near impossible even for the most accomplished sensors unless they are actively announcing their presence. Just do what you can. I don't know how to explain this, but I just feel that something is amiss. This couldn't be all that Kumo is capable of. Why are they fighting a losing battle so desperately when they could have just cut their losses by retreating? Kids have a point. Yamato spoke up. Under usual circumstances, if you are being outnumbered and ambushed like this, the right call to make would be to beat a strategic retreat, which Kumo is not doing for some reason. This means that either backup is on the way, or dash. An ambush of their own, Itachi interjected. They may have expected Konoha to do something like this and have something planned on their end as well. They are waiting for us to commit too much to be able to pull back in time. It seems that we are not the only ones who have thought of this possibility because the signal flare to retreat was fired into the sky just as Itachi finished saying his piece. Konoha's forces complied almost immediately as they started to pull back, but we were all in for a big surprise when a titanic wall of earth suddenly rose from the ground to cut off the retreat route for our forces, effectively cutting off all visual between our encampment and the battlefield. The next second, an enormous chasm opened up from below and swallowed a large number of our own shinobis before closing permanently shut. Ambush! The loud cry we heard from the battlefield summarized it all. That cannot be Kumo's work. None of them have such mastery over Earth release. IWA! It has to be IWA! Obito stated furiously. Kumo and IWA have joined forces. Damn it! Didn't Shikaka say that the chances of them doing so were minimal? He said it was minimal, never said that it was impossible. I would prefer to point out how it was possible that nobody from our side spotted this ambush, especially the Hyugas, but this is not the time. Fugaku grunted out before turning to Kushina. Squad leader, your orders? Kushina gritted her teeth at the slaughter happening right in front of our very eyes as squads of IWA shinobis started to rise from the earth one after the other, joining forces with Kumo in their attempt to finish us off like fishes in a barrel. We enact Plan B, work in your pairs and keep a lookout for any potential Jinchurikis running about. Haku, you are with me. Yamato, Obito, do something about that wall. Fugaku, Itachi, run interference. Buy time for our forces to escape. We leapt into action the moment Kushina gave her orders. I followed closely behind my godmother as chakra chains sprouted from her back before they lashed out at the closest group of enemies in front of us, slapping them aside or skewering them even before they could react. I gathered my chakra and rained sharp spikes of ice down on our foes, pinning them down long enough for my godmother's chains to get to them. Unlike my godmother, I will need to conserve my chakra because I do not have reserves as large as hers. She can have the honor of dealing the killing blow, all I have to do is to make her work easier. It's hard to describe what really followed. Unlike the invasion in Konoha, the fights here just never seem to end. Droves and droves of shinobis just keep coming in their attempt to kill us and we can never catch a break. The moment an enemy shinobi falls, a few more will take their place. There's nowhere to fall back to because we are the backup. Everything passes in a blur as Kushina and I are steadily forced to use our bigger and more chakra-intensive jutsus in order to handle the assault. There's no time to think. Habits honed from countless training sessions kick in and your body moves as though it is on autopilot. It was after I froze another small group of shinobis into blocks of ice did I finally manage to catch a small breather. Without further ado, I used this brief respite to finally find time to activate one of my strongest techniques, Haiten Hayakaso. This is the most suitable technique I have to combat a large number of shinobis. Several Kumo shinobis obviously knew what my ice was capable of because they immediately went to seek shelter instead of staying to fight. They are probably the ones who participated in the invasion and lived to tell the tale. The IWA shinobis, however, are clueless to the hidden threat my snow presented as they ignored it in favor of charging straight at me. They soon learned not to underestimate the cold. Something is wrong with the damn snow. Be careful, it's Konoha's Yuki brat and Kumo's bingo book. I unleashed a raging snowstorm that forced the IWA Neens to promptly erect a sturdy wall of earth to block my assault. However, that is nothing more than a smokescreen for me just so that my godmother can use this borrowed time to her advantage. Her chains pierced through the earthen wall without fuss and ripped it to shreds, and alongside it, the IWA shinobis that were hiding behind that wall. Good job, Haku. Kushina complimented before taking a quick look behind. It seems that Yamato and Obito had succeeded in breaking down a large section of the titanic wall blocking the escape route and also preventing it from being repaired. Most of our forces are gradually pulling away from the battle. This battle may not have given us a clear-cut advantage in the war, but at least we found out that Kumo and IWA are working with each other. That in itself is a very important piece of information. Are we pulling back too? Yes, we are, Kushina agreed as I followed her lead and started to make our way out of the battlefield. But damn it, why is IWA involved now of all times? How did that bullheaded manage to get the old fence sitter to actually not sit on the fence for once? Guess this will really blow up into a fourth world war. I cannot help but comment after quickly going through all the implications Iwa's involvement might mean in the confines of my mind. Konoha, Kumo, Suna, and now IWA, four of the big five are now officially involved in this conflict. No matter how you look at it, war is imminent. My godmother and I joined the main assault forces in retreating from the battlefield, heading towards the big hole in the titanic earthen wall that Obito and Yamato had opened up. We occasionally paused in our tracks to help fend off a few stray attacks that might have hit some of our nearby comrades before my godmother found that a little too annoying for her tastes. She ended up throwing a few tags around and erected a barrier that covered our escape. I sensed a powerful surge of chakra gathering in the sky and I looked up. I could barely see anything in the sky. The sun is only just about to rise and the sky is still dark even though it is starting to brighten. However, I know that I am not imagining things when I sense the building up of chakra above us. I squinted my eyes slightly in the direction where I sensed the chakra was, trying to decide if that was friendly or not. Maybe that chakra belongs to someone summons who has some sort of flight capabilities? Haku? Something's up there, building up chakra. I don't know if it's friendly or not. My godmother immediately threw out more tags, fortifying the barriers around us before yelling at our fellow Konoha shinobis. Hurry and move it! The enemy is going to unleash a big one. My godmother grabbed me by the back of my shirt before bolting towards the exit. I quickly released myself from her grasp and ran alongside her, not wanting to be dragged along. An enemy? Not many shinobis can fly, and whoever you sense obviously isn't Minato. If even you cannot decide if it's friendly or not, then there's only one other person that I can think of who needs to build up a lot of chakra while floating in the air in order to attack, especially when IWA is now involved. My eyes widened in shock when I finally connected the dots. It couldn't be him, right? Why will he come here himself when he could just reap the benefits by simply sitting in his office? Wish I knew too. In any case, we have to get out of his firing range before it's too late. I sensed it a split second before it happened. Whatever the building up of chakra was for, it was finally unleashed as a jutsu fired in the general direction of the Konoha shinobis that we were a part of. Thankfully, I was fully prepared to slip into the safety of my ice mirror and to bring my godmother along for the job. When we emerged, all that greeted us was an empty and perfectly circular hole where the land once was, like someone had gouged and erased everything within it. The dust release. I sensed another jutsu being fired at us, with lesser chakra powering it this time but by no means deadly. My godmother and I were forced to dodge to a side away from each other just as a white beam of light struck the ground we were once standing on. That same piece of ground now also has a circular hole in it, just a lot smaller. However, I can sense a bigger threat lying in wait just below us. Below us! Molten lava erupted beneath us like a fiery volcano. I didn't have time to see what had happened to my godmother as I was forced to levitate myself into the air. The very first thing I spotted was a lava-coated figure shooting himself at me like a comet, and no matter how much ice I hurled his way, it didn't stop his charge beyond slowing him down a little. I heard my godmother releasing a string of furious curses as her chains whipped in a frenzy and extended themselves towards the sky. The deadly beams of white light were still sniping at my godmother from above, and I can only place my trust in her that she will be alright. I am not able to spare her any of my attention because that lava-coated figure is getting too close to my liking. I cannot help but groan upon recognizing just who that person is. Great, another Jinchuriki that possesses an ability that can naturally counter my snow and ice. As if facing Yujito during the invasion wasn't bad enough. Water release, water colliding wave. I summoned a spiraling vortex of water to crash down on Rashi while calling upon my ice pillars. I need all the advantages I can get right now. I need more chakra. I scattered myself into shards of ice as a lava-coated fist tried to smash at me. A stream of flames blanketed the skies and I was forced to fly close to the ground. Those flames don't seem to be ordinary flames, it's best not to get close. Rashi landed back on the ground in his infamous lava release chakra mode. However, unlike I or Hanabi's version of chakra mode, Rashi is only able to achieve this by using the Yanbi's power. This power is not truly his, it's obvious from how he is now sporting a tail. Why is IWA involved? I asked as I darted around Rashi, who is raining down boulders of magma at my location. There has to be a reason why IWA is now involved, and for my godfather's sake, I need to get to the bottom of it as much as I can. You think we want to be here? Rashi snorted. We don't want to get involved in the conflict between Konoha and Kumo initially, but it's a different story if Kumo hires our services. The promised pay is too good for the stubborn fool to refuse, so we were sent out. Hiring the services of another village to bolster your military might in a war? Have to give I points for creativity, alright. How much did he pay to get the services of both Rashi and the Tsuchikage himself among other IWA shinobis that are probably at least a rank in skill or threat level? What did he promise Inoki? How desperate is he to see Konoha gone? No hard feelings, kid. Just doing my job. Rashi said as he skidded backwards on the ground after my water bullet pushed him back. He sucked in a deep breath, an action that I recognize is a precursor to the usage of most fire release techniques, so I immediately made myself scarce before Rashi could unleash whatever he was preparing. It was the right call to make, seeing that the entire ground was being covered in lava just seconds later. Can I really handle Rashi on my own? The anti-Jinchuriki jutsus that I developed was heavily inspired by what I knew about Kisame, so whatever Kisame can do, I can also do the same to a certain extent. The only problem is that unlike Kisame, who had years to refine his techniques, my newly created ones are still in the stage where they are being constantly refined and improved. Yes, it did work somewhat against the demon cat back during the invasion, but the 4 tails has 2 times the power the cat possess if we are looking at just the number of tails alone, and I am not even taking into account the disadvantage I am inherently facing based on the elemental natures of our chakras. Unfortunately for me, I do not have time to ponder. There's nobody else to help me at the moment, so I either fight back or die trying. The first plan I had was to reenact the same course of action I took against Yujito, to break the seal caging the beast and force it to go on a rampage, but that plan was thrown out of the window as soon as it came when I realized that Rashi's lava could probably melt my ice faster than I could touch him and subsequently crack his seal. Rashi's lava is the natural nemesis of my ice, and that is probably why he was the one assigned to kill me. They had thought this through even before the start of this battle. Kumo really wanted me dead, huh? Should I be flattered at the amount of attention they're giving me, or should I be annoyed? The exchange of jutsu quickly went back and forth with Rashi gunning for my life and me just trying my absolute best to stay alive. Rashi's lava is dangerous to me mainly because of the heat it emits. Since ice doesn't seem to bring about the desired effects in cooling it off, the only solution that I could think of right now is to quickly cool off his lava with water release and turn it into solidified slag, so that the lava wouldn't be a literal burning problem to deal with. It kind of worked, but the problem is that Rashi has an infinite well of chakra while I don't. I don't have the luxury to draw this fight out in a contest of attrition. I need to finish this fast. I need to end this immediately. I need a water release jutsu that is powerful enough to deal a crippling blow in one go and preferably encompasses a wide area. Doing so would probably eat away a large chunk of my chakra, but I cannot be picky about my options when I am struggling just to stay alive. Let's just hope that this works. I could see Rashi's eyes widening in surprise when the palm of my right hand began to manifest the infamous chakra ball construct, the signature jutsu of our Hokage. When I was forced to be on medical rest, I wasn't spending it by wasting my time away. Inoichi forbade me from training in the physical sense, so I decided to train in my mindscape instead. I had shown my godfather that I had mastered wind release chakra nature transformation, and it was possible to do so in his mindscape training method. I simply decided to master my other chakra nature while I was on medical rest and to learn how to combine both shape and nature manipulation while I was at it. The water release, Rasengan, is currently my most powerful water release jutsu that I hadn't told anyone yet. Not because I didn't want to, but because I know it is technically still an incomplete jutsu. It is still a work in progress that needs some refinement before it can really be considered a completed jutsu like how the Raisin Shuriken is. Combining both shape and nature manipulation is insanely difficult. My jutsu is incredibly unstable and barely holding itself together, although I believe it can still get the work done. I know that Rashi knows that the power pack behind this jutsu is no laughing matter even for a Jinchuriki like him, because I'm betting my life with this jutsu and giving it my all. I know that he knows that avoiding it is not an option because my version of Rasengan would simply swallow everything in its path just like the vast and bottomless sea would. I know that he knows that this fight will be ended in the next instant, that we will both unleash our strongest techniques to determine the victor within the next few seconds. There was an incredible surge of chakra from Rashi as the heat emitted from him grew unbearably hot as though I'm facing the sun itself. I could feel the unbelievably dense chakra packed into his fist as he lunged at me, intending to burn a hole through my body before I could stabilize my Rasengan. What he doesn't know is that I never plan on waiting for it to stabilize before unleashing it. And so, I lunged as well. My Rasengan exploded with a relentless torrent the moment it came into contact with Rashi's lava-coated fist, and I was thankful that my ice body technique was active because the entirety of my right arm was shattered into shards of ice from the sheer impact alone. I saw how Rashi's other fist tried to blindside me, but I was able to partially block it with my free hand even if the pain of the molten lava burning through my body of ice had me screaming silently in pain. It seems that my ice body is not nigh invincible because at the very least, the lava release seems to be able to damage it. In the end, the unending amount of water exploding out of my Rasengan was what saved me when Rashi was washed away with the current, sucked into a gigantic maelstrom that would continue to rage for a long while, pressed under the dense weight of a huge volume of water and unable to take in a gulp of fresh air. Even if the damage inflicted to his body couldn't take him out due to his Jinchuriki status, being unable to breathe would surely render him incapable of fighting for at least a short while. This would give me time that I desperately need to find my godmother right now. This entire mission had gone to shit the moment IWA came into the picture, and our task at hand is to secure the retreat for our forces before backing away ourselves, not to subjugate our opponents. Thus, our priority should be to escape with our lives. Now where's my godmother? Unlike the usual variants of elemental ninjutsu, the dust release doesn't produce much sound when used. Maybe it's because it simply erases everything it touches out of existence, but it is not making it easy for me to track the site of the battle. I did manage to find her eventually, but not expecting to find her in the kind of state she was in. Everything happened in a flash. I could see Inoki preparing to fire off another one of his particle dismantling jutsu from above. His target is my godmother, who is already injured and covered in blood from head to toe and probably wouldn't be able to avoid his attack in time. I saw how their eyes widened in surprise when I made my presence known, shooting spikes of ice at the Tsuchikage in fury and succeeded in forcing him to dodge and to abort firing his jutsu at my godmother. In that split second, I made a few observations and came to a conclusion. 1. My chakra reserves are running low. I do not have enough chakra after my run-in with Rashi, and I could only make one more trip with my mirrors, and the distance I could make with it wouldn't be very far. I could try to crunch on a soldier pill to replenish my chakra levels, but I doubt that I will be given the chance to with the Tsuchikage hovering just right above us. 2. There is an entire army of IWA Nins from what I could see that stands in the way of our retreat route back to the Konoha encampment. Trying to force ourselves to regroup with Konoha would be tantamount to attempting suicide because we will have to fight against an entire army of IWA Nins for that, and I am not confident in being able to slip past them in one usage of my ice mirrors with how low my chakra levels currently are. That leaves us with only one direction left for us to take. I grabbed onto my godmother's arm and yanked her towards me as I slipped into an ice mirror, bringing her along with me. It was just right before Inoki fired his dust release at us, missing us by just a fraction of a second. Chapter 28 Intrusion. To her, living with Kato Dan is awkward. On one hand, he is Tsunade's husband. She sure as hell won't be forgetting what the slug Sannin had done to Haku for a very long while. On the other, Dan is a genuinely nice person. He is an S-rank shinobi, albeit retired, and despite now being the interim Hokage while most of the village is out there fighting a war, he still takes time out of his busy schedule to train both her and Naruto. That's it, you too. Keep it up. Working alongside Naruto can be frustrating at first because unlike Haku and Sai who always think before they act, Naruto is the very exact opposite. Naruto's fighting style is almost entirely instinct with a knack of thinking up ingenious ways to fight on the spot. Hanabi is used to being the sole frontliner on the team due to her expertise in taijutsu, but working alongside another frontliner like Naruto had forced her to adjust her fighting style to accommodate Naruto's. Most of the time, fighting alongside her is more trying not to accidentally hit each other more than trying to hit their opponent. To make matters worse, Kato Dan is extremely hard to land a hit on even with Naruto's shadow clones and her Byakugan. She's no fool. She knows why they are ordered to live and train with Kato Dan during this period of time. As Jinchurikis whose powers have not yet matured, they need to be protected until the day comes when they could use this power for the village's sake. There is no one better than protecting and training them than an S-rank shinobi as experienced as Kato Dan. Given the current state of the world, it is likely that there will be a day where Naruto and her will be sent out on the front lines to fight against other Jinchurikis together. Getting used to each other's fighting styles is necessary. Rasengan. Naruto's clones had begun to bombard Dan with Rasengans, something which Hanabi took advantage of to quickly close the distance and end the match with a strike to Dan's Tenketsu points. It would have worked if Dan didn't use an earth-release jutsu to move the earth beneath them and destroyed all of Naruto's clones in one go before throwing an explosive tag her way, forcing her to abort her attack. This back and forth continued until Dan called for a stop. Despite how many tricks she and Naruto had pulled, nothing worked. Dan saw through everything, and his spirit transformation is one tricky jutsu to face, despite that meant leaving his body temporarily defenseless. Hanabi cannot help but wonder what Haku would do when faced with such a technique, but she quickly got her answer. Probably seals. Lots and lots of seals. Both of you still need to work more on having some long-range options. You both excel in close quarters but always struggle with ranged combat. Either you find a way around it by acquiring more long-range options, or make sure that you two can always be within striking range somehow. She nodded alongside Naruto. Her dislike for anything and anyone Senju-related aside, Dan does bring up a point that she had known for a long while. Hyugas always have problems with ranged combat. The only known exception right now is her cousin, Niji, because he's the only one who managed to understand the true ways of the gentle fist. Dan had to leave for the Hokage Tower to settle whatever their new Godame Hokage had left him to help manage in his absence, leaving her and Naruto alone with their hidden ANBU guards in the secret training field that they are using. Being the stamina freak that she is, Naruto immediately went back to her shadow clone training method to continue to try and replicate the complete Rasengan her father had recently managed to achieve. She had heard that Haku had a hand in helping their new Hokage make the complete Rasengan a reality, even if she doesn't really know how or why, but she isn't surprised. Haku had always been scarily brilliant. It's like he doesn't see things the way other people do, he sees the world through a very different set of lenses. Even for her, sometimes it is difficult to understand what he actually sees. And to think she's supposed to be the one with the superior eyesight. She made a few shadow clones and went back to training her fire-release chakra mode. She had only just learned how this training method truly worked, but unlike Naruto, she's unable to produce as many shadow clones because she is still a novice at this jutsu. When her expertise in this jutsu has gotten better, then can she increase the number of clones she is using. For now, about 20 clones will do. She reached deep into her core where that unholy blue flames rested. She mentally tugged on it, and her body is now alight in those blue flames. Matatabi is a peculiar character. The demon cat is not only lazy, but does everything on a whim. If it's feeling generous, it will allow her to go into the one-tailed state without problems. If it's feeling especially petty, just drawing on the cat's chakra will make her body feel extreme pain. When it's feeling talkative, the cat can talk non-stop, and there's no way to shut the cat up because the cat is now living in her head. Still, she tried. The cat didn't ask for being caged inside her, and a part of her felt a little guilty for being the reason why the cat was forcefully sealed within her body. She tries to be nice and civil to the cat, but the cat's blasé attitude to pretty much everything can sometimes really test the limits of her patience. Then again, if she were a chakra beast that had been around for thousands of years, she would probably act like the cat too. Right now, she is working on using Matatabi's flames without entering the one-tailed state. Going into the one-tailed state gives her a lot of raw power, but it comes at the cost of reduced mental faculty to think logically. The kickback after the end of every transformation is also not something she enjoys experiencing. Furthermore, unlike Naruto, her body is not naturally suited to withstand Matatabi's corrosive chakra for long periods of time. Thus, the best compromise would be to use Matatabi's flames without going into the tailed state. She already has a powerful jutsu in her arsenal thanks to Haku and her sensei, the fire release chakra mode. Now, all she has to do is to properly control and use Matatabi's flames instead of her normal ones. The good thing about using Matatabi's flames is that she can produce flames without a need for hand seals because Matatabi is the incarnation of fire itself. When she's cloaked in Matatabi's flames, just a mere thought can send the flames to anywhere she wishes to see cremated. Of course, she's still working on the output because the last time she tried that out, she ended up burning way more than she intended to. She needs to learn how to control these flames because it can be dangerous to any allies near her. Naya, you are at it again? Yes, she idly replied while trying to maintain her concentration in controlling the output of her flames. Hyugas are all about control and balance. Learning how to control tailed beast chakra is no different. Control and balance. You have any wise words to impart while I'm at it? She asked while going through her usual katas in this state. The longer she can maintain her control in this volatile state, the better it will be for her. The gentle fist would just be any other regular taijutsu style if there is no control. She will need to be able to fight normally in this state under any circumstances. Why not? I'm feeling generous today, Naya. She heard the cat giving a lazy yawn and she can already imagine the cat stretching itself. Alright, let me start by teaching you the basics of what I taught every Jinchuriki of mine. You know what the chakra flow technique is, Naya? All Hyugas know how to do that. It's the very basis of our techniques. Of course you would know, Hamura Aji-san had always preferred the chakra flow technique. Should have guessed he would have passed it down. You keep mentioning this Hamura guy. Hanabi continued with her katas faster and faster while maintaining her control over those blue flames. I've checked my clan's archives. There's no such person as far as I could track. What? The cat's loud voice nearly broke her concentration when it shouted loudly in her head. He's your ancestor, Naya. The first Hyuga. It is what it is, okay? I have no idea why this is the case too. She shouted back mentally, a little annoyed at the cat's sudden increase in volume. Arg whatever. She heard the cat growling in annoyance. Let's get you started with the claw creation technique. I won't accept any Jinchuriki of mine to not know this technique, Naya. Yujito got it in a week. Let's see if you can beat her record, and then you are going to beat Kurama's Jinchuriki into the dirt, Naya. That will show the fox not to disrespect us, Naya. You sound like you hold a grudge against the Kyubi. He's an ass, that's what. Cool. Do it again, Hanabi-chan. It's nothing special. Just elongating my nails, that's all, Hanabi deadpanned as she demonstrated the new jutsu she had just learned from Matatabi. She held up her hands and elongated her nails by at least 10 centimeters, and Naruto started to go all crazy about it once more. She could do the same for her toenails as well, and not only that, they can be strengthened to be harder than steel using the version of chakra flow technique that Matatabi had taught her. At least with this new jutsu, there's no longer a need to cut her nails any longer. She could elongate and shorten them at will now that she knows how to use this claw creation technique that Matatabi had taught her. Pretty nifty. Teach me. Matatabi says no, she replied after asking for consent from her tenant. Says that it is the job reserved for your furry friend inside you to teach you something useful. Arg! Damn it, furball. Why can't you be as useful as Matatabi-chan? Hanabi watched in amusement as Naruto practically screamed at her belly. Naruto went silent for a short while, presumably hearing what the fox had to say, then the screaming continued. Matatabi said that Yujito only managed to learn the claw creation technique after a week, but she learned it within an hour. She cannot help but be a little smug about it. Let's see if any future Jinchuriki could beat that record. An ANBU appeared in a body flicker before them. It's Bird, which Hanabi heavily suspects is one of her clansmen. She cannot see past the mask due to the seals placed on it, but the way the chakra flows in Bird's body was what led her to believe that Bird has to be a Hyuga. She personally thinks Bird is Hyuga Takuma. Takuma is said to possess the best Byakugan in the clan when it comes to tracking. She just didn't know he's an ANBU. If it wasn't for her Byakugan, she wouldn't have been able to even guess that this is her fellow clansman. Hanabi-san, Naruto-san, we have to go. Bird politely reminded them that their time here is up. Naruto continues to cuss up a storm because how am I going to be Hokage if there's even a curfew for training, Databeo. Personally, Hanabi could care less. All of her loved ones are out there on the battlefield right now and her entire mind is thinking about whether they can come back safe and sound. Bird led them through a series of twists and turns within the Hokage mountain and they were soon out of it. Hanabi briefly activated her Byakugan, easily spotting Bird's ANBU team and the other ANBU team responsible for guarding Naruto. Crow is not present and in his place is Dragon, the ANBU commander himself. Nobody breathed a word when she asked about Crow, but it does not take a genius to figure out that Crow must have been sent to the front lines. She does wonder who Dragon might be, but seeing as Dragon has the same type of chakra Crow has, it's likely that he's an Uchiha as well. Hanabi and Naruto quickly changed their appearance with a transformation technique to hide their true appearance and began to hop across Konoha's rooftops to their place of residence tonight. During this period they will not have a fixed place of residence. This is so that in the case where there are any possible enemy spies that had somehow infiltrated the village, it will make it harder for them to get a lock on their location. The same goes for Dan. They will switch locations once every few days. Today, they will be living in the Uchiha district. Naruto is especially excited because they will be temporarily staying with Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke's mother, and the lady of the clan. They were halfway through their journey when Bird gave a shout of warning. Incoming! Attack from 9 o'clock. Dodge! Everyone scattered at the warning, including their hidden ANBU guards. Sure enough, a powerful lightning bolt would have fried them all if it wasn't for Bird keeping a constant lookout. Her transformation had dropped when her concentration over the technique was broken, and so did Naruto. Hanabi activated her own Byakugan and immediately spotted 5 Kumo shinobis, making her seethe. They want her so badly? Well, she will give them some. Team B, take our targets to Safe House E. Team D will handle this. Dragon had immediately engaged the Kumo team in battle even before she and Naruto could do so. Bird had grabbed them both by the back of their shirts and pulled them away, a few ANBU members following after him. Let me go, Tabeo. There's no way I'm going to sit out Dash. You will listen to our orders, Bird insisted in a stern voice. Until the time comes when the both of you are strong enough to command the power sealed within your bodies, you will remain protected by us. For now, we will run. Commander Dragon is more than enough to handle those intruders. How did they even get past our barrier core? Hanabi furrowed her brows in thought and tapped Bird's arm a few times, signaling for him to let her go because she can move on her own just fine. Thankfully, he relented. Naruto remains in Bird's grasp because she is still kicking and screaming, wanting to join the fray. That, we don't know, Bird admitted. It shouldn't have happened. Well, it happened during the invasion to Tabeo. Naruto yelled out. How else did Kumo, Odo, and Suna's armies manage to even reach the village undetected in the first place? For once, the knucklehead has a valid point. Kitten! Below you! She didn't hesitate to jump high up into the air upon Matatabi's warning. It was just as the ground exploded beneath her and forced everyone to scatter once more, the smoke and dust that was thrown up obscuring her vision. She gritted her teeth. This is bad, everyone had been forcefully scattered from just that one attack alone. Thanks for the warning. You are lucky I like you as a host, Naya. Look sharp, they don't feel like Kumo shinobis to me. A massive earth dragon came crashing towards her the moment she activated her Byakugan. A midair twist did the trick as she evaded that surprise attack before her flames roared to life. 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm. She immediately blasted a strong wave of compressed chakra from both her palms at where the earth dragon came from, dispersing the smoke in the meantime. In the fraction of a second, 2 different shinobis flanked her sides, fists covered with hardened earth. Her eyes widened when she spotted the symbol etched on their forehead protector. IWA shinobis? She immediately used a flame-covered Canon, the flames that are protecting her giving her attackers a nasty burn in the process. She landed on a nearby rooftop and spotted more shinobis converging on her location. Each of her fellow ANBU guards already have their hands full by having to fight against a few shinobis all on their own. Help won't be coming her way soon. Might as well. She's a little pissed off today and she wants to vent some steam too. She could even use this chance to practice the main family's secret techniques that her father taught her before he left for the front lines. 8 trigrams grid palm. She slammed her hands on the floor beneath her the moment those IWA shinobis landed on the rooftop where she was at. A network of grids and symbols immediately spread out with her as the epicenter and her attackers fell with a cry of pain. It might not be obvious to anyone outside the clan, but the Hyuga clan isn't that bad in the art of Jutsu. After all, they were the ones to create something as complex as the caged bird seal. This is the closest to an offensive Jutsu technique that her clan has. Whoever steps into the network of grids and symbols without her permission will feel an intense sense of pain. Perfect jutsu if you want to keep a healthy distance away from somebody else. She heard a yell before a sea of orange came into view. Naruto is on a rampage, it seems. Unfortunately, she is in no condition to go and help her fellow Jinchuriki. Already, other IWA shinobis are trying to hit her by throwing heavy boulders from outside her jutsu's range, wary of what it had done to their comrades. Hanabi simply dashed straight at it, fire still burning and chakra concentrated at her fingertips. Claw creation technique. She easily sliced the boulder into 2 with the new jutsu Matatabi had taught her and carried on ahead. She started to sink into the ground the moment her feet touched the earth, but she easily propelled herself out of there by using her control over fire to blast a stream of flames from the bottom of her feet, continuing her charge. She mentally thanked her Jonin sensei for showing her this trick when she was learning the fire release from him. Goofy he may be, but he is a capable teacher. Her gentle fist easily shattered the earth armor her assailants were coating themselves with. In front of her, such defenses are useless because her eyes can easily spot the weaknesses and her gentle fist can easily destroy any chakra construct. Destroying and negating chakra is the very purpose of the gentle fist. It is what made her clan so formidable because only they have the eyes needed to possibly use such a taijutsu technique. With a few swift strikes, her fingers jabbed at the tenketsu points at her assailants' hearts, killing them in an instant. The earth threatened to swallow her once more, but another flaming Canon blew it all away, buying her enough time to close the distance towards where she spotted the next enemy closest to her. Still, she cannot help but wonder just where did these IWA shinobis come from? They keep coming out one after the other within their village. Even if they did burrow their way in, there should be a limit to how many shinobis they could have brought with them without getting discovered. A flurry of shurikens flew and swerved in unexpected angles and herded the IWA shinobis towards her. Hanabi's eyes caught sight of the female ANBU in Bird's team trying to get to her while fending off her opponents. She must have been the one to throw those shurikens. Matatabi. Take all you want, Naya. Consider it as a gift for mastering the claw creation technique so soon. Her blue flames bloomed around her as she charged in. With a few palm strikes, she easily cremated any jutsu and anyone who stood in her way. Matatabi had said that her flames are unnaturally hot and it can burn, physically and spiritually. She still doesn't understand what Matatabi meant by spiritually because the cat didn't bother to explain when she asked, but there is probably more to what Matatabi's flames can do. Another of her ANBU guards had managed to box them in using some sort of weird weapon with chains, gathering a few of those IWA shinobis into a single spot. Hanabi skidded to a stop and sucked in a breath before releasing a steady stream of flames from her mouth, just like how her sensei had taught her. The smell of charred flesh told her enough of their fate. "Hanabi! Behind!" She ducked on instinct when one of her ANBU guards yelled the warning. An IWA shinobi would have managed to fatally wound her from behind if it wasn't for the warning. It's nothing Matatabi cannot heal her from, but it will definitely disable her long enough for those IWA shinobis to restrain her. However, that is not her main concern right now. The angle of that attack is just right at her Byakugan's blind spot. How did IWA shinobi know about it? Through sheer luck, or something else? She spit another ball of fire at that IWA shinobi before jabbing his arm with a few of her strikes, disabling and crippling his arm for life. She purposely leapt over him and landed with her back facing him, intending to get the answers she sought. Sure enough, the IWA shinobi immediately fired another earth-release jutsu at her, aiming for her blind spot once more. She managed to easily deflect it with a katen, but now her suspicions have been confirmed. Something happening only once can be attributed to a coincidence, but not twice. Somehow, IWA knows about the secret of her clan's dojutsu. This is bad, really bad. She created a shadow clone among the chaos, and the shadow clone ignited itself in a ball of fire before exploding itself right next to that IWA shinobi, taking him out. Hanabi quickly tried to regroup with her ANBU guards. It is no longer safe to fight alone if the IWA shinobis somehow knew about the Byakugan's weakness, because very likely they are assembled for the sole purpose of exploiting this weakness to capture her. Don't let her regroup. Earthen walls rose to block her way and boxed her in. Her eyes spotted seals lining those walls, and she really doesn't want to know what it is supposed to do. She immediately expelled a huge amount of chakra outwards and blasted her way out of her confinement through sheer force. Are they aiming for her, thinking that it will be easier to capture the Jinchuriki of the Nibi rather than the Kyubi? The power of the tailed beasts are ranked based on the number of tails they possess after all. Going by that logic, she would be the second weakest Jinchuriki currently in existence. Hanabi-chan. Go into one-tailed state, Naya. If I run out of juice prematurely, I will be defenseless, she argued as she continued to dodge incoming projectiles while launching streams of flames from her palms in return through the vacuum palm technique. Her body cannot sustain the one-tailed mode for long right now. She'll be lucky if she could even last a minute in her current state. Like you will ever run out of juice with me around, Naya. This is the best time to actualize the fruits of your training. How many more encounters with real enemies will you have after this, Naya? Not with how this village is coddling you. I will not have my Jinchuriki coddled, Naya. Fair enough. I'm counting on you. She leapt back to gain distance and backflipped away from another hail of shurikens shooting down on her location. She landed on all fours, took in a breath, and called upon Matatabi's raw chakra. It was instantaneous. The moment she entered the one-tailed mode, she leapt forward and killed 3 of her enemies with a single swipe, all of it just within a second. In the next second, she had reached Naruto and helped to quickly clear the enemies around her. By the time the 3rd second had ended, her chakra shroud had elongated its right arm and punched a hole through each of Bird's enemies as if having a separate mind of its own. Her eyes widened at the sight. No wonder people fear Jinchurikis. If the power of a single tail allows her to do this much against veteran shinobis when she had minimal training in using this power, it is no wonder why people fear tailed beasts and Jinchurikis so much. The power these chakra beasts have is really no laughing matter. How did Haku even face Matatabi's full power and emerge alive? How did he even manage to seal Matatabi in her? Her sudden transformation had obviously thrown a wrench in their enemies' plans. Her ANBU guards had quickly cooperated with her as she easily dispatched each of the shinobis that were holding them down. Naruto's army of shadow clones were useful too, as they quickly rounded up the remaining assailants. It is obvious by now that Kumo and IWA have to be working together, since the first wave that separated them from Dragon's team was from Kumo. This is overall bad news. Catch a few alive. Bird had quickly barked out an order, and the rest of the ANBU team quickly moved to carry it out. Naruto's shadow clones did a great job in overwhelming the IWA shinobis through sheer numbers alone. Hanabi paused in her actions as she watched. She will leave the capturing to the ANBU and Naruto. She is not suited for such a task in her one-tailed state anyway. What she worries about is what is going to happen on the front lines now that they have confirmation on a few things. 1. Kumo and IWA have ways to bypass their village's securities. 2. Kumo and IWA are now working together. 3. They knew about the Byakugan's blind spot. Just the thought of it gives her a very bad premonition. Are you sure, Hanabi? Yes, I am, she half-groaned, half-snapped at her interim Hokage while holding a pack of iceberg had kindly found for her, and she pressed it to the side of her head. This is what she hates the most, the splitting headache that comes with the end of every tailed beast transformation. It's not just her head either, her entire body is aching, but the headache is the worst. She is barely able to stand on her feet at this point and is leaning on Naruto for support. At least she could still somewhat stand on her feet. This was already a lot better when she first tried the transformation. Bird's body language told her enough that he was also alarmed when she dropped the news on Dan in the Hokage's office. The secret of the Byakugan is not something their clan will publicize to anyone outside the clan. Even Haku wasn't allowed to know, but he found out about it somehow during their spars when they were still young. Haku lived with them, so him finding that secret out eventually wasn't all that surprising, but it is a different story when it is IWA and Kumo they are talking about right now. Naruto led her to a nearby couch at the side of the Hokage's office, and Hanabi simply lay herself down on the couch and closed her eyes, more than happy to knock herself out for the next couple of hours now that she had finally relayed what she had found out to their interim Hokage. God damn it, she still feels like utter shit after doing that transformation. She admits that her transformation was what allowed for a swift victory against the ambush sprung on them, but the kickback is really something she doesn't want to experience unless absolutely necessary. She lets her exhaustion take her to sleep, ignoring Naruto's loud voice and the conversation that is taking place within the room. She's beat, damn it. When she woke up, it was to the sight of an unfamiliar room. Hanabi let out a soft groan and slowly sat up, spotting a sleeping Naruto straight away. They are both lying on a futon, but Naruto has her limbs sprawled wide open like a starfish, blankets kicked away, and there is some drool leaking from the sides of her mouth. EW. It's obviously late at night. She stood up and quietly left the room, and she noticed the change in clothes that she is currently wearing, so somebody must have changed her out of her clothes while she was unconscious. She still doesn't recognize just where the hell she is, but she sure hopes that there is a kitchen or sorts in here. She's extremely thirsty right now. Ah, you are awake. Hanabi blinked her eyes twice to make sure she wasn't seeing things before she bowed in greeting. Uchiha-san. Just Makoto will do, Hanabi-chan. Sasuke's mother greeted her with a smile from where she sits in what she presumes is the living room and polishing her weapons. Feeling okay? Huh. Yeah. I'm just thirsty, so I came out to find myself a drink, Hanabi replied as she finally found the kitchen and quickly poured herself a big glass of water before downing it in one gulp. Satisfied that her thirst is now quenched, she turns back to face the matron of the Uchiha clan. Forgive me for asking, but are we in the Uchiha district? No, Dan-san changed the location of where you two will be resting tonight. Makoto shook her head as she neatly pocketed her weapons back into her weapons pouch. I'm just here for you and Naruto's protection. There are also ANBU standing guard outside, so relax and have a good rest. You did well in defeating those Kumo and IWA shinobis. At the cost of a nasty headache that knocked me out for hours every time I did that, Hanabi grimaced, which earned a laugh from the lady of the Uchiha clan. But your progress is remarkable. At least, I don't think Naruto managed to harness the power of the Kyuubi as fast as you did. Granted, the Kyuubi has 9 tails while the Nibi only has 2, but it is still not easy to do what you have managed to do. Give yourself some credit, Uchiha Makoto said good-naturedly as she took out a bento box from the fridge. Are you hungry? I have a feeling you might be when you wake up, so I made some onigiri just in case you woke up with an empty stomach. The onigiri are a little cold since I have to put them in the fridge, but if you want I can heat them dash. It's fine, Hanabi quickly said as she received the bento box from Makoto's hands. I don't want to trouble you more than I already did. Besides, I don't really mind the cold. That still didn't stop Makoto from making a cup of hot tea for her, something which Hanabi accepted with gratitude. The onigiri are really nice too. Maybe she could learn from Makoto how she made those. Her siblings and Haku would probably love it. Her father and uncle might too. It's hard to tell with the two of them because of their stoic faces. So, any updates on the situation? Dan is working on it, that is all I can tell you, Makoto answered with a smile. While it is alarming that IWA and Kumo can slip past our security defenses like that, I have faith in Dan's capabilities. He was once a Hokage candidate too. He was? She asked through mouthfuls of food, a little surprised at this tidbit of information even though it is supposedly bad manners and very unladylike to talk with food in her mouth, but hey, she never had a mother to teach her manners in the first place. Not a lot of people in your generation would know about it, even most of Obito's generation had forgotten about it too. So he ran for Hokage when the Sandaime stepped down? Alongside Kizashi and Minato, among others, Makoto affirmed. Both of them often joked that if I were to run for Hokage too, then everyone from our team would have at least tried running for the Hokage position. You guys were on the same team? She asked, knowing very well just which team Minato belonged to, but she never knew that the Uchiha matriarch was from there as well. Makoto laughed. It's not surprising that you wouldn't know about it. I haven't been active ever since I was pregnant with Itachi. I was the oldest among the three, if you want to know. My original Genin team had all perished on a mission gone wrong, my sensei included, and so I had to be drafted into another team. It was just at the moment when Sandaime-sama needed Jiraiya-sensei to take on a Genin team himself, and from what sensei told me, he happened to see my name on a list lying on the Hokage's desk, pointed at it, and simply told Sandaime-sama that I want this Genin. And the Hokage agreed? Just like that? If you had worked with the Sandaime before, you would have known that he was very doting on each and every of his students. Orochimaru took advantage of this, and it was how he managed to escape Konoha in the first place when he defected. I wasn't surprised that Sandaime-sama allowed Jiraiya to choose which students he wanted to teach. So your sensei also picked Minato-san and... From what I was told, yes. Minato was an early graduate, so he was the youngest, but he is also by far the brightest. Kizashi is very formidable as a close combat fighter, and he has a will that is harder than steel. With me rounding the team up as a long-range specialist, we became a very effective heavy assault team. Hanabi paused in her meal as a sudden thought struck her. The Sandaime trained the Sannin, who were also famed for being an incredibly powerful heavy assault team. Then Jiraiya of the Sannin trained 2 future Hokages and the current Uchiha clan matriarch, which is also a heavy assault team, and Minato then trained Obito-sensei, Kakashi, and Rin, who is also a heavy assault team, and then Kakashi is now the sensei of the current Team 7, which is also another heavy assault team. Is every generation of Team 7 supposed to be a heavy assault team, or is it tradition for a Hokage to train a heavy assault team? Who knows? Makoto answered with a coy smile, and Hanabi felt that she knows a lot more than she lets on. But Obito-sensei wants to be Hokage, and our team is not a heavy assault team. Hanabi thought out loud as she pondered about the issue. Even if she's just nitpicking at details here, does that mean he is not fated to be the next Hokage? Or will he be the first Hokage to break tradition? Oh, speaking of which, do you have any ideas on what we should do for Obito's wedding? Makoto asked cheerily, and Hanabi found herself truly stumped. What did she just hear? Obito-sensei's wedding? He didn't tell you? He told us nothing of the sort. Oh dear, that child, forgetful as always. Makoto released a drawn-out sigh, and Hanabi still found herself having some difficulty in processing the information. Obito-sensei, and wedding. So, he and Rin are getting married when this war is over? Oh, she is going to tear her sensei a new one for forgetting to tell them about something as important as this. That's the plan, Makoto chirped happily. About time too. Ah, makes me wonder when Itachi and Izumi will finally tie the knot and when I will be having grandchildren. I hope I won't have to wait for too long. She doesn't know Itachi all that well, only enough to know that he is Sasuke's older brother and supposedly very powerful, and that he may or may not be the ANBU crow that watched over her and Naruto from time to time. How does one get into ANBU anyway? It's not a job that you can apply for, so, recommendations from superiors or the people around you. Sensei always had a tendency to be flashy, so he probably prefers something more flamboyant. Hanabi struggled to find the right word to describe what she had in mind, but it seems that Makoto understood her perfectly even without it. As far as Uchiha traditions go, a wedding wouldn't be a wedding without some fire. It is what we are recognized for, after all. I'm just not too sure about Rin's preferences. Maybe I should ask Minato or Kakashi? Maybe Kushina would know too. Haku and Rin seem to be close. You can try asking him too, Hanabi added, remembering that whenever they visited Naruto's house when they were still students in the academy, sometimes Minato's students would be there as well. Whenever that happens, the only person which Haku seems to be more willing to open up to was Rin. It may be because she was the doctor who treated him when he first arrived in Konoha, or it may be for other reasons, but in any case, Rin was the one among the three that was able to get Haku to talk when he first arrived in Konoha. Oh really? Come to think about it, you've never been into the Uchiha compound before, even when you are Sasuke's classmates. You should visit us after this war. I'm sure Sasuke wouldn't mind his friends coming over for a visit. No, he totally would, was what Hanabi was thinking. They weren't even remotely close to begin with, but it would be impolite to just dismiss an offer from the matriarch of the clan. Besides, it may do wonders to improve relations between the two supposedly rival clans. Politics, it's always about politics. Thank you. I will take up on the offer dash. She sensed it right at the moment her words were about to leave her mouth. It was a sudden and enormous build-up of chakra, inflating itself within a single second in a manner that was all too familiar with her during all the Jinchuriki training that she had been through under Kushina's supervision. An explosion rocked the entire safe house thereafter, cutting her sentence prematurely. If she wanted to be more accurate, the whole village would have felt that shockwave. The veins around her eyes bulged almost immediately as she activated her dojutsu, and Makoto had already done the same as well with her Sharingan. She saw a scene that she never hoped to see again within the village's walls. Gobi! It's the Gobi! It breached the village walls. Her mind is racing at a mile a minute. How had nobody detected the Gobi until it was too late? Why is it even here? What are their objectives? And most importantly, who is capable of stopping a rampaging tailed beast when all of Konoha's seal masters are out of the village? The ANBU guards that were around the perimeter flickered in and made their presence known immediately, bodies tense and weapons drawn as they formed a defensive circle around her. Naruto had woken up from the commotion too, making her entrance loud and clear as per usual as Makoto immediately summarized the situation for her. Leave the Gobi to Dan, we need to leave now. Our positions may have already been compromised, Makoto ordered, and Hanabi is inclined to agree despite her own worries. Only a tailed beast can fight another tailed beast, and all of our seal masters. Don't worry, there is more than one way to tame them, Makoto subtly pointed to her red glowing eyes, and Hanabi understood. Like many other children, she had heard stories of how Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama tamed these forces of nature during the Warring States period. There are probably Uchiha shinobis purposefully left behind to guard the village in the Hokage's absence that are also powerful and well-equipped enough to stop a rampaging tailed beast, even if that begged the question on who that may be. If the Uchiha clan matriarch is so confident, then who is she to doubt her? Chapter 29, Staying Strong. Come now, don't make that face, Tebane. Kushina decided that trying to speak with a hole in her abdomen really isn't the most pleasant experience. It hurts just trying to breathe, and to be perfectly honest, she has no idea how she is still alive in this pathetic state. If she has to point fingers, she is blaming everything on her unholy Uzumaki vitality. She isn't in the state to even move, for crying out loud, or more like she couldn't move even if she wanted to. Her mind is slightly muddled from the blood loss, but still clear enough to think clearly. The problem is that her entire body felt heavier than lead. She couldn't even try sitting up without Haku's assistance. To make things worse, she could feel herself slipping further and further away by the second, which isn't good news. It was clever of Haku to escape in the opposite direction that the IWA forces were expecting them to flee towards, but it would only fool them for so long before they considered the possibility of searching northwards instead of south. None of them had any useful medical knowledge, and her dear godson had been running himself ragged just to try and keep her alive. That old fart, I will kill him, she heard him mutter what must be the umpteenth time by now. This is partly her fault because they wouldn't be in this predicament if she was strong enough to fight the old fence-sitter in the first place. Seals can do anything, and as a certified sealmaster, she can make that claim a reality, but that is banking on the assumption that she had time to prepare the correct seals for the appropriate situation. She certainly didn't prepare for the possibility of facing the dust release of all things on the battlefield. The annoying properties of the dust release to erase everything it touches just kept puncturing holes in whatever barriers she put up. A cheap shot from that sly old coot embedded an almost fist-sized hole in her abdomen, enough to make her suffer a fatal amount of blood loss. Oh, she could probably brush it off if that were all, but the main problem is, that area of her abdomen where the fossil had put a hole in just so happened to be where Minato had placed his Flying Thunder God seal on for her protection. Without it, Minato wouldn't be able to locate her or to come to her side in a yellow flash. She wouldn't be able to get the medical treatment she so desperately needs right now if she wants to live. Because of this, chances are, she is not going to survive the night. She accepts that. They are stranded far behind enemy lines with no ways to contact their friendly forces. She is unable to even move. Haku's chakra reserves are at an all-time low, and despite crunching on several soldier pills, he had used most of the replenished chakra to try and keep her alive with his ice release, but it is not working as he had hoped. That idiot would continue to pop the pills if she hadn't pointed out that the chakra returns from popping soldier pills have a diminishing effect. The more you popped within a certain time frame, the lesser chakra you got with each subsequent pill until it stopped working together. For the average shinobi, that is usually at the third or fourth pill within 12 hours, and Haku had already popped 6 of them, with the 6th barely giving him any chakra in return. There is no doubt in her mind that this is her last moment. She can accept death, but it still pains her to leave her loved ones behind when they need her. She wants to see Naruto grow up to be Hokage like she had always yelled out loud for everyone to hear, the shared dream of her and her husband. She wants to be there to assist Minato in his new duties. She wants to be there for Haku, her apprentice and the son that is not of her blood, but still her son in every sense of the word. She knows that he will be severely affected by her departure, and regretfully, this is slowly becoming an unavoidable fact. "You are not dying tonight," Haku replied through clenched teeth and cold sweat as he continued to supply her with chakra. She can tell that he's getting desperate enough to waste all of his remaining chakra to reverse engineer his ice body jutsu and apply it to her. With that jutsu, Haku was able to convert his entire body to ice and thus become invulnerable to all kinds of physical damage like what he did in his battle against Gaara. He could easily repair his body with ice, but he has no idea how to apply that same jutsu on others. His desperate plan was to convert her body to ice and use it to fix the glaring hole on her abdomen, but he is not going to be fast enough to figure out how to use that jutsu on her before she kicks the bucket. "Haku, listen to me." She summoned all her remaining strength to move her hand, gently grabbing onto his wrist to catch his attention. It is getting harder and harder to remain conscious, and she knows that her time is almost up. Haku had succeeded in delaying the inevitable for long enough, probably by almost a full day by her estimate, waiting for reinforcements to arrive and find them, but it seems that she wouldn't be able to make it. "I cannot lose you too." His words came out as a hollow whisper, just loud enough for her to hear, and she could feel the entirety of his despair within it. She has no words of comfort to offer or to sugarcoat the fact that she is slowly dying, but she wants to at least try her best to ensure that he can get out of this alive, and preferably sane. "I'm sorry, I wasn't able to uphold my promise and live." He didn't answer, but merely looked downwards and away from her. Anything more than this would be simply honeyed words that have no substance in it. Thank you, for being my son. If your mother were alive, I think she would say the same too. Not doing a very good job at it, am I? I failed to protect the both of you. Don't be stupid, it's the mothers who are supposed to protect their children, not the other way around. I was ill-prepared and Inoki was simply more powerful. I have only myself to blame for it. If the war never happened, if Kumo never interfered, you wouldn't. He gulped, as if swallowing the truth of what will inevitably happen. You wouldn't die. If there is no shinobi system, if something about this wretched world can change, there wouldn't be any wars, nobody would have to die. Hanabi would not need to be a Jinchuriki, you wouldn't. She weakly reached out to cup the side of her son's face. At least in her dying moments, he is here with her. Take care of yourself. Promise me, Haku. Don't do anything too reckless. I'm currently plotting the destruction of the entirety of the Land of Lightning. The only way to stop me is if you pull through and live. She really wanted to laugh, but found herself lacking the strength to even do so. Time is really not on her side, so she needs to convey to him what she needs to before her eyes remain shut for eternity. My weapons pouch, there is a red scroll in it, take it out. There is also an Oni mask, never got a chance to use it on the old fence-sitter. She muttered the last part under her breath and watched as her son took out what she instructed him to. That red scroll? That's the Edo Tensei Minato entrusted me with. You already saw and understood how the seal works in his office. What is in the scroll is what we need to make that jutsu work along with the seal array. Use it if you really are in a pinch, because above all else, I just want you to get back home alive. It takes some time to prepare, however, so don't expect to throw that scroll in the middle of the battle and expect immediate results. Even with what we scavenged from Orochimaru's hideout, we don't have the full idea of how his perfected version works. Now, that mask. Haku took out the mask that she remembered retrieving from the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple when she was only in her teens. How time flies. Naruto had never been interested in seals, so I always thought that it was a pity that she wouldn't be the one to inherit my legacy and whatever I knew would die with me, until I met you. Every seal master has their own way of learning and creating their seals, you will be no different. I have taught you everything you needed to know to become a seal master, so this is the only legacy I have left that I can pass on to you. This, Haku, is what my clansmen would refer to as the Shinigami mask. You remembered what I taught you about the dead demon-consuming seal? Yes. The person wearing it can summon and control the Shinigami by allowing the Shinigami to possess them. This is a last resort, a suicide jutsu, which on hindsight I really should have used before the old coot put a hole in me, but that's beside the point. With this mask, whoever wears it can perform dead demon-consuming seal, release. Now, do you know how Sandame stopped the reanimated Shodame and Nidame and why he was killed? He used the dead demon-consuming seal, didn't he? Yes, and since I taught you about this seal, I'm sure you know what that means. The souls of the summoner and their victim do not pass onto the Pure Land, instead being trapped within the Shinigami's stomach, destined to fight each other for all eternity. Haku recited the exact same words she had taught him, and for a moment, she felt pride blossoming in her chest. He had grown so well, but she wouldn't be there to see him and Naruto growing to their full potential. I'm going to release the seal. With that, you can reanimate the Hokages if you really need their protection. This is the only thing that I can do now to protect you. He immediately tried to protest, but she stopped him with a raise of her hand, however weak that was since she is succumbing to the effect of blood loss. Let's face the truth, Haku, reinforcements won't be arriving soon enough, if they are going to arrive at all. I'm not going to make it, but you still have a chance. Having 4 Hokages to protect you, even if they are reanimated and not to their full strength, would definitely allow you to go back home in one piece. Since I'm dying, I might as well make the most out of the cards we're dealt with. Does that make sense? Come now, is that the face you want to make in my last moments? Is that the face you want to see me off with? Smile, Haku, you deserve happiness just like anyone else does. I am able to do something to help my village, I am able to do something to assist my husband, I am able to do something to protect my children in my last moments. I am happy with that, but I need you to promise me that you will be happy after I'm long gone for me to rest in peace and die happily with a smile on my face." Haku didn't manage to make a reply, but merely held onto her hand tightly with his head down. His shoulders trembled, betraying how he tried to hold back his sobs and failed doing so. He is a wreck and definitely looks like a mess. His forehead protector is long gone, probably lost somewhere during his fight with Rashi earlier. His clothes are torn and singed in several places, and his face and hands are still covered in soot. She can only imagine the mess he will break down into the moment she draws her last breath. "Take care of Minato and Naruto for me, Haku. You are the only one that I can count on to take care of the two idiots back home after I'm gone." "I will." His reply was hoarse, and it hurts to see him in pain because of her, but this is what it is. "Promise me that you will take care of yourself too. I'm not going to stop you from going on a murdering spree because I know it is a lost cause, but do try to find happiness in your life. You deserve that much. Please don't forget that there are people who care for you too, okay?" I know." He managed to breathe out, and she smiled, even if it is taking all of her effort to do so right now. She doesn't have much time left. "Give me the mask and a kunai, Haku. After I'm done, don't bother to seal my body in a scroll. My body has too many secrets to risk trying to take it back to the village in your current state. Make sure to dispose of my body properly, leave no trace behind. Can you promise me that?" She took his silence as a yes. Slowly and weakly, her left hand took the mask and positioned it over her face. Every shinobi makes the trip there someday. Some just reach the end earlier than others, and she is already very lucky to be able to live long enough to be surrounded by her loved ones, to have one of her children by her deathbed when it's time for her to go. She has no more regrets. "I love you, Haku." The mask attached itself onto her face. There is one more thing she has left to do as a mother before she reunites with the rest of her clan in the Pure Land. "Hokage-sama." "Report," Minato ordered as soon as the messenger returned. Things are looking bad, very bad, and the information that he had gathered over the last 24 hours isn't painting a very picturesque image of their current situation. Konoha has been attacked, just as you suspected it to be. It was a combined effort from Kumo and IWA, with the Gobi breaking down the eastern village walls in the last attack. The intruders were repelled and the Gobi was suppressed before making a retreat, but the messenger gave a quick and fearful glance towards his left, towards where the slug Sannin was standing. It didn't escape the notice of all the shinobis in the tent. "Speak," Tsunade demanded in a low growl, fists clenched and trembling. "Kato Dan has fallen in the line of duty. The ANBU commander is taking temporary leadership of the village as per emergency protocols. There was a loud crash and a new crater formed beneath Tsunade's feet. It is taking all of the messenger's willpower to not quiver in fear at the Sannin's rage. How was the Gobi repelled? Are there any other things that the ANBU commander told you to relay?" Minato asked, trying to conceal the pain he felt from learning that another loyal shinobi of Konoha had joined the Kia list. Dan is not the first shinobi to lose their lives in this war that he had led them into, and is also not the first S-rank shinobi to do so. In response, the messenger handed over a scroll that is clearly marked for his eyes only. Minato unrolled and quickly read through the scroll. With the new information in hand, he now knows the decision that he has to take. The Gobi wouldn't be able to join the fight anytime soon. IWA and Kumo are also unable to launch another ambush on the village for at least another week. Dan had made sure of that, so let's not make his efforts go into waste, he announced after the messenger had taken his leave. The main force from the village had arrived and joined up with those already at the front lines. Currently, all the S-rank or commander-level shinobis are gathered within the tent, waiting for his next order. They had lost much today and they all angry about it, angry at Orochimaru, angry at Suna, angry at Kumo for starting it all and angry at IWA for swooping it like starved vultures and taking advantage of their plight to pillage what they could when they are at their weakest. However, Konoha always gets back whatever they are owed, at many times the price. The 3 wars that they had been through proved that. Shikaku, updates on Sum's team. From the last report from your messenger Toad, they will be closing into their destination within the next 12 hours. After that, All it takes is an order from you to set things into motion. Good, as long as they reach there safely, we can turn the tide of the battle. Obito, Kakashi, what about our forces? Rin, Tsunade, anything to add from the medical team? With the addition of the main force who had just arrived, there is enough to go through what we have in plan, Obito said. But Sensei, are you sure about this? I can go in your stead, you know that dash. Even with Hashirama cells, the chakra cost for using Kamui is too large for such a huge leap. There's no guarantee that you can finish the task if you deplete so much chakra with such a large jump even before the start of the mission. Konoha already lost an S-rank Uchiha and a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan today. Obito, I'm not planning to lose another, the village cannot afford to pay that kind of price. Ever since the invasion, we had already lost Sandaime, Kizashi, Dan, and Fugaku. That is 4 S-rank shinobis that we had lost in so little time. Minato made his point firmly, already dreading how he is going to break the news to Makoto that her husband had died in the line of duty holding off an entire armada of IWA shinobis in order to buy time for their forces to escape to safety. They can only take consolation in the fact that Itachi was able to retrieve his father's body so that they can give him a proper burial once this is all over. Obito stepped down wordlessly, knowing that he cannot change his teacher's decision once he had made up his mind. The medical team is ready. We tried our best, but... Rin's voice trailed off before she continued speaking. The casualties from the last battle are still a lot higher than our initial expectation, mostly because of the unexpected IWA presence and the fact that the Yanbi and the Tsuchikage had joined the battle. We need to do something about Rashi. His brand of lava release is not something that ordinary medical ninjutsu can heal, and we were forced to go through with amputation procedures for many of our comrades to preserve their lives. I will handle that freak. We exchanged blows on several occasions in the past wars. I know how to handle that fire monkey, Tsunade growled out before turning to face Minato. Requesting permission to deal with the Yanbi, Hokage-sama. Permission granted. I will be counting on you, Tsunade-san, please return victorious. If I may add, Hokage-sama, Itachi, the new clan head of the Uchiha clan after Fugaku's death, interjected and Minato gave him permission to speak. It hurts to see the pacifist boy that he had watched grow up taking on the responsibilities his father left behind in this manner, and it saddens him to see the new Sharingan pattern in his eyes that spoke of his loss. I would like to join Tsunade-san in the fight against Rashi. I believe my eyes can suppress the beast. Minato is not daft, he knows Itachi is doing this because of anger, but for once, he will pretend that he does not notice it. He looked towards the Senju princess, who gave him a silent nod of her approval for the young Uchiha prodigy to join her in their joint quest for vengeance. The combined might of the current clan heads of both the Senju and Uchiha clan, now that is a force to be reckoned with. Plans were revised and discussed, the final details hammered out before they were dismissed to prepare for the next battle. Konoha's best and brightest filed out of the tent until only one remained. No news yet? I'm afraid not, Sensei. Neither Pakin nor any of my other summons was able to pick up their scent, Kakashi reported, a little downcast at his inability to track the people he was supposed to find. I will continue dash. No, save your energy. We don't have the time and resources to spare to just look for 2 people when we have a bigger battle to prepare ahead. For now, we assume the worst. Go and rest, Kakashi. I will need you to be at your best when you and Obito have to fight I and Inoki in my stead. But Sensei! It's Kushina and Haku we are talking about. They are your dash. I know what they are to me. Minato had to use all of his willpower to not let his emotions get the better of him because right now, he is the Godame Hokage of Konohagakure that everyone is looking up to. Let's face it, Kakashi, it's been more than 24 hours since they disappeared. They were last seen fighting Inoki and Rashi, and we all know what that could possibly mean when they had those two as their opponents. I still cannot sense Kushina at all with the Flying Thunder God seal I put on her, and we all know that when Inoki kills, he doesn't leave a single trace. That is the trademark of his dust release. Just put 2 and 2 together and we would all know what was the likely reason for her disappearance. Rashi, on the other hand, was the reason why Kirigakure nearly lost the Third War, because he is the Yuki slayer that slaughtered nearly the entire Yuki clan shinobis that were vital to Kiri's war efforts. I am a husband and a father, but I am also a Hokage. Right now, the village comes first. We cannot lose this war because of my selfishness, do you understand? Reluctantly, Kakashi stepped down. Yes, sensei. Go and rest, that is an order. You are dismissed. Now alone, Minato took out a string bracelet from his pocket as he stared at it. It is old and worn, its colors faded until it is now a light shade of red from its original bright scarlet. It is Kushina's gift to him, a bracelet she weaved with her own 2 hands when they first started dating, and even when Kushina had offered to weave him a new one many times, he declined her offer and decided to keep this particular one, because this is the first gift he received from her after they started dating. He really wants to believe that she is still alive, but that possibility is getting slimmer and slimmer as the minutes tick by. He really wants to believe that Haku is alive too, but it was Rashi that he was facing, and his lava release is the best countermeasure to ice release. That was proven on multiple occasions during the wars that raged in the past. Rashi is the worst possible opponent Haku could ever face. If even Kakashi could not track them down, then nobody else in Konoha could. That would mean... He took in a deep breath and released a sigh. He is prepared for the worst, but it does not make it any easier for him to accept it. Until he sees their corpses with his own 2 eyes, he will not believe that death had claimed the lives of his wife and son. Just as he was about to take a seat, he felt a presence behind him, and he quickly spun around, ready to slit the neck of any intruder that had sneaked in, only to find nothing. Maybe he was starting to hallucinate from the lack of sleep, but for a moment he thought he felt the familiar presence of her hands on his shoulders and heard her voice. You are doing great. Stay strong, Tebane. I love you. He blinked his eyes and looked around, unsure if it was just his imagination. He looked back at the string bracelet in his hand, his thumb gently caressing it, before carefully putting it back into his pocket. Imagination or not, that voice was right. He has to stay strong. He is the Godame Hokage of Konohagakure. Chapter 30, Hokages. I didn't know how long I hugged her close, feeling the heat from her body slowly cooling off and her blood drenching my entire body. This is not the first time I witnessed the death of a loved one. I had seen my mother murdered before my eyes, I had killed my father with my own 2 hands, I had seen Hanabi dying, but where the experiences of the above-mentioned filled me with rage and despair more than anything else, the death of my godmother had let me experience a sense of hollowness and emptiness that I had never felt before. Yes, I am angry, and I despair at the fact that I wasn't able to bring her back and wasn't able to save her life, but more than anything, I just feel so empty. This is what I truly feared. My worst fears had come true, that no matter how I tried to protect those that I had come to love, they would still die despite my best efforts, because to them, it is always the village first and everything else second. They will die on the orders of the Hokage, and they will readily sacrifice themselves for a village that I had never called home, and I can do nothing to stop them but helplessly watch as they get themselves killed one after the other. The last time, it was Hanabi, until I pulled a miracle out of my ass to save her. This time, it is my godmother, who has been nothing but a loving and constant presence despite my flaws and bad temper. This time, I wasn't able to perform a miracle, and the price for not being able to was paid with her life. Who will it be next? My godfather? Naruto? Hiashi, Hisashi, Hinata, or Neji? Sai? Obito? Rin? This world is so fucked, and nobody seems to realize it. After I finally snapped myself out of my funk after who knows how long, I destroyed her body as per her wishes and left no traces behind. We were taught very early on in our shinobi careers on how to dispose of the corpses of your fallen comrades to protect their secrets, just that I never had a chance to put it into practice until now. In the end, I decided to keep her forehead protector as a keepsake. Maybe Minato or Naruto would want it, to have something to remember her by. I already have the Shinigami mask that she entrusted me with, the legacy that she entrusted me with, so it only seems right that Minato and Naruto get to keep something from her as well. Besides, I need a spare forehead protector now that I have lost mine somewhere. I will wear hers until I get back to the village and return it to my godfather. He probably hasn't heard any news about us in however long we were here, probably believed that we were dead, and with good reasons too. I don't want to imagine the emotional roller coaster he had been through during that period. With my emotions temporarily locked away within the figurative Pandora box in the depths of my mind, I started to plan ahead. When I took my godmother with me to make our great escape, I was forced to run northwards towards Kumo instead of southwards towards Konoha because the army of IWA Neens were in the way, and because I wasn't confident that my then chakra reserves could allow me to get us back safely. I am still running low on chakra, had used too much of it within the last 24 hours trying in futility to get my godmother to stay alive despite popping 6 soldier pills, and I will probably feel the side effects soon, which means that I need to quickly make a decision on how to get back alive. I am currently stuck somewhere within the land of hot springs, one of the 2 minor countries that are unfortunately sandwiched between the land of fire and the land of lightning. A little further north would be the land of snow, and beyond that will be the land of lightning. Trying to make my way back towards the land of fire would undoubtedly be a massive headache with all the IWA and Kumo shinobis between me and my destination. Can I really make the journey back like this, when even soldier pills are no longer able to give me the chakra that I so desperately need? Feeling frustrated, I glared northwards in the direction of Kumo. For once, I wished that I was born in Uchiha so that I might have the powers to obliterate an entire country with just a glare, and then all of a sudden, something just clicked in my head. Who says that I have to get back to Konoha? I quickly mulled over the insane idea, considering the pros and cons of such a plan, but could find nothing wrong with it. Oh, my godmother would definitely chew me a new one if she could see me from wherever she is right now. She did make me promise to not do anything reckless, and I am breaking this promise just right after she departed. In my defense, I really hate Kumo, and she did leave me with what I need to make my maniacal plans a reality. I took out the red scroll that she left me and opened it. The scroll needed to activate Edo Tensei, and which also contained the DNA samples of those that my godparents had planned to resurrect in the very worst case scenario. However, like she said, I need to make preparations for this to work. Now, I just need 4 living sacrifices, which isn't that hard to find when Kumo or IWA shinobis are lurking just around the corner. I managed to chance upon a small Kumo team making their way towards the front lines, and as luck would have it, it's a small team of 4. They are probably doing logistical support work, making supply runs between their village and the front lines if the lack of any decent combat skills are any indication. In any case, I had easily procured the 4 needed living sacrifices, knocked them out, and all that I had left to do is to find a nice quiet spot to start the jutsu and hope that it really works as intended. Alright, Hokages, rest is for the wicked, and you guys are plenty wicked yourselves, so no more resting. Rise and shine, it's time for you to start slaving for the village again. I decided to forego trying to imbue the reanimated corpses with the control tag since I don't see a need to, not when our goals are aligned and I am in no shape to try controlling them anyway. It was morbidly fascinating seeing how the dust enveloped the living sacrifices as they were quickly consumed by it and screaming in pain for the entire duration. However, I was soon standing face to face with 4 very familiar figures whose faces I had seen carved on the Hokage monument ever since I arrived in the village. "Ha, Ku? Is that you?" The first Hokage to complete the reanimation process and open his eyes was Kizashi. I could imagine the shock he is experiencing. I don't exactly make a very pretty sight, and I'm sure that I look like a mess right now. My long hair had come undone, the bindings holding it in place destroyed a long time ago during my fight with Rashi. My clothes are torn and almost entirely soaked in my godmother's dried blood. My skin is extremely pale, a sign of chakra exhaustion when it was already pale enough to begin with thanks to my Yuki lineage. Yes, it's me. Hello, Yandame-sama. Ah, I see that you have joined us too, Sandame-sama. How was the afterlife? No, I was not being sarcastic, I was being genuinely curious about the afterlife. The old man blinked his eyes once, then twice, before realizing that he really was back from the dead. He recognizes me, I'm sure, because I had met him once or twice when I was really young, and I did ask him a lot of questions about chakra during our short meetings, which left a lasting impression on him from what I was later told. Sarutobi Hiruzen released a chuckle at my question. Unfortunately, my last memories were about the invasion and sealing my predecessors with the dead demon-consuming seal, so I have no answers to your question. Is Konoha still alive and kicking, but might not be for any longer? I answered just when the Senju brothers finished with the reanimation process and finally joined the conversation. My words seemed to get the Hokage's attention immediately. Explain, Senju Tobarama growled, probably trying his best to be intimidating, but all the response it elicited from me were raised eyebrows and a very unimpressed look. Long story short, Konoha was invaded by Oto, Suna, and Kumo. Oh, I forgot that an old fossil like you wouldn't know what Oto is, or maybe Sandame already told you what they are when you were being controlled to kill him during the invasion. Hey, how does it feel to know that one of your wacky inventions was the direct cause for your student's death and for Konoha to lose a Hokage? It really wasn't wise to taunt a Hokage like that, but I wasn't in the best state of mind. I was tired, angry, grieving, and I already had many prior disapprovals in regards to how Tobarama and Hashirama did things, especially on how carelessly Tobarama dealt with the jutsus he invented. As expected, Tobarama lunged at me for my impudence, and the only reason why I am still alive was because Hiruzen and Kizashi stood in between me and the Nidame. I need you to calm down, Nidame-sama. Haku here is a shinobi of Kanagakur as well despite his Kiri roots. I trust him with my life. And you are? Tobarama growled at Kizashi, who merely turned around and pointed to the words printed on the back of the cloak he was wearing. Yandame Hokage of Kanagakur, Haruno Kizashi. Oh, we have a Yandame. Hashirama finally joined the conversation with an overly joyful tone. And Haruno? Haha, who would have thought? Who is the Godame Hokage now? Namake's Minato, who is also this boy's godfather. The boy always had a knack for seals, trained by an Uzumaki no less, so I wasn't surprised that he was able to summon us with Edo Tensei. I don't have time for this, I cut into the conversation, suddenly feeling very woozy, and I know that the side effects of crunching 6 soldier pills in less than a day is finally catching up to me in one huge crash. The summoning with the Edo Tensei had also sucked up almost whatever little remains of my pitiful chakra reserves, and I'm running on an empty tank. My dear Hokages, the village is under attack from the combined might of IWA and Kumo, and I am about to pass out anytime soon. Do you want to save Konoha or not? Finally, they shut up. Seeing that I had caught their attention, I picked up a stick and started to quickly draw a crude map of the elemental nations on the ground. It's been almost 2 months after the invasion. We are currently here, somewhere in the land of hot springs. Don't ask me for the exact location, I'm not too sure myself. The village is engaged with IWA and Kumo in a war right here. I pointed to the northeastern border of the Land of Fire with my stick. There are too many enemy shinobis to get through for me to be able to go back, and I'm certain that I will fail to do so in my current condition, so that's when I thought of something crazy and decided to reanimate the 4 of you back to life. With me so far? Seeing that nobody raised any objections, I continued. Here's what Konoha is up against: the Reikage, the Tsuchikage and his dust release, the Yanbi, and in the worst case scenario we might possibly have to face the Hachibi and the Gobi too. Meanwhile, our Jinchurikis are nowhere near maturity, and already, we lost one of the 2 remaining Konoha Sealmasters. I can only hope that either Fugaku or Obito can use their freaky eye powers to deal with the tailed beasts when it comes to that, but I'm not banking too much on that possibility because I know for a fact that they are no Madara. Wait, one of the remaining 2 Sealmasters? Just dash. My godmother, she succumbed to her injuries just a few hours ago. It was Inoki who did it. This is her blood that I am drenched in. She released your souls and left me with the Edo Tensei before she died. I quickly replied to Kizashi's question, surprised by how I am not experiencing any psychological feedback from how I had so easily answered him. Maybe I would feel the emotional crash later, I don't know. I could see the look of shock and sorrow on both Kizashi and Hiruzen's faces. They know how much Kushina meant to me, but I don't need their pity right now and I really don't have time left. I'm about to drop dead on my feet. So, this is what I propose. Instead of going here to assist the Konoha forces in a losing battle, my stick pointed to the front lines as I said that before I pointed right at the land of lightning itself. We do something stupid and utterly insane that nobody would expect us to do. The 5 of us, well, more like the 4 of you, will infiltrate and attack Kumogakure itself because now is when their village is at their weakest and at their most empty when most of their forces are being mobilized for war at the front lines. If we succeed, we win the war by forcing Kumo to be a retreat to save their village from total annihilation by the 4 of you, and we would also get some petty revenge as a bonus. If we lose, then we would only lose one little boy who was never a part of the village in the first place. You guys don't count since you are already dead and technically zombies, and the only thing to watch out for that might be able to stop you, as far as I know, is the amber purifying pot, and that is pretty easy to avoid if you know what to look out for. A win-win situation for the village, wouldn't you say so? Haku, please don't say that you are an outsider dash. But it is what it is, isn't it, Yandame-sama? I replied bitterly. That was what I was told by someone I knew from the academy when I met him at the front lines. He said, and I quote, "No matter what you do, Konoha just won't kill you, because you are lucky enough to have a unique Kekkei Genkai. When the day comes where you are no longer the only one in the village to have the ice release, they will find a convenient excuse to remove you. Nobody wants an unstable and unloyal shinobi in their ranks, outsider. You never belonged here, Kiri scum. I'll never acknowledge an outsider like you. Nobody will." That is the short version of it. Do you want to hear the longer version? I am more than happy to oblige. While I would love to find out more about just what on earth is going on, if the current situation is as dire as the boy told us to be, we really have to start doing something, Hashirama interjected with his arms crossed before turning to face me with a beaming smile that reminded me of Naruto. Haku, was it? Yes. Your plan does have merit, and I can understand why you came to that conclusion and why you summoned us. That said, I'm all in for this so-called stupid and utterly insane plan. Like you mentioned, there is very little for us to lose even if this were to fail. Also dash. He reappeared in front of me with a blink, faster than I could react, and placed a hand on my head. Immediately, I felt my fatigue vanishing and my chakra steadily rising back to normal levels. Not too much because a sudden increase of chakra would do me more harm than good at this point, but enough for me to not immediately succumb to the worst effects of chakra exhaustion. Is that some sort of chakra transference technique? You look like you need help. You said that you were an outsider, so I take it that you were not originally from Konoha? Kiri, was it? I'm a Yuki. That explains the chakra I'm sensing from you. Should have made the connection sooner, Tobarama chimed in. We cannot change who we were when we were born, but Saru and the Yandame acknowledged you as a shinobi of Konoha and as Hokage. It is our duty to protect our shinobis and our village. You've done well, Haku, and I thank you. You can thank me by raising Kumo to the ground, then we're even. Hashirama let out a hearty laugh. You heard him, Tobarama. It will not be nice of us to disappoint the younger generation. Come on, let's get moving. It's not every day I get to come back to life, do some sightseeing, and protect the village all at the same time. Onwards, Hokages. For Konoha. He's just like Naruto. I cannot help but comment as the rest of us watch the back of the departing Shodame Hokage disappearing in a flicker. Hiruzen chuckled, Tobarama sighed, and Kazashi just shrugged. I do see a lot of Hashirama-sensei in Naruto, Hiruzen agreed before turning to Tobarama. For the record, Naruto is the current Kyuubi Jinchuriki and she is aiming to be Hokage as well. Doesn't feel very reassuring if she's anything like my brother. She will make a good Hokage, I said, something that I believe with all my heart. Let us go, or we will never be able to catch up to the Shodame, Kazashi suggested before swiftly picking me up and piggybacking me on his back. At this point, I'm just too tired to object or care. I do have a lot of questions, but I can also tell that what you need now is rest. Get some rest, Haku, you've done well. Leave the rest to us. I fell into blissful unconsciousness even before I realized it. When I woke up, it was to the comforting presence of the cold and the snow. I'm still exhausted, but at least my mind is a lot clearer now. About time you woke up. Feeling better? Is it too cold for you? No, I like the cold. I feel at home here, I replied from my position on Kazashi's back, and it doesn't seem like he will be allowing me to get down anytime soon, so I just remained where I am. Right in front of him are the other 3 Hokages, racing across the snowy plains in a blur. At the speed the Hokages are going at, we will probably reach Kumogakure soon enough. Ah, I suspected as much, but it never hurts to get confirmation. We are currently in the land of snow and we should be entering Kumo's borders soon, Kazashi added before remaining silent for a short while for reasons I suspected to be related to his family. Last I checked, Sakura is coping well. If you were wondering, I decided to initiate the conversation and tell him what I think he wanted to know. We had a talk on the day you died. She wanted to grieve in private and wandered to the depths of the Hokage Tower where they locked the worst criminals. I believe she mentioned that she used to play hide and seek with you there when she was little. Oh, that place, Kazashi chuckled before he frowned, or what I imagined was a frown since I couldn't see his face from where I was. Wait a minute, why were you there? Endangering the village by releasing the Nibi like that would warrant me a swift arrest, especially when a Sannin was the one to give such an order, I explained. And I really never thought that I had a chance to say this to you, but thank you for saving Hanabi. Really, thank you. Like what I told Sakura, I still don't like you, but I won't deny that you are a great Hokage. Kazashi laughed. It's fine, being hated is part of the job description and you have a very good reason to, and in regards to saving Hanabi, I'm just doing my job as Hokage, you don't need to thank me for that, but hey, thanks for the praise. It means a lot to me. It's just as Sakura said. Huh? That if you heard what I told her, you will just laugh it off and say that everything's okay. Oh, she knows me well all right. I heard you killed Orochimaru thoroughly, and just to double check, does being thoroughly killed mean? To make things simple, I removed him from the cycle of life and death. I burned his soul with extremely potent yang chakra until nothing was left. To my knowledge, there's no way he can come back to life, even with all his precautions with that cursed seal abomination. Ah, I like that. I know that this may not be the best time to approach the issue, but if you need a listening ear, if you need anyone to talk to about Kushina, I'm here, until I dispel from the Edo Tensei and head back to the Pure Land. Everything was going well, I recounted. Then, IWA came from nowhere and the tide of the battle just changed. We secured a retreat route for our forces, but suddenly, Anoki descended, separating me from her. I was forced to engage Rashi in battle. I managed to escape, and by the time I found her she was already fatally injured. Rashi? Kazashi was obviously alarmed at the name I dropped on him. Haku, I don't know if you have heard of it before, but he was well known in the past wars for his contributions to IWA in their battles against Kiri. At that time, the main protectors of Kiri was your clan, and Rashi single-handedly reduced their numbers to the extent that he was known as the Yuki Slayer. He knows exactly how to counter your ice release and the best ways to kill a Yuki. I'm surprised that you came out of that encounter alive. Is that so? One more reason for me to kill him. He's going to regret allowing me to escape. I have no doubt you can do it eventually, but please don't be reckless. Why does everyone say that? I'm not that reckless. Upon hearing the silence that I was greeted with, I sighed. Okay, maybe a little. Just a little. You are coping better than I expected. Not my first time losing someone close to me. What should I say? That such things get better with practice. That watching your godmother dying before your eyes and breathing her last despite your best efforts to save her was nothing but for naught? That it is an experience not for the weak-hearted and to try it at your own risk? Look, I appreciate the thought, but I don't need the pity, I have enough of that. Hard to be disappointed even further when I'm disappointed in shinobis and this world from the get-go and my opinion hasn't changed. Disappointed in shinobis? I guess it's not obvious to someone like you, who was brought up by shinobis and grew up learning to idolize them, but I will just ask you the same question I asked my godfather. I told him that his version of peace attained where everyone can understand each other, will never come true, because it's simply impossible. It's impossible because we live in a world where everyone is forced to kill everyone else, because that is how our world works, that is what our world and society is dependent on to continue functioning, and is how our economy is structured. Peace will never be attained in a system where promotion of senseless violence is encouraged and becomes a norm in our daily lives, where greed festers and runs rampant. Because of that, the shinobi system itself is flawed, and as long as this system continues to exist, there will never be peace. People can never understand each other with the existing in place, so my conclusion is that shinobis themselves are the biggest obstacle to the peace that they had been dreaming about. Tell me I'm wrong, I really want to be proven that I'm wrong, but how can peace ever come if the people that are trying to reach for it are the very same causes of strife with all the killing they have to do on a day-to-day basis? Kizashi did not answer. I am sure that the Hokages in front had all heard the conversation we had ever since I woke up, and none of them had an answer, not even Hashirama. The idea of shinobi villages really wasn't a good idea, even if it was an effective stopgap measure at that point in time. Distributing tailed beasts wasn't the solution, it only exacerbated the wars that followed after the death of the biggest deterrence in the universe, Hashirama of the Wood Release. There are too many weapons distributed among the elemental nations in the form of chakra when chakra was never meant to be used in this manner in the first place. Chakra was intended for us to be able to understand each other on a level beyond words, not weaponized like a tool. That was what the Sage of the Six Paths intended it to be. Then, what do you think would be able to stop all wars? Hashirama asked after a short period of silence, still looking forward as they continued their high-speed journey towards Kumo. A war to end all wars, it's the only way left that I could think of. A war to unite each and every nation under a single banner, because there are no more differences when everyone is under the same flag and working for the same leader. You should know this better than most, Hashirama, that there were many clans in Konoha who were originally enemies before Konoha was founded, but look at them now, united as one when they are serving the same village. Imagine what it would mean when we unite all of the shinobi villages. There's nobody that can do something like that. Not back then, and I imagine it's still the same now, not even my brother when he was in his prime, Tobarama pointed out. He asked for a hypothetical solution, not a practical one. The practical one would be to let this world rot and die from the inside and continue to head onto the path of self-destruction as it already is, because there's no saving it. I wouldn't even care trying to do anything to save this world, because I wouldn't live long enough to see it self-destruct anyway. Your views are concerning, but yet I could not argue otherwise, Hiruzen stated. Yes, it's true that there will be peace if the elemental nations were to be united under a single flag and leader, but nobody would agree to that, because such an outcome has to be achieved through force and unquestionable military might. A war to end all wars, there is no better description than that. It goes against everything that the village promotes, that the village always comes first, because you are forsaking the interests of the village for a much wider picture. For your view to come true, the hidden villages would first have to dissolve to make that hypothetical situation a reality. The twisted values that this world runs on is too entrenched into the minds of the people, so much that the world will need a genocide to understand the value of life. Then would they understand and treasure how precious peace is, I argued. For peace to arrive, the world has to be cleansed, to be rid of the shinobi system and put in place a better structured economy system that does not run on bloodshed and violence. It's not something that can happen overnight, and I don't wish for it to happen gradually. For the shock factor to really hit the world hard and give it the wake-up slap that it so desperately needs, I need an entire country, at the very least, to disappear off the face of the map in one blow. That is the kind of power needed to unite the elemental nations. Currently, the tailed beasts are the easiest and most feasible means to achieve that. You've really given this some thought, Tobarama said with a disapproving frown. Oh, it's not on purpose, it really was not my intention, but when you were trapped in a cold dark cell for hours on end awaiting your death sentence as a result for trying to save the person that mean the most to you, you have nothing but time on your hands, and I assure you that you tend to come up with the most insane yet brilliant ideas in such circumstances. I totally recommend it if you really need to get some creative thinking done. Hey, I know you are already dead, but it's not too late to start trying it now. Maybe you can start on creating new jutsus that don't accidentally endanger your village and kill your prized student this time. You imputed brat dash. Tobirama, Hashirama warned, and Tobirama clicked his tongue in frustration before deciding to ignore me altogether. Shinobis bring nothing but pain and death. I know that the four of you think otherwise, but that is what I believe in. The will of fire? Never understood it, just a load of bullshit and propaganda in my honest opinion. Being a shinobi? I was never given a chance to refuse being one despite hating the very notion of it. So forgive me, esteemed Hokages, if I don't understand where you are coming from and probably never will. You have nothing to apologize for simply for having a different set of ideals, and truthfully, I appreciate the honesty. It's not every day I get to discuss something like this with somebody else who has a very different view on shinobis, Hashirama replied. You remind me of Madara, very much so. He once dreamed of conquering the elemental nations to achieve peace too. Oh, trust me, he's not giving up on that dream anytime soon, and he's so close to making it a reality. But I do hope that you will realize, Haku, that peace through bloodshed is not the answer and never will be, because there will always be people who remember the past of how you had hurt them just as you remembered how they once hurt you. They will cry for blood, they will scream for vengeance. We bring this one step forward and let's assume that you have succeeded, that you have somehow united all villages under one banner. I can assure you that one day, they will still instigate another war to undo what you started, and the cycle will just repeat itself, all to fight for what they once had in the past. If you want to go through with your vision of peace, you need to address this problem too, this cycle of hatred. It's not as easy as you think it is. Peace is achievable if people can understand one another. I mumbled the belief that my unbelievably naive godfather had held to this day. How does understanding take place if we cannot put ourselves in each other's shoes and read each other's minds to understand each other's pain? Without understanding, how will there be peace? I think that is really the crux of the issue here, isn't it? It's all about understanding. Shinobis, and by extension, the villages, don't trust each other due to the deceit and lies built up over the course of our long histories spanning from beyond the warring states. But if we could understand each other, to discern the truth from lies and show our hearts to each other, to figure out what creates all the conflicts in the world, maybe we could finally take a progressive step forward in attaining peace. Jiraiya would love to have a discussion with you. This is the kind of talk that he would be interested in, Hiruzen added, flashing me a brief grandfatherly smile. Ah, that's right, the Sannin that died too early and I never got to meet, one of the many anomalies with this world that isn't supposed to happen. It's hard to imagine what it would take to kill a Sannin. No offense there, but the last time that happened, we sacrificed 2 Hokages. None taken, Kizashi waved me off with a laugh. In the end, it was Hiruzen who answered my question. It was during the Third War. Our forces that were vital in ensuring Konoha's continued survival were ambushed by IWA. Jiraiya was there and he made the call to stay back, holding the entirety of the IWA means alone to allow our forces to retreat safely. Okay, it would be more accurate to say that he wasn't alone. Naori stayed with him till the very end and fought alongside him. From the reports I received, it was just the 2 of them against the whole of IWA. In any case, it was because of them that IWA did not succeed in invading Konoha, but both of them never made it back alive. I sent a party to try and retrieve their bodies, but the battlefield was so utterly wrecked that it was impossible to make out which corpse was who. In the end, Minato confirmed his death through the Toads when the Toads told him that Jiraiya's name had disappeared from the summoner's contract. I never did get a chance to see Jiraiya for one last time. I blinked, now utterly confused. I have been here for a long while now, and I'm sure that I'm forgetting many things about the series, but this Naori, I had never heard of her before and have no recollections about the existence of such a person. Now, I fully understand that this world isn't solely inhabited by the main cast and the numerous side characters, but if this Naori is as powerful as Hiruzen hinted, Why did I not remember anything about this Naori from my foreknowledge? Was she a very minor side character, or someone else entirely? Who is Naori? Uchiha Naori, one of the best kunoichis the village produced, one of the few who could give the Sanins a run for their money just like Hataki Sakumo, but while she burnt brightly, she burnt equally fast too, and maybe that's why so few remembered her today. She died before being able to grow into her full potential. And why would she stay back with him? Are they close? Very. They have known each other since their days in the academy, and I believe that she had a thing for him, or at least that was what I heard from Tsunade back then when they were still Jinins. Not sure if that puppy love lasted. And Uchiha, and if this world follows the same logic as the canonical one, whenever an Uchiha is involved, whenever a stupidly powerful Uchiha is involved, there is always something to look for underneath the underneath. She and Jiraiya were close and had known each other since the academy. To be considered to be on the same level as the Sannin, it should be safe to assume that she would have possessed the Manjikyu at the very least. She stayed behind with Jiraiya until the very end to fulfill their duties as Konoha shinobis. Their bodies were never recovered, and whenever somebody's body wasn't recovered in Canon, chaos ensued. Shirsue's death triggered the start of the Uchiha massacre, and his body was never found, and Jiraiya, whose body was also never recovered, was kind of revived in Boruto, and that stirred up a lot of shit, didn't it? I didn't bother reading too much into the Boruto sequel, so I couldn't remember, but that was the foggy impression I had about the consequences of Jiraiya's death. Obito's death was what he needed to become the mysterious Uchiha menace that sparked the Fourth Shinobi War. The common trait between all of them is that at the time when they are presumed to be dead, their bodies were never recovered. Maybe I'm really thinking too much into things, but if I really have to go strictly by the stupid cliché anime logic that this world seems to follow, that the major body disappearances that I recalled thus far that were vital to the plot so happens to fall under either the category of Uchiha or Jiraiya, and this event that Hiruzen spoke of just so nicely fit into both categories. What if they weren't dead? I cannot help but wonder aloud. I know about the Uchiha curse of hatred. What would Jiraiya's death mean to this Uchiha Naori, assuming that she lived? If an Uchiha succumbs to the curse of hatred, they would go crazy, doom the world to hell and back if it means getting their revenge that made them experience the loss that triggered the curse. Tobirama replied without hesitation, probably seen it too many times with his own eyes throughout his life. The Kyuubi attack and the bloodline purge was something that I could never reasonably explain ever since I found out that the entirety of Team Minato survived the Canopy Bridge mission. I am making too many logical leaps here based on what little I know about the Uchiha clan in my current reality, but Madara, if he's really as undead as he's supposed to be, would need another Uchiha puppet to carry out his plans, and what is a better time to pick up an Uchiha spiraling down into madness than an ongoing war? One that has known loss, is on par with a Sannin, and possesses a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan? That will be a far better candidate for a puppet to mold to his liking. He doesn't strictly need Obito. Yes, a younger Uchiha would be more impressionable and easier to impose his will upon, but it's also not every day that you get to see a pair of Manjikyu Sharingans ripe for the picking from an Uchiha who is on the level of a Sannin. What if she is Tobi in my current reality? Then everything would make sense, wouldn't it? Everything would fall into place. Every single divergence in this world that I could dig up so far, the furthest I could trace it back to was Jiraiya's generation. Anything before that I could trace and compare with what I know, they stayed the same as far as I could reasonably double-check. However, Jiraiya's death was the first big divergence. No, it would be more accurate to say that he is the divergence. He wasn't supposed to take on Kazashi and Mikoto as his students if Canon is anything to go by, that I am certain. So, why Jiraiya? Why him? Is it because of his importance to Naruto, the future savior of the world? If so, how would Madara know that it is him, specifically, that would shape the future of the world and somehow plant an Uchiha beside him to create his perfect puppet? He's not supposed to be able to see the future. Haku, you okay? Yes. Okay, I'm not fooling anyone, am I? I'm not fine. Since when are shinobis fine? This line of work is not kind to our mental health. I need to know more about Jiraiya, but now is not the time. I will have the time when I finally return and ask my godfather. He will be more willing to share and also less suspecting of my intentions. Then there is Orochimaru's notebook that I was given to crack the seals on it in my free time. Maybe there would be some clues left in it too. Orochimaru seemed to be the sentimental sort. There are a lot of questions that I have, and I have a feeling that I would need the answers. Chapter 31 Torch and Burn. She surveyed the scene with her Byakugan, taking in the damage wrought upon the village by the Gobi's sudden appearance. Beside her, a distraught Naruto looked upon the same sight through the window, sadness evident in her eyes. Grandpa Dan, he was so nice. How is it that he... Hanabi closed her eyes and sighed. She admits that she doesn't like the Senju all that much, and she knows that Dan knows as well, but Dan has been nothing but kind and helpful to her and Naruto despite it all. She never wished for his death. She could remember everything she saw with her Byakugan, watching the battle unfold from far away as she was forced to hide on Makoto's orders and by their ANBU guards. She saw how Dan massacred the invading IWA Kumo forces, leading elite teams of ANBU as they prevented the intruders from advancing any further. It was like spectating a deadly and mesmerizing dance with how Dan fought, and she finally saw for herself what it really means to be S-rank. Still, he died, outnumbered, and was already way past the age to be involved in such a fierce battle in the first place. He was living peacefully in retirement for more than 10 years ever since the Third War ended. She was surprised that he could still handle the joint might of the ambushing IWA Kumo team on his own and thus allow the ANBU to be able to collectively focus on fending off the Gobi. It was obvious to her that the ANBU involved in that fight were assembled for the very purpose of fending off a tailed beast, especially the ANBU commander, who was able to magically suppress the Gobi in an instant the moment the rest of the ANBU managed to restrict its movements. She would have almost missed it, but she was sure she spotted the reflection of the familiar yet foreign Sharingan design in the reflection of the Gobi's eyes for a short moment. So, that would mean that the ANBU commander is definitely an Uchiha, and an absurdly powerful one too. I feel so useless, Tabeo. Everybody is out there giving their all while we are just sitting here, being protected. It's like everyone is out there dying for us while we are unable to do anything. Hanabi remained silent. To be honest, she is feeling the exact same way too. Everyone she cares about is out there fighting a war while she is stuck here twiddling her thumbs, being protected and feeling as though she is the reason why this war erupted in the first place. Don't say that, Naruto. When you and Hanabi finally manage to tame the beast within, we will be relying on you to protect us then. Besides, it's the job of us adults to protect the children until they are strong enough to take over, right? I don't like it. Naruto mumbled as Makoto simply ruffled her hair lovingly. Hanabi looked at the clouds outside, her thoughts carried far away as she cannot help but pray for the safety of her loved ones. Please, come back safely. So this is Kumogakure? Village hidden by the clouds, it's a really fitting name. That's the impression people get on their first time here. Hashirama gave a loud laugh as he gave me an impactful smack on the back, forcing me to use chakra to stick my feet onto the ground if I didn't want to be sent tumbling forward. I gave him a scowl, in which he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head in return when he realized that he had accidentally used too much strength earlier. The last time I'm here. Tobarama muttered darkly, and it took me a while to understand his foul mood. He was ambushed by the Gold-Silver brothers during a peace talk with the then Raikage, the second Raikage if I recall correctly, and only a saint would ever forego an event like that. That said, Kumo was being really careful. Just how many barrier seals and anti-space-time seals did we take down on our way here anyway? It seems that they have a very healthy fear of Minato and Obito. Hiruzen stroked his chin in thought, and I let out a frustrated sigh at the memory. As it turns out, Kumo isn't as stupid as we thought them to be. They had the foresight to prevent teleporters like Minato and Obito from appearing into Kumo directly using lots and lots of barrier seals and anti-space-time seals. These seals are useless on the battlefield because it takes too much time to deploy, but useful if you simply want to protect an immovable target, which in this case is the village itself. Like Hiruzen, I had lost count on the number of seals that we had to break down or bypass on our way here. Since their presence is unfavorable to Konoha's war efforts, we had decided to take down any and all of those seals we encountered on our journey. However, since it takes a lot of time and effort to set them up in the first place, the obvious conclusion to draw would be that Kumo had been preparing for a drawn-out war against Konoha for a very long time now. There is no way they could have set everything up right after the invasion ended. It had to start way before that. Kumo had been planning for Konoha's downfall for a long, long time. It was never a question if this war would erupt, just a matter of when. I know that I didn't manage to reanimate the four of you to your full strength. Are you guys going to be okay on your own? Don't worry too much about us, even if it's just half of our original power, for Hokages are enough to level an unprepared and empty village, and you managed to resurrect us at about 80% of our power, Hiruzen reassured me before adopting a sterner tone. I know you wish for the destruction of Kumo, Haku, but I will let you know that now is not the time to totally raze it to the ground if we want Konoha to remain standing. Do you understand why? Not really. You must think of how the other villages will view us if we do indeed destroy Kumo entirely right now. 1. While it will show the world that Konoha is indeed powerful, that act alone will be overkill, and too much fear will cause the other villages to react irrationally. Chances are, they will instead choose to band up to fight against us out of that fear, just like what led to Yuzashio the Cure's downfall. 2. How would the Raikage react when he knew that Kumo is no more? They will have nothing left to lose, and what is more dangerous than a cornered beast fighting to stay alive? They will die trying to annihilate Konoha in revenge, and even if we manage to eliminate them eventually, Konoha will be left too weak to properly defend itself from the other neighboring villages who will use this opportunity to take advantage of us. To manipulate your defeated opponents is to manipulate their illusion of hope. As long as they have something they wish to protect and you are able to control it properly, the cards in your hand will be in your favor. Now I see how you led Konoha through 3 world wars. You really are the professor. Usually I would take that as a compliment, but knowing you, it probably is a mixture of something else. And an astute professor too. Hiruzen let out an amused chuckle. I regret not being able to converse with you more when I was still alive. The discussions we had on our journey were very enjoyable. Wouldn't you say so, Tobirama-sensei? Keep quiet, I need to concentrate, Tobirama snapped back while kneeling down on the ground and touching it with a finger. The only response he received was knowing grins from the 3 other Hokages. He can deny all he wants, but we all knew that he did enjoy the discussions we had about chakra theory and jutsu inventions. Among the 4 Hokages, it is well known that the Night-Aim and Sand-Aim are the more academically inclined ones. They are a wealth of knowledge when it comes to anything chakra or jutsu related, and these topics are also my areas of interest. The journey here was boring, so I initiated conversation with Hiruzen about chakra and jutsu, mainly to see if he could help solve some of the roadblocks I had stumbled into in my attempt to better understand chakra as a whole. That caught Tobirama's interest, and he eventually joined in when the topics of discussion were too interesting for him to sit out on despite our mutual dislike for each other. I even got myself a few tips about the water release from him for all the trouble. After a short moment, Tobirama stood back up in his full height. I would say that the area around the walls is more heavily defended, followed by the Raikage Tower. No surprises there. Sara did make a point about how we cannot just level the village until nothing is left if we want Konoha to come out as the undisputed victor, but it does leave a bad taste in my mouth if we don't get something out of all the trouble they brought to the village. So, here's what I propose. You, brat. Hello there, old man. What do you want this brat to do? Your copy seal, if it works exactly as you said, I want you to infiltrate the Raikage Tower and copy every single important document that you can get your hands on. I don't care if they are jutsus or information for the Raikage size only or what. As long as they look important, you copy it, and then you hand it over to, what is the name of the Godame now? Namikaze Minato. Just one question, why can't I just directly steal the documents instead? Are you daft? It's easier to incite paranoia if they knew that their documents were stolen, but have no idea which ones were stolen. Your copy seal can do just that. If we just stole the original copy instead, they could easily track which documents we stole based on what is missing and thus, could easily create countermeasures to use the stolen information against us instead. I'm just asking, no need to be so snappy, old man. I'm just going to ignore you in the interest of time. In any case, after we are done here you hand over whatever you copy to this Minato. I'm sure he can make the most out of this situation with whatever you manage to procure. One of us will send a shadow clone with you for your own safety. I can do that, Kizashi volunteered. Good. Since the anti-space-time barriers have been taken down, I will get everyone into position with the Flying Thunder God, then we will proceed. Kizashi had seen all sorts of shinobis in his life. Stable ones, unstable ones, the super unhinged ones, and so on. He's used to witnessing all sorts of eccentricities from his shinobis and he accepts their quirks for what it is. Everyone needs some sort of coping mechanism to deal with the kind of shit that arises in their line of work. Haku's behavior, however, is plainly creeping him out seeing as he is just 1 year older than his little girl. He couldn't imagine it if the child beside him right now is his little girl and is acting in such a manner. The said boy is humming a merry tune as they waltz around the breached wreckage tower. In the background, massive explosions lit up the skies and screams filled their ears, and throughout it all, Haku didn't seem even the least bit affected as he went about picking scroll after scroll to copy whatever he deemed important, almost acting as though he's browsing through the collections of a bookstore instead of trespassing in the wreckage office. It's how he is soaked almost entirely in dried cake blood, probably Kushina's blood as the boy remained by her deathbed, he reminded himself, the slight skip in his steps, the merriment in his tune, how he's simply apathetic and how people around him are being butchered by yours truly and how he acted as if he doesn't care even if he was killed right now, like he's so callous with his life. He had seen such callousness in his shinobis before, but usually these are jaded and old veterans, not a child that just graduated from the academy. Nevertheless, the Kizashi clone did his duty in demolishing the defense to the wreckage tower, allowing them access into it. Even if he is just a shadow clone of a reanimated corpse that is barely at their full strength, the title of Hokage meant power. Disposing of their foes was never an issue when their best soldiers were already sent to the front lines. Haku picked out a scroll from a nearby shelf, unrolled it, looked at it for about 2 seconds before dangling it in front of him. Does this look important to you? The Kizashi clone gave the scroll a quick glance while crushing the windpipe of a Kumo shinobi with his left hand. He spotted keywords like trade route, defenses, and came to a decision. Copy it down. The unlikely duo headed further inwards. Any seals obstructing their way forward, Haku broke them within seconds. The most complicated seal they came across only took him half a minute to break thus far. Seems that Minato and Kushina had taught him too well. As for everything else, the Kizashi clone will handle it. Jinchuriki training program. Oh, this is important. Turtle Island navigation chart. Yup, this one too. Oh, that reminds me, we should totally steal the amber purifying pot too, that will piss the meathead off. Good idea, the Kizashi clone agreed. Such items are usually stored within the Kage Tower itself, let's keep looking for it. If only one of us here has the Byakugan now, things would be so much easier, Haku lamented dramatically, and hearing the tone of Haku's voice, Kizashi decided that the screws in Haku's head had been thoroughly loosened after everything he has been through recently. Haku easily sidestepped a struggling Kumo shinobi trying to stab him in his dying breaths without even looking at him before mercilessly crushing his windpipe with a chakra-enhanced stomp of his heel. What looked like a half-hearted toss of a senbon from him found its mark, embedded within a kunoichi's eye who was camouflaging from their view and trying to assassinate him. The violent spasm that followed told the Kizashi clone enough that the senbon had been coated with poison and from the looks of it, probably the nasty Yamanaka variant. Minato did mention that you didn't use your senbons as often ever since the 1-month training he put you through during the exams. There's no need for senbons when I have enough chakra to use my ice. I only use them in scenarios like this, where I do not have enough chakra to spam my ice release willy-nilly. Speaking of chakra, why don't you try overloading the seal on that wall there? The Kizashi clone punched the wall with a ton of yang chakra, causing the seal to instantly overload and fizzle out. The fourth Hokage unceremoniously kicked down the wall afterwards. And we found our prize, Haku declared with a little too much flair that is usually uncharacteristic of him. He took out one of the many storage scrolls they had robbed from the storeroom before swiftly sealing Kumo's treasures in it. Have we left out anything else? Let's see. The Kazashi clone began to count off his fingers as he recounted what they had so far. We pillaged the library, the office, every other room we saw along the way, checked for hidden doors and basements and copied everything important we saw and even stole their legendary pot. I think that ticked all the boxes? No, there's something else I want to do to piss him off even further, Haku decided as he exited through the nearest broken window and walked up the wall, brutally smashing the head of another fallen Kumo shinobi who was about to breathe his last for suffering from a crushed windpipe, courtesy of the fourth Hokage clone. The clone followed after the boy and watched with morbid curiosity as the boy took the corpse with him, went up to the top of the tower, ripped off the symbol of Kumogakure etched on the top of the tower, and in a macabre series of movements which Kazashi would secretly admit is fascinating to watch, drew out the blood from the poor corpse in his hands. The crimson blood gradually gathered and pooled into a large blood sphere floating just above the boy's hands, gradually sucking the corpse dry until it was nothing more but a dried mummy before Haku unceremoniously kicked it off the wreckage tower. Under the boy's command, the blood moved as though it had a mind of its own, painting the top of the wreckage tower red in a symbol so familiar to Kazashi in place of Kumogakure's own. The Konoha symbol. Oh, this is outright mockery. I would be popping more than a few blood vessels and the boy would be making an enemy out of the entire land of lightning. The boy, on the other hand, looked extremely proud and satisfied with his handiwork. I really couldn't wait to see the expression on the meathead's face. The decision to make the trip here was probably one of the best decisions I made in my life. Your behavior is honestly starting to worry me, but I guess you are not going to listen to a single word we say anyway. In any case, we've finished what we came here for, so, shall we? By your leave, Hokage-sama, Haku did a dramatic bow, extending his arm towards the center of the village, and the Kazashi clone decided, heck, why not? He was often remembered for having a goofy and dramatic persona anyway. So, he decided to do the exact same bow as the explosions outside punctuated the extreme mismatch between the content of their conversation and the reality outside. After you, Haku-chan. Just surrender, Minato. There's no way Konoha can win against both Kumo and IWA. You talk too much. Flashes of yellow and blue criss-crossed and clashed among the chaotic battlefield as shinobis from 3 of the Big 5 were trying their best to slaughter each other in the shortest time possible. Far ahead, Obito and Kakashi are doing a great job in holding Inoki back. He could also spot the slug Sannin slugging it out with the lava-coated Rashi with Itachi providing backup. He is also sure that the shinobis he assigned to keep an eye on lethal threats like Killer Bee and Darui are also doing their best in holding them back. They just need to hold the line long enough for Tsum and her team to reach Kumo, and then the tides will turn in their favor. They can only place their faith in their comrades to complete their mission as they complete theirs in order to win this war. We already killed Fugaku and Dan, it's just a matter of time before the same fate befall the rest of your precious S-rank shinobis. I released a powerful punch which Minato dodged by a hair's breadth before he returned a slicing blade of wind in kind. Our shinobis outnumber yours by at least 3-1, there's no way that you can win. A little birdie told me that you and Inoki sent some of your guys to take a stroll by my village's walls, Minato replied as his wind-coated kunai clashed against Ice Arm Bracer once more. What, you like the gift we left behind? Minato smirked as he estimated the time based on the position of the sun overhead. Any time now. It was a really huge present, so it would be impolite of us to not return the favor, wouldn't it? Don't be a smartass. You think we would be so careless as to allow you to use our plans against us? You seriously believe that we wouldn't have contingencies, especially with 2 well-known teleporters in your village? I called his bluff as he punched another crater onto the ground when his fist missed Minato once more. Not so confident now, are you? Minato taunted when he spotted the extremely subtle uneasy fidgeting of his archenemy. He was about to head into the fight once more when he felt the long-awaited signal from his messenger toad, and he smiled. Perfect timing. Since you don't seem to believe in my claim, how about I go bring back some souvenirs from your village? Minato suggested insidiously, and with a signal, Kakashi disengaged from the battle he is having with Inoki and replaced Minato's position on the battlefield to face Ai in battle. Kakashi and Obito will be fine on their own. Minato has faith in their skills to each face a Kage solo in battle. There's no way I shouted before his eyes widened when he finally realized that Minato really isn't bluffing, that maybe Konoha had indeed found a way into his village despite the layers and layers of barriers and anti-space-time seals they surrounded it with months before the Chunin exam took place. Namake's Minato! I leapt towards the Hokage like a furious roar of thunder, intending to do whatever it takes to prevent him from teleporting over to Kumo and reenacting the very same deed that made him so famous and feared in the Third War right in his beloved village. Thunder met lightning as Kakashi's purple lightning forcefully halted Ai in his tracks, allowing Minato to slip away. That Hatake brat dash. You heard Sensei, he needs to leave for a moment to do a little grocery run in your village. Come to think about it, he still owes me a Kumo souvenir or two. Don't worry, knowing him, he's not going to take very long. I will kill you. Your mission is to infiltrate deep into the land of lightning and find your way into Kumogakure. You will bring along my tri-pronged kunai, planted in the strategic locations that you will be memorizing, and signal to me when your part is complete through the messenger toad that will be following you. If Inuzuka Tsum has to be honest, the contents of this mission is pretty much similar to countless other missions she had been on throughout her career. For her missions are usually either infiltration or tracking because those are her specialization. However, this mission is simply different because the stakes are so much higher the moment IWA joined the party. According to the Hokage, the fate of the entire village will be counting on them, that is how important their mission is. The fight had become a lot more difficult after IWA allied with Kumo, even the greenest Genin can see that. Chances of victory for Konoha are getting slimmer and slimmer as the seconds tick by. They had lost several S-rank shinobis already and they cannot afford to lose more, and that is not even mentioning how they are being outnumbered by their opposition in terms of military might. So, Minato had decided to gamble. The main forces will hold the joint IWA Kumo forces for as long as they can while Tsum and her team infiltrate the Land of Lightning. Just like how IWA and Kumo had taken advantage of the weaker defenses in their village when everyone was being sent out for war, Minato also had the same idea. However, while Konoha had enough S-rank shinobis to spare Dan, an S-rank shinobi and an ex-Hokage candidate to stay behind and protect the village to keep any potential losses to a minimum, Kumo had none of those currently in their village. They had confirmed the presence of every single S-rank shinobi of Kumo in their earlier battle and also from the ANBU commander stationed within the village during the Gobi invasion. Meaning to say, right now, Kumo is theoretically defenseless against any S-rank threats unless they had more cards up their sleeves that had not yet been shown, which is unlikely. Their plan to sneak in through the back door and strike at the heart of Kumo would be too obvious if any of their S-rank shinobis were to suddenly go missing from the battlefield for extended periods of time, which meant that only Minato or Obito could get this job done due to their expertise in space-time ninjutsu and ability to appear halfway across the elemental nations within seconds. There had been preliminary reports that there might be anti-space-time barriers being put in place within the Land of Lightning itself, and bumping into those would result in a very nasty accident for any teleporters attempting to teleport straight to Kumogakure, so taking these down had also become a priority if they encountered any. Minato had put his foot down and decided that he would be the teleporter to go to Kumogakure, which meant that their job was to get Minato's kunai straight into the village for him to be able to teleport in there and reenact the destruction that the Gobi inflicted on their village in their absence. If there are any anti-space-time seals that they encounter along the way, they would break it down with the combination of Hisashi's Byakugan and the application of a special seal design Minato had given them for this very purpose. She still thinks that their newly minted Hokage is crazy. Crazy, definitely crazy, but she won't deny how the tides would turn the moment if they succeeded, and hey, she had never claimed to be the sanest or the most logical person around. That is Shibi's job. She can handle a little crazy. The stakes involved meant that the Hokage had sent the best of the best within their village for this mission. It's just the three of them, her, Hyuga Hizashi, and Aburame Shibi. The typical tried-and-tested, never-before-failed Inuzuka Hyuga Aburame infiltration and tracking team wondered that is the mimic of her son's very own Jinin team. With Hizashi's eyes, Shibi's bugs, and her and Kuramaru's noses, they evaded every single person in the Land of Lightning, becoming figurative ghosts as they sped towards Kumogakure on a time limit. Even then, with 3 seasoned Jonins on the team who are the best in their jobs, none of their experiences had ever prepared them for this when they finally reached their destination. She had figured out that something was very wrong when they encountered none of the theorized presence of the anti-space-time seals, and that feeling grew when her nose had picked up the heavy scent of blood coming from Kumogakure itself when they are closing into their destination, something which is also confirmed by Kuramaru, and Hizashi had also immediately used his eyes and confirmed that yes, Kumo is on fire for reasons unknown, but seeing is believing only when she finally saw it with her own 2 eyes from where they had hidden themselves high up on a nearby mountain just right outside Kumogakure. Oi oi, tell me that I'm not hallucinating. How on earth are our prayers answered? On one side of the village are massive water dragons steamrolling through the Kumo shinobis left behind, still desperately trying to stop whoever had invaded the village from causing more collateral damage. Massive trees and flowers had magically sprouted from the other side of the village, and that is impossible, because that definitely had to be the work of the wood release, and the soul wood release user is still on the front lines, and there's no way that the wood boy could make trees grow that big in the first place. If she squinted her eyes and looked, aren't those monkeys? Monkeys causing mayhem in Kumo? But the only person who could possibly call upon so many monkey summons into the human world had recently died trying to defend the village. Call me crazy, but why do I feel as if our past Hokages had somehow come back to life and decided to help us? It can't be. We were told that the Sandaime had sacrificed his life to seal the Shodaime and Nidaime, ensuring that they couldn't be summoned back ever again, Shibi rationalized. But I agree, it does feel as if this is the work of our Hokages. Hizashi, what do you see? That's... Hizashi's eyes widened in surprise upon finally getting a visual. Sandaime-sama? Are you serious? Wait, Hizashi spoke up, and it didn't escape his teammates' notice regarding how alarmed Hizashi is, as alarmed as a Hyuga could be. The scare of his eyes, it's an Edo Tensei. It's a reanimated Sandaime-sama. While I like to see Kumo burn, this isn't funny. If it's indeed the Edo Tensei, then there has to be a controller. Who on earth is controlling them? I'm searching, Hizashi replied, a little frantic at the implications of what it means to have a deceased Hokage reanimated without Konoha knowing about it. They spotted us. Tsum and Shibi were immediately on guard, and true to Hizashi's words, the reanimated Hokages flickered to their positions just mere seconds later. On closer inspection, their worst fears were true, their Hokages were indeed being reanimated. Brother, I told you I wasn't imagining it when I said I sensed Konoha shinobis here. See, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Aburame, I would pick up any of their chakra signatures anywhere. Oh, don't sweat the details, it just sounded ridiculous when you told me that there are Konoha shinobis right here in Kumo, and hey! More Konoha shinobis! It's always nice to meet people from the future generations. Hi there, are you guys winning the war? Yawn, Dame, Sama? Tsum muttered, unable to respond to Hashirama's words as her eyes fixated on a familiar figure. She was slack-jawed at the sight of the Hokage which she had been working under for more than a decade. Yo, Tsum. Oh, Hizashi and Shibi are here too. This is a little awkward, but hi? Long time no see? Glad to see that the three of you are still alive, Hiruzen added with a smile before turning back in the direction of the village burning in the background. This should allow the village to hold some bargaining power in the war we were told about, so tell Minato not to worry and to focus on the things at hand. We already have things settled here. Throughout it all, Hizashi's attention was very quickly drawn to the blood-soaked figure that shouldn't be within the ranks of the Hokages, someone that he and his brother had been trying to find ever since he and Kushina were declared missing in action. He is covered in so much blood, hair so unkempt, and just looks so overall ragged that if it wasn't for his Byakugan confirming his identity through the unique color of his chakra, he wouldn't have recognized the boy immediately on sight. Haku, is that you? Oh yes, the brat, you can have him back. In one swift motion, Tobirama picked the boy up by the back of his shirt before he could protest and threw him towards the little group. Haku managed to land gracefully on his feet and shot the night aim with a very irritated glare. Hizashi could care less as he immediately knelt down and placed his hands on the boy's shoulders, systematically checking the child for any injuries. From the looks of it, he's physically fine other than the obvious signs of chakra exhaustion that he is barely recovering from. Sum, being the more cautious out of the three, immediately pulled Hizashi back. Wait, I don't want to be the one raining on your parade, but is it really him? I mean, he went missing for about 48 hours now. And could possibly be an imposter when unsaid. There is no disguise that can escape the notice of the Byakugan, Hizashi argued, but relented upon seeing Tsum's stubborn gaze. Fine, it doesn't hurt to be careful in times of war. Haku, tell me something that only the two of us would know. Haku gave a tired sigh, but complied nonetheless. The dumplings you and Oda-san folded are atrocious, and the lame excuse you guys gave was, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. That's him all right, Hizashi immediately confirmed before Haku could divulge more about the dumplings he and his twin tried to fold. Sum would never let him live it down if she ever learned about it. Hizashi released a sigh he never knew he held, at least he managed to find him. Haku, where is Kushina? The mood plummeted almost immediately upon Shibi's question. She died, Haku stated, his voice holding almost no emotions as though he was talking about something insignificant, but the blank and hollow look in his eyes told a different story. Her last act was to release the seal over the Hokage's souls and to give me what was needed to use the Edo Tensei as a last resort. I decided that ending the war would be faster if I could use the Edo Tensei to summon the Hokages and launch a preemptive attack on the village itself rather than heading for the front lines. The Hokages agreed with my idea, and here we are. Sum exchanged looks at her teammates, then back at the boy. Funny, that's what we are here for. Sum brought out one of the tri-pronged kunais that she was tasked to bring over, showing it to everyone present. The anti-space-time seals were already taken down, so that kunai is your ticket out of here. You wouldn't need us any longer. In that case, our jobs here are done, so we will leave Haku and the village in your good hands. Thank you, everyone, Kizashi said with a big smile as his reanimated body began to glow white. You don't want to see Sakura one last time? Haku asked, to which Kizashi shook his head as the rest of the Hokages began to be enveloped in a shine of bright white light as well, choosing to head back to the Pure Land now that their task is complete. I had already said my goodbyes. Saying them twice is just not cool. And Haku? Yeah? I'm glad we got to talk. Thank you for everything, and also sorry for everything. I think we are past that point now. Anything you would like me to tell Sakura before you leave? Just tell her to not be a couch potato, I guess? That's it? That's it. Don't ever call on us ever again. The next time, I won't be so lenient, Tobirama warned, arms crossed with his eyes narrowed dangerously. The next time, I would make sure to put in a control tag before summoning you. How about that? You are just asking for it now, Dash. I think he's got spunk. We need more youngsters like him. Hashirama laughed in his booming voice before turning to Haku. While we may not see eye to eye on many things and your views regarding shinobis certainly does worry me, I still view you as one of our own. You said you were not welcomed in the village because you were an outsider. My wife was one too, and if she could integrate herself into the village, I believe you can too. You said that you do not understand the will of fire, which is fine, but I will tell you that what you are doing now is already exhibiting what it means to believe in the will of fire. Your godmother died, yes, and it is truly regretful that you have to go through such an ordeal, but she is still living through you. Her legacy, her hopes and dreams, she had passed it down to you, and that to me is the will of fire, and I believe you will understand it eventually. I think what needs to be said has already been said, Hiruzen said with his usual grandfatherly smile. It was enjoyable discussing chakra theory with you, Haku. You have always been a strong child, so I have faith that you can pull through eventually. Just don't forget that you are never alone. I'm sure that you have friends and loved ones who are always ready to support you. The remaining 4 living Konoha shinobis watched as the souls of their deceased Hokages gradually separated from the living sacrifices that they were bound to by the Edo Tensei. They watched, enraptured by the sight, as the souls rose into the sky before dissipating into the pure land. As if a string had been cut, Haku stumbled on his feet, but was swiftly caught by Hizashi before he could really fall. You've been reckless with your chakra usage again, he pointed out, seeing very clearly with his eyes that there were telltale signs in Haku's body that he had forcefully replenished his chakra before depleting it all almost immediately, and had definitely done it repeatedly. It is not a very healthy process and could possibly cause irreversible damage to the chakra pathways. The war is even more reckless, Haku snarked before gesturing to the 4 corpses of the living sacrifices who were used as vessels for the reanimated Hokages and lying on the ground. Are we going to do something about that? I will clean up the mess, Shibi volunteered. Tsum, you might want to call the Hokage over. Yeah, I hear you, Tsum grumbled as she fished out the scroll Minato had given her and unrolled it, took out a vial of his blood and dripped the blood onto the seal inked on the scroll before using a summoning jutsu. A small messenger toad popped into existence as it waved her a hello with its web feet. Is it time, Ribbit? There are some change in plans, but yeah, we need him to get us out of here and preferably soon. I'd imagine the Kumo bastards would eventually locate us given time. We are too deep in their territory and too close to their detection range. I'm on it, Ribbit. The toad poofed out of existence and Tsum threw the tri-pronged kunai in her hand a few feet away from her, letting it stab into the ground. Seconds later, their Hokage appeared before them in a yellow flash. Tsum, wait, Haku? Their Hokage is obviously shocked by Haku's presence and Tsum honestly can't blame him. The boy looks like an utter wreck right now. I wasn't able to save her, the boy croaked in a raspy voice the moment he saw his godfather. I'm so sorry, She saw the look of shock in their Hokage's eyes, which very quickly morphed into sorrow and subsequently understanding and acceptance. He walked up to the boy without hesitation and drew him into a hug, not even caring how bloodied and dirty he is right now and how it had stained his Hokage cloak. Don't be. You are alive, and I'm sure she is happy that you are alive. Don't be sorry, I'm sure you tried your best. You did very well, Haku, leave the rest to me from here on out. We will make Kumo pay, we will make them bleed. Haku remained motionless, unresponsive to all stimuli. Minato gave a quick sweeping glance at the burning village down below, silently asking his subordinates for an explanation because the original plan was to let him be the cause of the burning village. This side of Kumo being raised is a pleasant surprise, but still unaccounted for in the original plan. From what we know, Kushina left Haku with the Edo Tensei and somehow freed the souls of the Shodame, Nidame, and Sandame before she. Anyway, the boy had the same idea you did and led the reanimated Hokages here. This was what we were already greeted with when we arrived. We even had a chance to talk a little to all 4 of the reanimated Hokages before they decided to, pass on. Tsum gestured towards the burning village at the last part of her sentence before pointing to the used vessels that Shibi is currently removing from existence using his bugs. I see now, Minato nodded his head in understanding. He did give the scroll to activate Edo Tensei to Kushina for safekeeping, he just wasn't expecting it to be used in such a manner. He carefully passed Haku over to Hizashi, who had fallen unconscious from exhaustion shortly after Minato pulled him into a hug, disappeared for a short moment, teleporting away in a yellow flash before reappearing before them once again. I've finished what I came here to do. I'm getting us out of here. We need to head back to the front lines and discourage I from waging a war for any longer, Minato ordered as he left a discreet Flying Thunder God seal on a nearby rock just in case he needed to make a return trip in the future. The Konoha shinobis gathered around their leader upon his signal. In the next second, they disappeared in a yellow flash. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and with that being said, peace.